know I said just. know I said just.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our day number 3, our championship day for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Hearthstone Battlegrounds. To bring you through this third day of action, I am Dawn, joined by Rain. How are you doing today? You ready for day number 3?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks, Don, for asking. This is the moment we all been waiting for. The Championship Sunday qualifiers are over. We're just about to meet the 16 players that will be fighting for the big prizes. We're gonna be streaming every lobby today, so it's gonna be a long day. So you'll be having a lot of us to enjoy and to relax in this Sunday, in which we'll be sharing with you and with the players this amazing event which celebrates women and other minorities in gaming. I've been reading some cool stories. We've been being witness of some cool stories about people making it back, some comebacks on day 2, some like really interesting moments in terms of points, in terms of like qualifications. And now is the moment of the truth. Now it's time to see who has the temple to make it to the finals and then compete with the best ones to get the prize money that we'll be sharing thanks to our sponsors, Nissan, Logitech, and the US Air Force.
Yeah, that's right. And let's talk about kind of the breakdown of what those games are going to look like today and how we're going to be going about this. As you mentioned, we're going to be watching all of the lobbies, which is going to start with 2 lobbies of 8 players each. So we're going to have our 16 in those 2 lobbies. We're going to spectate lobby 1 first and check out that kind of semi-final lobby. They're going to be playing 3 games. As you can see at the bottom there, 3 games per lobby, and that top 4 will advance into our finals lobby of the day. And then same thing from lobby 2, we'll spectate those 3 games. Top 4 from that will move into the other side of that top 8 for those final games. And this is a little bit interesting, as we've talked about this the last couple of days, but for anybody who might be joining for this championship day, who maybe not used to Battlegrounds specifically and how this is kind of working, there is kind of a point system, right? And it's a little bit different than just like standard, where you just, you either win or lose the game. So what does the point breakdown look like, and how do they actually get to the top 4 and move into the finals?
So if you've been sharing time with us in the past few days, you probably know this by now, but just a refresher, like since we're starting the finals and some new people might be joining, the point breakdown goes from 10 points for the winner, which is 2 points over the second place, and then it goes down by 1. Second place gets 8, third place gets 7, fourth place gets 6 points, and there's another step because we're differentiating the lobby winner and also the top 4, which is the kind of like the lobby winners as a whole, like the top pack from the bottom pack. So then the rest of the lobby will be getting like 4, 3, 2, and 1 point from 5th to 8th, and this makes a difference, which minds and matters a lot, because we've seen yesterday the point differential for making it or not making it into the top 8 was like super narrow. Like we've been seeing cases with like only half a point was the difference between making it to the next round or not. So you don't wanna miss on any points. And talking about those half points, like how is half a point a difference if you're not like granting any half points? Well, if it happens that 2 players get eliminated at the same time, the points they're all getting their average and share between the 2. So if we have like a second place finishing at the same time of a third place, we'll get the 15 points divided by 2, so 7.5 for each, and there's where the decimals and start playing as like kind of like sort of tiebreakers. But it's interesting to think about that and to realize, because there's a lot of money on the line here. It's just about the glory, but also about some cool prizes that will be given out to the top 8 of this tournament. So why don't you walk us through this prize pool breakdown?
Yeah, that's right. As you mentioned, top 8. So anybody that qualifies from the top 4 for the first lobby that we're going to watch is going to be waiting for that second lobby to finish, and they'll know that they're already in that money. And then the second 4 that join the top 8 will be getting into that money as well. So top 8, 5th through 8th will be getting $100. 4th place is going to get $250. 3rd, $350. 2nd place, $500, and 1st place jumping up all the way to $1,000. So, of course, the big goal in these first few games for these players is going to be to get to the top 8 and then kind of get into that money. And then once they're in that top 8, then I'm sure they're going to be gunning for that top 4, top 2, and 1st place especially. So definitely we're going to be interested to see that. But we have a lot of games that we're going to be spectating today, with a total of 9 different Battlegrounds games for those 3 lobbies. So we're going to be getting into that first lobby and that first game. But we do have to take a quick break. We'll get those players finalized and set up, and then we'll start bringing you that action. So stick around. We'll be right back for that first game.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Logitech G, who's on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping straight into the first game here of this first lobby. Jumping in onto Tech Ono's point of view. And we see at the top, of course, the tribes, the minion types that are in the lobby here. We have beasts, mechs, murlocs, quillboars, and undead. So pretty interesting mix here. We've got the mechs with those divine shields, murlocs with that venomous. Maybe we'll see some undead stuff that we didn't quite get to see yesterday. And I don't feel like we got to see a lot of beast stuff yesterday, or the day before, really, Rain.
Yeah, we saw kind of like we saw some strategies, but it was not like a full composition. We saw some mama bears with reborn and like trying to mix some stuff, but it was not like a beast composition. Right now we're starting on the hero, and there's an interesting quest for the Nathrius, how to get away with murder, I think it was. And the reward trouble and tombs to add the eternal summoner to the hands, which makes your death rattle triggers an extra time. It's like a Titus for what it's worth. But let's go over and review who's playing who in this semi-final lobby. We have Neflida as Lord Varov with her friendly wager. We have Monse with Brukan, the Rock God, like with the last expansion. We have Merendar with as Thaethalan Blood Watcher, one of the new heroes. Persephone as Arana Star Seeker. We have Bitsu as Side the Nastrius, as we see with some quests over there. Lilith with Bandar Stormpike. One of the comeback stories from yesterday. She nailed it like just by the end. Norki with Snake Eyes, one of the better heroes, and also kind of like liking rolling the dice. And another new hero that we're seeing right now, Tech Ono as Dr. Holiday. We've talked about like why we're seeing a lot of new heroes. Is like their appearance is kind of like guaranteed after this first week. And this is the first week. This is just like we're like 5 or 4 days after the patch. like players are still learning their ways. Players are still learning the compositions, their best strategies. So this is what I like. How do you feel about like tournaments that happen right after expansions, or like more in a settled meta? Which ones do you like the most to cast on?
Ooh, I mean, I'm a fan of checking out the new heroes. I always
Mm-hmm.
like getting to see how these players are kind of, especially as you mentioned, so early on. We're getting to kind of see these players try out these new heroes, all of these new minions, and see how they've maybe changed strategies or adapted over the last few days. So I like seeing how these new heroes are working out, but we're going to see Tech Ono here grab a couple of minions, but we're going to switch
Mm-hmm.
on over to Bitsu's perspective as well and check out what's going on over there on that Sire Denathrius, as you mentioned. A little bit of Murloc and hand buffing here, which is kind of interesting. Also, I love this combo of Dragon and Murloc in in the
Mm-hmm.
hand here. Gonna work with some battle cries, but getting that buffed up is going to provide for some pretty great tempo. As we see Bitsu definitely kind of not on board right now with a lot of bodies. So definitely going to take some damage here in one of these early fights, but it still is early. And some of this extra added stats that got put onto this minion in hand gonna go a long
Mm-hmm.
way, I think, in the next fight or two.
Yeah, and it was that more Morloculus or Murculus, if I read it correctly. It did some extra work because it was like a 2-for-1, even like having two
Yeah.
health. That's a pretty big buff. Like it was a +2/+2 to the hand. Right now, like the issue with that is like the quest that right now the Nathrius has requires increasing friendly minion stats 35 times. And the issue with like friendly minion stats is on board. It's not just like on hand. They need
Yeah.
to be on board. That's why the micro moment is pretty on point. But the issue is like Miraculous. It's not helping that because the minion you're buffing is in hand. So that's kind of like an issue. But the other way, like the Eternal Knights, that's another way of buffing stuff. I'm not sure if she's gonna go like right now. She's freezing for that Quillbore, and now they're like getting some blood gems and trying to progress that quest and towards having the double death rattles. And what do you think are like the best death rattle minions? We've seen some like undead compositions with death rattles, right? With increasing stats and increasing like attack and resummons. Maybe we could see some beasts. Who knows? Not sure if that's something possible right now. We've seen some mechs with death rattles, but like the death rattles were like more like resummons than another thing. What from what I can remember right now.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I feel like some of the better minion types for increasing stats are even potentially maybe dragons right now with things like that
Mm-hmm.
bronze sand spewer, the one with divine shield, that if you have 7 minions on board, it's going
Yeah,
to get those added stats. There's also a lot of added stats with like
demons.
nagas and demons. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
and
damn Nagas with the spells. That's right. I was missing that.
and I don't think any of those are in this lobby.
No,
So,
that's
no dragons, no Naga. Yeah, so Quillbores.
no
with those
elementals
blood-
as well. Like that's another
Yeah.
like self-scaling.
Mhm.
It's curious. That's right. I was I wasn't paying attention to that. Like what are the offerings on the from
Yeah.
Bob to for you to take on this quest?
And it's kind
And
of we didn't get to see the quest choices, so I'm not sure
oh,
what
that's
the
true.
options were for
Mhm.
Bitsu to pick for the quests. But that is something that, when you're choosing those, you do kind of have to think about that is what's going to be the best option or what's going to be potentially one of there's kind of two routes to go, right? You can say what's
Mhm.
the easiest to complete or what will
Mhm.
be the best reward for the payoff that I have to complete. So there's kind of like two ways to look at that.
Yeah.
It was a little bit more prevalent to look at that when a lot of quests were in lobbies.
Mhm.
But as the Sire Denathrius, you're going to get that quest. So yeah, I think going for that micro mummy, going for the Quillbore and these blood gems, as you mentioned, really going to be the best route. And I think that's also why Bitsu decided to go for the double knight as well. Finally did take that gobbler too, but she kind of waited an additional turn to get the gobbler. And I like the choice that she made for the placement for the gobbler as well, where now it's going to eat the first part of the micro mummy and get some stats. And then maybe at that point, maybe she can sell it off, or she can leave it on the board for one more turn, give something a stat, and then again, the next fight, if she leaves the placement the same, the gobbler will eat up that next part of the micro mummy. But she does lose a little bit of economy if she lets it just get eaten up instead of selling it off.
That is true. And one thing that I want to go over, one thing that you mentioned, I think is really on point. The fact that we're not on the quest meta at this moment. It's only Titan and Atheus. During quest meta, it was important for you to progress it as fast as possible, because if not, you will be playing at a disadvantage compared to the rest of the lobby. So that was pretty that was pretty important. Right now, it's more about like that's your hero power. So until you get that turned on, you're playing without a hero power. So until then, you're kind of like playing into with a disadvantage as well. I remember like doing those metas, like some advice from the best players. Like I remember Sorgo playing and mentioning about like try to pick quests that progress themselves automatically or like passively, that you don't need to do a lot towards that. For example, like spending gold or doing damage or killing minions. Those kind of like quests progress automatically as like doing your normal gameplay, so you could concentrate on like doing the best for your board without deviating much, and at the same time completing the quest. This is kind of like in the middle, because some of the minions we see here do that passively automatically, but Bitsu needed like kind of like some way of setup to make this work. But like we're seeing that with those Eternal Knights, with bring back with a quill board, getting the gems. It's kind of like doing it pretty consistently, so it's not too hard to achieve.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting as well. With once she does complete the quest, is if she's able to find minions or make a pivot to some type of comp that actually utilizes the reward from the quest, right? Because triggering the death rattles, as you mentioned, it kind of acts as a Titus. So maybe she won't need to actually buy or pick up a Titus Baron Rivendare, but on the other side, she's going to have to get some death rattle minions. She's probably going to be looking, if she keeps something similar to what she's doing right now with these Eternal Knights, as you mentioned, maybe she's going to want to find Eternal Summoner and then get extra, Eternal Knight death rattles. But that's still, tier 6. That's still quite a ways off. She does have to complete the quest to get to that point. But in terms of trying to complete the quest, at least, I think she has made some very, very wise choices, some really great recognition of what minions and what things she needs to be buying right now to be able to actually get the stats added. As we've seen these slimes, a couple of slimes to get these shields here. She's gotten the battle cry effects, some undead with the gobbler, these blood gems from the quill bores. So, she's managed to find a lot of ways without there being kind of the quote unquote best minion types for actually adding stats. So definitely good recognition there for her. I would like to see if we can switch back over though to the other perspective and see now after a couple turns how it's been going.
For Tech On, okay. We're seeing some action here, some mech action with that Deflectobot already a 10 attack.
Yeah.
Seems to be looking good. Those spells, she has been putting those spells to good use, I think. Oh, there's a gas coder on the other other side. That's something big,
and
at least at this stage of the game.
Wow. Yeah, and the mechanized gift horse as well, just really helping summon a lot of extra beasts. Getting a
Yep.
lot of value there with the tripled
Pumping.
turtle.
Not getting the best value out of the refresh thanks to those not best hits, but I think this should be a tie. Oh no, it will bring the microbots back, or even better, the horses. No tie at all. Was like a solid
That's right.
100% win for Norki. But at the same time, I think this is solid direction for Tech Ono, right? She has the deflector bot, she has a ton of resets, she had some like scaling minion. I think her idea on some like value out of the Mystic Spore Bat with the extra tavern spells getting to her hand. I think that's kind of like a decent composition right now to even think about leveling again.
Yeah, she definitely could. She's got some ways to even get some minions here as well with the telescope, or she could hero power and see if she gets another tavern spell to generate another minion if she's really looking to get minions. And she can do all that and still level up to Tavern Tier 5. And there it is. Yep.
And there it is.
Strike
and
oil.
talking about leveling up, Norki went to 6 after the last fight. She's also feeling confident. I think that's key on this meta game for finding the scale, like your direction, the key pieces of your composition. Right now with this discovery, not the best, right?
Yeah. Also
Getting a pair at least.
Yeah, that could be helpful if she's able to find a triple out of it. Probably ends up selling it off not too long afterwards. But talking about the different comps, I think is also interesting. We've now seen several different board states, and I feel like the board states that we've seen all are starting to utilize death rattles, except for the one that we saw for Bitsu, who is playing as Denathrius with the quest that will benefit after she completes it of having death rattles triggering as additional time. So yeah, she's definitely going to have to get something together, especially since it seems like right now, at least, a lot of other people or several other people in the lobby are kind of taking other death rattle things. This is also going to be interesting because we kind of saw this. You were mentioning about the kind of comeback stories and things that we saw yesterday. Lilithy, who is in this lobby right now as well, she definitely had one of those stories yesterday where she didn't quite make it on that first day. She played yesterday and she like sneaked in. She just squeezed her way right into that top 4 on the last game, and part of that was thanks to mechs and tokens and like death rattles that just kept resummoning things. So I'm really curious to see if we're going to kind of see another story like that in this game, because there are a lot of different death rattles with the undead and the mechs and those beasts.
And talking about undeads and talking about death rattles, we saw Tech Ono grabbing Tidus from her first shop, so that might be a direction there. But still, it's not really clear. Like for making what you need, you still need like the Omega Buster, for example, to make a mech composition work with death rattles. You could always like pivot into undeads if you do it like soon enough in order to get those buff rollings. But talking about rolling, the Wheel of Joxaron is rolling, and we get to give a +3/+3 and shuffle the stats. Oh no, that deflector bot is sad.
It did get very sad. Oh no.
It was not part of the plan.
No. Oh.
You know, Yogg not always gives you. Sometimes I think Yogg is like kind of like pushing Tegona to like encouraging her to like go a different path.
Yeah.
Like that, you know. And don't go max. Just trust the process. Just go and it's your time. Now it's time to do it. And And
Yeah.
I think that's what happened right there with the shuffling stats.
Bitsu found an Eternal Summoner, though.
Mm-hmm.
On that other side, she got it.
And yep, that's more and more Eternal Knights with Reborn, like
Yeah.
and that's kind of like the business that the undeads have, like the unending swarm of minions, and it proves to be a good composition. I didn't expect Tikona to tie. I think she got some lucky hits in the end, but still, like Bitsu is gonna keep scaling for what we could tell. So that's
Yeah.
that's important to have in mind. Like, how can you compete that, not in this fight but long term? Are you scaling faster than your opponents? Are you scaling like slower? If not, you need to take like riskier lines.
Yeah.
We get a golden Geomagnus.
Yeah, not the one I think
Geomagus.
she wanted to hit. I think she really wanted to hit that Hawkstrider.
Yep.
Yeah, she's gonna buy it anyways. It's kind of an interesting card. I think we were talking about it here. Oh, she has the potential for a triple now as well.
But do you want to sell anything? Are you holding? Are you freezing the board for waiting for the next turn? Are you selling the mech, which is like the weakest part of your composition? Not the weakest, but not the one that works with your composition. Okay, there's another Eternal Summoner.
Yeah.
Is it today?
Second
Another
Eternal
Eternal Summoner. Is it today, Don? Is it today the day that we're gonna finally see an end game undead composition?
We might be seeing a couple of them depending on how this goes, but it's kind of interesting because there are only a select number of copies, especially once you get into those higher tiers, right? So there's only a certain number of Eternal Summoners that are going to be available. And with Tekono finding a few of those, that might make it more difficult for Bitsu to actually try to find like a second Eternal Summoner or a potential triple of Eternal Summoner, which would slow down her stat scaling that you were talking about.
Infinite, the amount of minions might be limited, but the amount of times we get to roll the Wheel of Yogg-Saron, it's infinite. We got some shuffling. It was not bad, to be honest. Like, I think it was decent for what it could have happened. Those taunt minions being the biggest one, it might kind of like, it gets you a bit exposed to what could happen. But I think this, all in all, it was it was a good turn for Tekono. And this is like the advantage of listening to Yogg-Saron. Like, she listened, she paid attention, she made the pivot to undead, and she got rewarded. She got like 2 Eternal Summoners the next turn. It's just all about like listening into the signals, into the whispers of this old gods.
That's right. Wow, and look at the other side of the board too. A bit of undead going on the other side. This, you might be right here. This might be the lobby that we finally actually see some undead performing pretty decently and doing some work here.
The only issue I'm sensing is that Tekono, I think she has she would have liked to have a more close fight, or a closer fight, sorry, to like summon more knights, right? Summon more Eternal Knights, because they for this composition to work, you need to keep summoning Eternal Knights for them to buff themselves.
Yeah.
So if you win by a landslide, those you're not summoning Eternal Knights at all. So that's kind of like not the kind of like you're not playing for your composition like by winning by much. And talking about winning, we have some players that are on the opposite side of the winning side. It's Nefrida bearing only at 1 life point after a fight against Denathrius. We have Monse at 5, Lilithy at 8, Persephone at 14, and those are the ones that are below the damage cap that is still on. And right now, this is the Road of Roasting. Oh no! Come on. Why on the first try? On the first try?
That was disappointing. Oh.
Rod of Roasting in Battlegrounds works that it starts like hitting and like giving stats to minions until one of those hits or either the bartender or your own face, and it was like straight up to like going to Bob.
Immediately went to Bob. Yeah. Yeah, it's you, you mentioned how the last couple of times you got the stats, you got the shuffling, and Tekono was listening. But what was that? What was that last one, Yog? What were you saying there? Saying no more stats for you. Start selling things.
Yep. It's start like this is on you now. It's not about how lucky you can get. Right now, I think she is at this time. Tekono is wondering about like playing Kel'Thuzad or not. Like what does she want to resummon? Considering like the not everything, like when it gets resummoned, it's resummoned like as a plain, like as an exact copy. And since you also get the death rattle, like it's kind of like working pretty fine. Look at all this buffing happening thanks to the Hawks Rider. And this is probably the last time we're gonna be seeing Barop this lobby, right? With the Eternal Knight summoning, with all the death throttle happening. There are stats on the other side, but the double death throttle by Titus, and with a pretty thick body, actually, those 30 stats on health like makes it a hard board to kill.
Yeah,
right? It's not about sniping the Baron anymore. It's not about sniping the Titus. It will be there. Even like you have to hit it like with heavy ammunition for that to happen. And talking about ammunition, like also Monza was hit, and she is also leaving the lobby at the last place. Remember, like the 7th and 8th players, since they were knocked out at the same turn, they're gonna be splitting the points, so they're gonna be having 1.5 point each, as we're starting to see on our left player standings. That will be updated once all the action starts happening, thanks to Celtica, who is amazing at her job.
Yes, absolutely.
That's quite the army you're
More Undead Reborn, give your Undead 6 health. That's kind of like a good way, but do you want to get rid of anything you have on the board? That's kind of like my only thought about it. It's like, oh, another Hawk Rider. You buy that. You buy those.
Yes.
And now we're gonna be facing Bitsu.
Yep.
Also, who was also kind of like playing an undead comp when we left higher point of view.
Ooh. Picking up an Eternal Knight is kind of interesting there.
Yeah, it's already at 12-8, so it's gonna keep scaling. Oh, and there's a trip. Is that a triple? Right, it's a triple. Yeah. It's an Eternal Summoner triple.
Yep. She's just gonna
she's selling everything. Yeah.
She's just going for that triple right now.
And with the Kel'Thuzad, actually, you don't mind if you have any open board positions. You can always fill it. Not gonna go for the discovered this turn, I think.
Oh, she's going for another Kel'Thuzad.
Oh,
wow!
And are you playing the second Hawks Rider, or you're like trying to make sure you have enough board space for the summons, and then like do it once it's safe? Okay, talking about Hawks Rider.
Yeah,
this is where Hawks Riders are.
So I think she does want to leave that space because of kind of what we're seeing here, which is exactly the kind of problem that you brought up earlier, right? Where, she has gotten this all these stats going. She's gotten to have the Eternal Summoner killed off a couple of times, but on the other side, she hasn't won as many fights or actually killed off as many of the Knights themselves. So now we're seeing in this kind of Eternal Knight back and forth, Bitsu's Eternal Knights were much higher statted.
Yep. And I felt that battle at the end, like that meme with the two persons like stretching their arms, like stretching their hands, because that was like a good that was good business for both of them. Like the more the Eternal Knights that died, the more the bigger they get for the next round. So they might be starting to stomp the lobby after this kinds of fight. So
Yeah.
I feel that no one wasn't happy about that how it finished. And look at that, talking about Death Rattles, talking about Hawks Rider, talking about making stuff big. A Golden Hawks Rider for Tech Ono, who is starting to feel like this lobby could be hers.
I mean, over the last 2 turns, she has found 3 really good triples. That is huge. I mean, being able to triple that Eternal Summoner, triple the Kel'Thuzad, and triple the Hawkstrider now.
Yeah, it's like 2 like Tavern 6 triples and 1 Tavern 5 triples. You're saying like they're not infinite copies. It's not just rolling the dice. Like those minions start like disappearing from the shop, especially when you're competing against others for the same minions.
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy, and how it's it, and you know, it's kind of like a lucky a lucky run for Tech Ono, but it's not like that. That's the lucky part, but the not lucky part, I was recognizing where when to pivot, where to go to. Like when she bought the Baron, she was not clear. Like it was not clear if it was like a mech comp or an undead comp, and then she instantly like pivoted to undead once he saw that Eternal Summoner, and she got rewarded for that, like leaning into something that could turn into an endgame comp. So I like how she played this game, and I think it's nice to see that that she's getting rewarded for that.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, this placement here as well. I think also putting out another body on the board. It looks like she's going for kind of initial board stats as opposed to if she had left another space on the board, the Hawkstrider would have summoned at least 1 Eternal Knight immediately, which she could have gotten that killed off. But yeah, it looks like she's just going for the initial board stats here, and then saying, it's okay if I don't kill off, as many Eternal Knights. I'll kind of get there eventually.
Yeah, like with the 100 statted minions, I think she'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
I think this is this is a proof of like how that Hawks Rider is kind of crazy. It's when you get to assemble the right combo pieces, it's like Exodia. It's hard for anyone to stop you, because even like start thinking about, okay, how do you counter like really big stats? Okay, you can counter them with venomous minions, but behind those big stats there's another layer of big stats, and there's another layer of big stats, so it's not as easy as that.
Yeah, so we will see Tech Ono knock out Persephone.
Okay, it was
3.
There was a slaughter. Persephone was knocked out. Merendar was knocked out. Lilith was knocked out. We're down to the top 3 between Norki at the top of the pyramid, Tech Ono, and Bitsu as the other player, and it's Norki playing beasts, Tech Ono playing undeads, and Bitsu playing kind of like a Death Rattle composition. Are we facing the Death Rattle lobby once and for all? Those comps that we said, okay, we haven't seen this. Are the gods pleasing the casters at once?
I guess so. Which, okay, talking about that bees, I am so curious now. I would love if we could switch back over to Bitsu's perspective now, because
it's Norki's. Yeah, right, because she's facing the beasts.
Yeah. So then this way we'll get to see what's been going on there with Snake Eyes with Norki, because I don't think we've really gotten to see it at all yet.
Yeah.
So
I think every player has dodged her. Like every player that we were being expecting has been dodging her, and now we get to be surprised about what's this composition. I kind of like not believe it. There's another like golden Hawks Rider here.
Yeah.
There's 2 Eternal Summoners. Stuff is happening. The lighter also as a machine gun, and we have a beast composition with Baron, with the Octosari, but I'm not sure if this is gonna work after everything that fired up, especially like
Oh
winning
my
that coin
gosh.
flip. About like winning the Hawks Rider coin flip, it was huge.
This is still a lot of stats, though. There's quite a few stats on both sides, but yeah, these Death Rattle synergies and these Death Rattle comps, the way that this game has kind of panned out has been really, really interesting, because we talked about the different minion types that are in this lobby, and there's beasts and mechs and the undead all together here, and the way that these players have kind of mixed and matched these to, like we're seeing on the other side for Norki. Obviously, she has been doing incredibly well up until this fight. The way she kind of has an undead, but also mechs, but also death rattle kind of like mix is really interesting. It's going off of the death rattles, but
Wait a minute. Did Tekono die to the ghost?
it looks like it.
That just happened? Oh, whoa! What? I can't imagine. Like, who? Like, was she fighting Lilthi? I can't imagine what happened there. That was like, that was a big surprise for me.
I don't know what Lilith's board was.
Because Tekono was pretty big one. Was a pretty big one.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh, a
that's
second lighter
we
fighter.
we keep getting surprised by what's happening here, and yeah, another light fighter to set everything on fire. Like in this kind of like showdowns, it's super important that coin flip on like which Hawk Rider triggers first. Because once you have like a light fighter, you just kill the important pieces of your opponent before they trigger. You kill the Hawks Rider before it triggers. So that's something that went onto Beats' side last time. But at the same time, we saw that there were a lot of stats remaining after the win be at the Eternal Summoner and the Eternal Knights. Not sure what can Bitsu pull off to start countering this. Sorry, what Norki could do to start countering this.
Well, I think it's also incredibly important that Bitsu, as you mentioned, that the Hawkstrider kind of triggered first on Bitsu's side, because Bitsu does not have the Titus to get the double death rattles, whereas
true.
Norki does. So on the other side, which we're seeing it all go off on that other side first, but it's all doubled, which might make it a little bit more tricky now for Bitsu to actually kill all of this off the same
But
way
still,
she did.
she added a second lighter, so
She did pick that up, yeah.
I think that proves like this machine gun. There's almost nothing alive. One of the most important, the Banana Slama was alive, so that improved the stats of the rest of the composition.
Yeah.
But once again, look at how many layers there are behind those Eternal Summoners. Each Eternal Summoner has like what, 150 stats inside of them. So I kind of like expect this to go. Okay, no, it's 150 stats, and they have Reborn, so
Yeah.
it's 300 inside of each of them. Oof. This is a game. There's a tier 6 minion there already, so we see Bitsu pulling off the undead win.
Wow, that game was incredible. I think especially because it was the way we ended up spectating was really interesting, because we got to see two players who were kind of going for similar comps, or at least a couple of those kind of key minions with the Eternal Summoners and going for those Eternal Knights. And they both went very far in the lobby, but it kind of ended very differently, right? As one player got knocked out to a ghost, and then one player ended up winning the lobby. So kind of interesting how that ended up panning out. But yeah, some undead, but the death rattles were just going off that game.
Yeah, I love like to see once again the death rattle composition like working. Those Eternal Knights, they're just popping and popping and popping like 50/50s and whatnot. That unending amount of undeads. It was nice for change. we've seen like a lot of lobbies dominated by dragons, by demons, by elementals. All those 3 tries were out, so it was like there was room for innovation. There was room for beast compositions. There was room for undead compositions, and I'm glad we got to see those. And we still have a lot ahead of us. We still have like other 8 lobbies. We still have the definitions for this semifinal. So what do you say? Is it time for a breakdown?
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll jump into game number 2, where we'll find out where the points will stand after that second game.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
And welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to jump into our game number 2 for the day. Now, Rain, we just saw some pretty explosive death rattles in game number 1, and we can see there the point standings after that first game. You were talking about earlier how close some of these tiebreakers, some of these standings have been for players to either make it into top 4s and move on, or not. How do you think that is going to impact this second game?
Well, it's time to start thinking about like how many points do I need to get into the next round. So if you expect the cut to be around 16, maybe. So for Monse and Neflida, that's making extra 14 points right now. So that's like 2 third places. So they both need to aim high at this point. For on the other side, for Bitsu, Norki, or Tekono, hey, they might be getting away with getting 2 5-point, 4-point lobbies, for example. So they can start playing it safe. Sometimes that influences what heroes you pick, because some heroes are more high rolly than others. They are like kind of like hit or miss, and if you hit, it's amazing. If you miss, it's just a top 8. But in some situations, those are the heroes you need to fulfill your needs. So that's one thing that it will start playing as this second lobby, in which we have beasts, demons, mechs, quilbers, and undeads. Undeads, I think they're already a staple after all what we wind on the previous days. We'll get to see demons once again. Let's see if those compositions can outstat the undeads we saw on the previous lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. We don't have quite the same mix of heroes as we did last time, although we do have all 3 of the new heroes, it looks like, in this lobby.
Mm-hmm.
So can you walk us through the heroes?
We have on one of the new heroes, Taethalan Blood Watcher, we have Monse, then Tikados playing as Norki, we have Neflida as the Lich King, we have Tekono as EDC, the band manager, Lilithy as Theron Gorfrin for more death rattle action. We have Persephone with Dr. Holiday, another of the new heroes. The third new hero is on Bitsu's hands with those lucky rolls. And Merendar as Ingel, the Iron Him, giving minions stealth equal to health equal to your tier, like swaps between attack and health. So some buffing action there, some tempo action there for them who were like knocked out at the same time of some others. So those 0.3, those 0.5 will start playing on as tiebreakers once we start finishing this lobby. And
Yeah.
what's the curve you like with ETC? Because you're discovering a body, it unlocks, like it starts unlocking.
Mm-hmm.
Is it when's the time to push the button? That's kind of like my question all the time, because I love pushing the button, but if you it's not time. It's
Okay. So, we just saw a bunch of death rattles work out really well last game. Maybe this is going to be it. But yeah, this is really good tempo, regardless, right? This is going to summon multiple bodies. This is going to be bringing out some pretty good, hopefully pretty good results in terms of the fight. We've seen the last few fights here be just ties, which is totally fine as well. For the early game, but this might give Tech Ono a little bit of an advantage here in this next fight.
And once Tech Ono like survives the early game, if she's not one of the first one to go down, she bangs some points. It would be fine for her because she got a third place in the last lobby. If she helps, if she just adds enough like a top 4 finish, she'll be cruising for the final. So that's something we just need to have in mind when choosing their strategies. Talk about strategies. How many board space do you want to leave right now? You wanna check? Okay, another. Ooh. After you kill a second minion, each combat get a plain copy of it. That's not bad.
Yeah, Henchman's pretty interesting with what she already has on the board as well. Really interesting kind of a mix of these buddies here.
Yeah, and the like it's an economy piece also, right? Because it gives you some extra minions and any economy piece that you can afford to have on the board while not losing too much in amounts of tempo. It's a good catch, because if not, like if you're able to invest in the first few turns some health, even if you're losing the first fight, you're not taking that much damage, and you are able to invest that into economy that will allow you to get to the higher tiers sooner than your opponents. That will unlock you the better minions before them. So that's kind of like a cool strategy that you can have in mind. Gono facing Norki right now with which already a big Grave Gobbler that
yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to feel about that minion, honestly. It's kind of like, do I want to kill my minions without selling them? It's kind of like I don't know. I understand that the case that you mentioned, like with a micro mummy or with other like reborn stuff. Okay, I'm getting some stats and then selling them, so I'm not actually losing much. But I don't know. It's kind of like strange for me still. Discover a quest?
Yeah. I mean, just to get some 8 gold is not bad at all here. Minions dying and summoning minions both seem like pretty good options right now with those death rattles. Which one did she go for there?
She went for summon 16 minions, which is less than dying, and you can complete them by playing minions already. So I think it's this is an amazing setup for that quest. Honestly, it was handpicked from Tech Ono, because like she's summoning 3 minions every turn from the Soul Keeper. She's summoning 2 extra from the Recent Rider, so that's 5 a turn that happened like automatically. This means that in the next 2 turns, she'll be at 12. Buying like 4 more minions will complete her quest and give her like 8 gold. So it's a pretty decent way of like banking 8 gold and without deviating much from her original plan. The one thing that we were mentioning before with Saturday After's quest.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's pretty good too. Just that additional economy. We've kind of been talking about that over the course of the last several days. And you can see it a lot as well in some of the heroes that are performing very well after this latest patch and in this new season so far. With heroes like Snake Eyes that can get additional economy on the very first turn with that hero power. Even some of the heroes like we saw yesterday with being able to use a hero power to actually get a bunch of gold in one turn, or to be able to steal a bunch of minions or something, generate additional spells or minions, just gives so much value.
Value, that Apostle of Galacron, replacing cards in the town with ones with higher tier, could be pretty useful, especially after leveling up, how Tekono did. Not sure if this is the time to do it, because you might want to play it and just take advantage of that. And looking at that quest progression, she's at 10. So if this fight goes as we think it would go, it would be kind of completed after this fight or after playing the next minion. This is pretty good news because Tekono could even level up next turn, play a minion, and then have extra 8 gold to buy tier even tier 6 minions if she's able to get any good refreshes, and tier 5 minions after playing the Apostle of Galacron, they'll go to 6 without hurting much her board or her economy. She's still developing something into the board. This is not a great board for turn 6, but still it's a full board. She's at 30 health, so she's kind of healthy and leveling up. So that's some good news for her.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Even though she doesn't necessarily have the strongest looking board, we were talking about last game how some of the minions that were getting discovered or picked were kind of not really fitting into anything, or they were needing other pieces. And this is a board where she has just gone for the way that they're working together to create, as you said, this kind of quest completion and looking to just kind of get to a higher tavern tier. Yeah, we see she's losing this fight because she doesn't have a lot of stats. She hasn't found those things, but she's kind of going for a different goal with, I think, what she's picked and how she's kind of worked this all together here.
Yeah, she went for the greedy line, right? And in the greedy line, you expect to go down in health, start losing some fights, to start to start bleeding and needing to stabilize at the mid game. That's I think that's the idea Tekono has for this game. And she hasn't been able to roll some Tavern 5 minions.
Yes.
There's the first one with the Matador. Not sure if this is enough to go and feel like playing the Galacron one, but still okay. When you sell this, discover a Dark Moon price.
I mean, the fact that she's already gotten to tier 5, this seems pretty good.
Yep. And let me check the rest of the lobby, but I think this Bitsu, it's in Tavern tier 5, and Tekono, besides those, no one is in Tavern tier 5, and Bitsu is willing to do that because she probably has been rolling lucky for a while with those with that extra gold. But this is the way that Battlegrounds is right now. It's not super greedy, but economy heroes that allow you to tavern up are really important.
Yeah. Oh, there's a couple of Tavern tier 5 minions.
And let's see if it's worth a freeze. Okay, Omega Buster there, the Murloc with Venomous also.
Yeah, I mean, it's giving her a bit of a potential direction to start working towards now, getting those Tavern tier 6. If she grabs both, maybe she can start working towards some sort of like menagerie style comp. But even just grabbing the Murloc with the Venomous at this point can help, because we've already talked about the fact that she is a bit behind in terms of her stats and kind of the tempo side of things. But having that Venomous would help her just, take out something that's a bit larger on the other side that she's not able to kill.
And she has a ton of resummons, so like the Avenge will likely trigger. So that's another win. I think that's another thing that goes with her composition right now.
Yeah.
Still losing, and now it's time to start worrying about, because you're what, at 11 health after this hit.
Yep.
This is the time that you need to stabilize. Right now, there's no more time to speculate, to greed stuff out. It's time to do what you need. And okay,
The goggles?
still, all the minions, I kind of like that.
I mean, she gets both of those Tavern Tier 6 minions.
It still has 12 gold to work with.
Yeah.
To like find the rest of the pieces. I'm wondering, like, if there's anything you want to do before stealing them. I wouldn't roll, because I think this is something decent that even the Sly Raptor, like summoning stuff, it's decent enough. Some Hawk Strider.
The Hawk Strider too.
Yep, I think we're going that way.
I think she could use 1 or 2 mechs here to kind of help with the Mega Buster, but the Buster.
Yeah, the Mega Buster. Okay,
really
another
find
leveling
any,
up.
though.
This is like going all
Yeah.
or nothing right now at this time.
Well, we're going to see if it is enough here to keep her in the game. She might have greeted a little bit too long.
Sometimes it's tempting, right? You just
Yeah.
want to, you just, there's just one more, just one
I
piece
mean-
away. And you start facing a tempo comp like this one.
Yeah.
And it might be hard, but on the other side, there are no big minions. I mean, high tavern minions. So she might be able to resist a blow
Yeah.
and not die, because there's no like tavern 4 minions, tavern 5 minions. So that's something to like think about and like be positive about. And even with this Murloc regaining Venomous, I think she'll be able to take some other minions.
Oh. No.
Okay, it was not that bad. It's losing, but it's not dying. So
Yeah, she's not dead. Okay, well, let's switch over to another perspective here and see what else is going on in the lobby. We're going to jump over to Persephone. And again, more of these death rattles, some undead things going on here, but she's got kind of a mix of these undead and the mechs, but it's more focused on the death rattles, it looks like.
Yep, with the parrot on the front, like triggering another minion death rattle. It's like the cheap version of the Hawks Rider. You need for him to attack to work. It's not a starter combat effect, but it's how she's getting the value out of those death rattles, the extra value out of those death rattles being at Tavern 4 at this time, and playing against Norki at this time against Tikados. Not sure, like the actual, since we've seen like only one point of view. I'm not sure about the whole power level of the lobby. So this could be enough with like even like without refreshes of without deflectable refreshes. This could be enough to get a good to get a good fight and just stay over the damage cap until it's done. Persephone is at 4.3 points after the first lobby, so it's in the middle of the pack. Like if she gets another top 4, she might be able to just cruise on the last lobby. That's an important thing to think about. And going with the tempo option at this turn.
Yeah, I think part of that was she tried to go for that telescope, and it discovered some really very sad undeads. It was all like tier 1 undeads that just did not really do a lot, sadly. So we had to kind of see her make a little bit of a shift. She sold off, played it for the battle cry effect, but then she kind of had to sell off and go a little bit of a different direction. I think she was hoping for a better undead minion from that telescope, but unfortunately it just didn't work. So she went that
Yeah,
tempo
she's still holding the Titus freeboot to get her death rattles
Yeah.
triggered twice the next turn. So there is some room there to like improve a bit. And
Yeah.
look at that, by 1 minion
Yeah.
winning, not that even lethal. But there are 2 players who kind of like are leaving the lobby. Tech Ono was not able to stabilize, as we were seeing. She kept on bleeding, and Lilithy also ending up at the bottom of the pack. They are both sharing 1.5 points for their results. And now we're seeing a lobby which is kind of like healthy. Besides Norki, which is at 11 points, all the other 5 players are above the damage cap. So this could go on for a while.
How many more triggers of these death rattles can she find? Or is she going to hope to find here?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. At least at Tavern Tier 4, I cannot think about them. I think, yeah. Going up a level, especially now that you're covered, even if you lose by a lot the fight. There's another Anubrakan to take a pair. If you think you're like going full undead and death rattles, that could be an idea.
I like that choice of going up to 5. I think she's going to want to really try to find that Titus at this point, get those double death rattles.
And I like this pivoting out of the deflector bot. I think it was an agility minion for the mid game, but right now it's not part of her composition. She wasn't able to find like any other resets, or like, I think one thing with undeads is like you cannot go halfway. You need like to commit all into them, because the synergies are like slowly building up. So to not get to the party that late, or to have enough stats to build up a late game composition, you need to like go all in as soon as you can. For those Anumbracans, death rattles to activate as fast as they can to get those even Eternal Summoners if you're on that side of the Eternal Knights, if you're on that side of the composition. And I'm not sure if this is because we kind of like talk about the undead on day number 1 and like not working on day number 2, but this is all we're seeing this on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. You know what it is that these players are trying to bring themselves back from the dead, so they're going undead. They're like, I'm in the lower part of the bracket for these standings. I need to bring myself up here, so I'm just gonna go for these.
And undeads are starting to scale. Those death rattles gaining more and more attack. This is gonna be a tight fight, but it was like, if you started counting minions and layers, I think the battle was always going to Persephone's side. And talking about something going not how they expected, Norki was knocked out this last fight in the 6th position. Bitsu is at 14 life, below the damage cap. That could be another play that could be eliminated. And right now, Persephone is fighting Neflida, who is represented by the Lich King. And it's like, probably hasn't lost a fight in the whole lobby. Like, it seems to be at full health at this point of the game.
Full health and still has armor. And also, one thing that I want to bring up that's kind of interesting in terms of who's gotten knocked out already is already Tech Ono and Norki, right? 2 of the 3 players that have gotten knocked out were players that were in the top 3 in the first game. So they had good results first game and less than ideal results in the second game, which means that that third game for them is going to be very, very crucial. And they are going to have good results in game number 3 to be able to secure a spot in the top 4 for this lobby.
And that kind of like rises the bar for everyone. Oh, there's
Yeah.
a Titus there.
Well,
There's a
because it
Titus
also,
there.
yeah, there it is. This also means that the players now who are doing well in this lobby were the players who maybe didn't do as well in the game number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So game number 3 is going to be a very, very tight game for a lot of these players.
Oh, look at this composition. This was what I was playing Neflida. Some lighter composition, but I'm not sure if this is the best way to go against undeads. With all the summons and
yeah,
I think they kind of like don't mind that much, but still like all on the Frida side, okay. I must regret what I said because I didn't see that that resummoning that the ability to resummon more and more lighters was pretty key to just end up the fight. There were no that many layers on Persephone's side.
Although, for her benefits, there still is 5 players in the game, which means there is that damage cap at 15 still in effect. If that damage cap were not in effect there, she would have been knocked out right now, but she does have another chance, and now she's facing a ghost and found a triple, like right off the bat. So it's kind of starting to work in her favor where maybe she can actually sneak in one more fight, live just one more or 2 turns longer, and get those extra value points. If somebody else gets knocked out in 5th and she can get a 4th or a 3rd place, that's those extra points that she was really going to need if she wants to try to get into the top 4 after next game.
Yeah, I think that is important to think about and to speculate. Okay, I was gonna lose. I'm above the damage cap. I'm not that worried. And just losing by that much left her with the possibility of fighting the ghost as well and leveling to tier 6. So this could be a good turnaround point for Persephone to start catching up and looking towards. Why not? Maybe like a top 3 position if she's lucky enough that 2 players get knocked out and this in this next fight. No, 2 players they cannot like because I think Monse it's I was checking on the health total. She's at 17, so she's safe for now. So, but at least like any position you advance and you progress, it's another point, especially between the top 4 and top 5. Those differences are much higher given how the point structure for this tournament is.
Yeah, and as well, talking about getting lucky, I think as well. Not only did we see her kind of stay out of the damage cap there, we also saw her then face into this ghost and get that triple, but she also was able to find the Venomous. And I think that with all of her reborns and stuff as well, the Venomous, that might be enough to get her into 3rd place. But we'll see what's going to happen here as she's going to face into a player who also just found a triple. But who is that on Tailothin that is now below her in health?
It's a Monse who got a huge hit. But it was at 17, so she was able to survive one more turn. And the thing that this her last Monse's last fight was against Merendar, who is Persephone's next opponent. So you might wanna be just wondering if that's the best way. Okay, 3 wishes. I was not checking what was happening on the board and. You get a triple.
Huge.
Oh,
less huge. Oh, no. that was so exciting, and then it was very sad.
Yeah. Like, even the Eternal Summoner, like with Eternal Knights not being that big, but with a lot of attack would have been a good pick at this time. There's another. Like there's a Hawks Rider there to maybe add some stats, but I'm not sure if it's something you can freeze or
Yeah,
buy.
I don't-
Okay, right now you can justify a bit more the freeze because you have a Titus there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she just really has to hope that she's gonna live through this here.
Live to see another day.
Yeah.
Let's check what's the stats on the other side.
That golden lighter having taunt as well is ugh.
And
Taking
eliminating
out- and
the
there's no
venomous
board
minion.
space for it as well.
Still, I think this fight might be close. Oh, well, because
Yeah, because of
I
all the
was
additional
thinking,
resummons.
yeah, the issue is like how, like, it doesn't matter that the extra health went to Titus with only like 10 attack because all the
Right.
minions on Persephone's side were like kind of like small in health. Like they could be knocked out by a 10 health minion, and this is
Yeah.
what we see with Persephone getting the lethal blow, but being eliminated at the same time as Monse. So like sharing 5 points each. That's not that bad.
Yeah. Which does mean that there are 3 players left. We're going to jump in onto one of those other perspectives. We did have Monse lined up as our secondary perspective, which, yeah, unfortunately, as you mentioned, both getting knocked out there at the same time. But this is going to be really close in these points after the second game. I cannot believe this. And I'm glad that I am not competing in this because this seems incredibly stressful. I think these players are handling this extremely well so far from their play. They're just keeping their cool.
And once again, the fleet that was one of the first players to be knocked out in the first lobby is making like kind of like a comeback in the second lobby. So it seems for what we can see that like from first to last, like besides like Bitsu, who is still alive and like had a good result on the like won the first lobby, like all the other like 7 players will be packed onto like like a 3-point or 4-point difference entering the last fight, the last game. That's something that that will rise my stress levels to the maximum.
Also, very interesting, the Mecha Jiraxis giving a couple of those rusted Reggies, which are the Wind Fury and can magnetize to the mechs or demons, means that we saw her magnetize one of them onto a lighter fighter, but she could magnetize onto some of these large demons. She can magnetize onto the second lighter fighter with the second one if she wants. But also just kind of an interesting combination with the, having it attack into something. But also, it's kind of weird to give the lighter fighter that you kind of want it to die, that Wind Fury, when at this point, a lot of these minions are starting to get some pretty decent health, and it's likely that there's not even going to be a second attack anyways.
Yep, that is true. Like, well, you can guarantee that it's gonna die by giving them like Wind Fury. That's a good thing.
True.
I think. And for what I'm seeing, those Ursuls are kind of like a barricade to protect the Kangor, which is a key piece of this pseudo combo build that is based on those lighters, and I think it's gonna work well against undead as long as they are like what we saw from Persephone, like high attack but low health. So those death rattles from the lighters are like just wiping boards out.
Yeah.
But once you face something that's a bit bigger, that could become a problem because like 5 damage each might not be enough to eliminate a minion.
Yeah, there's some really interesting choices here going on for Naflita with like potentially taking that Mad Matador if she wants. Maybe she wants to grab the Eternal Summoner. She opted for actually going for the tavern spell to just give everything some additional stats. But there's kind of, it seemed like she kind of paused there and was really debating about what she wanted to do with that last shop, as well as the cards in hand, right? So now keep buffing those stats on these taunts, as you mentioned, to kind of help continue protecting that Kangor, kind of let the mechs get killed off first, have the taunt stick around, and then have that Kangor be a little bit more effective.
And this Worgen is not actually a problem, because that's one thing that Nephilia wants, those lighters to die as soon as possible for them to be resummoned by Kangor. So, far, so good for Nephilia.
But on the other side, there's that huge amount of health that you were talking about too, where those lighters were not quite as effective, and the poison hits into the other. Oh my gosh. That was a really bad hit for Nephlida here. I don't think these lighter fighters are going to be able to deal quite enough to these higher health on the other side for Bitsu.
No, those abominations are gonna resist.
Wow, yeah.
They're gonna tank every shot, and still.
It's not the end.
Yeah. She was like
she had a lot of health.
Super healthy. Entering this final combats, and we're seeing a Kangor there.
Yeah, another
with
Kangor.
The intent of like making it golden, maybe. I think that's a way to improve her composition at this moment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that soul rewinder sits, because it's not rewinding anything. So she could even like put a second Kangor on the board just to add some more lighter action.
Does she want to take that tavern spell to set something to 2020 worth of stats? Maybe the Murloc?
Well, we see that the Murloc or the Kangor would be good good hits.
But nope, not opting for it. Going to go for a bit more of just playing out some demons.
Yeah, playing the demons to enlarge those or souls. Not
still
getting
more?
the best out of this.
Yeah.
And now she's facing Merendar, who has a demon comp, a sizable demon comp to be sure. And I'm while those souls are big, I'm not sure if those numbers are enough for. Okay, they might be enough. It's a shame that like she got to go second, so she was suffering that Witcher effect.
Yeah.
But could this be enough? There's 100 and something.
I don't think it's gonna be.
Yeah,
close,
the Witcher effect was what was the problem there? If she could have been able to snipe it by going first with those lighters, it could have been a good target. Right now, she's just holding on, resisting, trying to dodge the fights, dodge being knocked out, and now she's fighting the once again the Persephone's corpse. And she was able to win that fight some time ago. So probably not a problem to do that again right now.
It's also kind of interesting because, like you were saying, she's just holding on, right? She's at this 3 health now. She's just kind of hovering, clutching to these last few hit points. And now, because she's facing into the ghost, that does mean that the other 2 are facing into each other. And if one of them can kill the other one off, she will get that many more points. And finding this triple pretty important here. Again, I'm not sure if these are the minions that she was really looking for.
Still, like the fact that she was able to make that lighter triple, that guarantees better resummons from the Kangor Apprentice, guarantees like better like activations from the Hawks Rider.
Yes.
So worst case scenario, that's a good roll. Was a good turn. Not sure how will that work towards the next the next fight, not this one, but the one after the this one, because those that is the one that you will be needing some extra stats. And right now, I'm wondering if like the reborn goes to the lighter actually, because you don't have 2 mechs to bring back, so maybe better to just to reborn the lighter and bring 2 lighters with the Kangaroo Apprentice.
Yeah, and it looks like she is going for that here. I'm also really curious about this cultist Thara. I mean, bringing back the first demon that dies is right now a pretty small demon with the Feldrake thing there, but
if you get rid of the Feldrake, it would be an Ursul. So,
but is that good to bring back? Because it's not gonna. It depends on how many stats are on the other side and how many answers there are.
Yeah, that's always true. It depends. Like if you're facing, like you get to bring it back if it's like a counter with a Witcher or whatever. So that's kind of like a safeguard. And we're seeing that the reach of these lighters, once they're golden, it's way more interesting than what it was on the turns before.
Yeah.
So I think she might be able to get a chance on this last fight. And let's check. Okay.
Yeah.
We've seen Merendar going down, so this got Nafrida to the 2nd place.
It did.
We're pretty happy, and Bitsu probably is pretty happy as well, because like banking a 1st place in the first squad in the first round in the first game, and now a top 2 at least, probably super happy for on her spot, like kind of like guaranteeing like making it to the finals and kind of like guaranteeing the at least $100 in prize money for getting into the top 8. We have 7 goals here to invest. We have another lighter there.
There is.
What's the way you want to go? You want to go another lighter or go with the cultist Satara?
She's really debating about it. You can see her just kind of shuffling the minions around in the tavern. Like, she is really thinking about it. Like, do I want this 2nd lighter? Is that really the path I want to go down?
Yeah, next turn, the death rattles like pop twice. It's a Titus tribute was super clutch in this at this moment, because this is the final fight for her. So I think it's important. Okay, she went for the lighter, and I think she might be. No, is she tossing anything?
She's just building up as much stats as she can on these demons here before getting this lighter out. And now that she has the 2nd lighter, she can put that reborn back on that Kangor instead of putting it on that golden lighter fighter here. And now this, as you said, could be the final fight. The lighter fighters triggering off of this Hawkstrider, killing off the Worgen on the other side. Seems pretty good for Naflida.
Yes, and I think there's gonna be enough room on the board to resummon both the lighters and the reborn copy of Kangar, which is amazing. You have the venomous effect to kill a big minion. I think if still you have the one of the Ursuls tanking, and this is probably gonna be game for Naflida with all those activations, and still the Ursul on the board, still the Morlock on the board with Reborn, and okay, it was actually a good game with Naflida just holding and understanding how to adapt. I'm pretty happy for her.
Yeah, and a couple of those things working out really well, right? Like being able to kind of sneak in under that damage cap, then face into a ghost and get the triple, and then kind of ending up where she was able to then again a couple fights later stay alive and then fight a ghost again and see someone else get knocked out to sneak into a better position, and then at the end there just adding tons of stats, like right on that last turn, and picking up that 2nd lighter fighter was pretty great, because as we mentioned, then she was able to put the reborn back on that Kangor, so she kind of shifted that reborn around back and forth where she was able to need it every fight, and that it just worked out so well for her there.
Yeah, it was amazing. Also understanding like how to adapt. I think that was like the part, like what path should I take. It was a lot. It had a lot to do with what was she facing in that last fight. She knew like if she could increase the stats from the Ursuls, she will be in a way better position than just resummon one of those or like trying to squeeze out that, because that could die to the Worgen as we mentioned, or like have a help brother on that side. So I'm pretty happy to see the effort and the insight about like scouting your opponent like paying off for her, especially after like seeing how she had an amazing start. She had to pivot. She had like some rough fights, but still like surviving there. And okay, this is the final fight. This is the time where I go like Jada's blessing and just putting all in into the board to make the game count for that, and that yielded her like 2 extra points. So she's probably catch up to the lobby. We'll see the standings once we get back from our break. But I'm pretty happy and excited to see the next game, because it's gonna be a hard one for everyone.
Yeah, it definitely is. So if you are rooting for any of these players, or you're just curious to see which of the 4 of these 8 will move into the finals and make it into that top 8 where the money is, then you don't want to miss this next game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast.
It's electric.
With an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to jump into game number 3 of our first lobby. And Rain, this game number 3 is going to decide the first 4 of our top 8. And it is going to be a very close, intense one based on these points. I mean, look at how close some of these players are. 11.5, 11.3, 11, 9.3, 8.5. Those are so close.
Yeah, those standings, like the 6th and the 2nd place, are just trapped between 3 points. So it's gonna be a tough fight. Even Monse being like 5 points, like 4.5 points behind Norki, who is the last player to be qualifying to the finals. She's also she has like a decent chance of getting there. I'm rooting for her. She's one of our LATAM representatives, so I hope she can like catch up with the lobby. Right now, we're expecting Bitsu, who is one of the players that has like an easy start for us to say. She's at 18 points, like 6.5 points above the 2nd place. So probably she's pretty relaxed about what could happen in this 3rd game.
Yeah, there still could be a little bit of pressure for her to just kind of make sure that things don't go very, very wrong. If she gets an 8th place, goes up to 19 points, and some of the people in the middle do very, very well, she could be at that like fourth, third, fourth spot, and being in that potential fourth spot, as we've seen throughout the last couple of days, could be only 1 point difference. So it could be a little bit scary, but yeah, she's probably pretty safe here at that 18 points.
Yes,
so I think it's just going to be making sure that she doesn't like let anything go completely awry in this third game.
Yeah, I want to make some math out of that. Like, but before, let's go over the players and the heroes. We have Merendar as Lord Borov. We have Norki as Yasharash. We have Neflida as Rockmaster Boone. Bitsu as Bran, as we see right now. Persephone as Thel and Bloodwatcher. Tegono as Snake Eyes. Lilith as the Rat King, and Monse as Dr. Holiday. Like, if I make my mind, like if I start adding stuff, like 4 players should overcome Bitsu for her not to make it to the final. So Persephone needs to win the lobby to go over the 19 points that Bitsu has guaranteed, like even going last. Norki needs to get second to get to the same place, to get to 19. Then with first and second like taken, the next best amount of points is 7 for Merendar. That would get her like below 19. So I think Bitsu, no matter what happens, is gonna be on the finals according to what I'm seeing right now. But still, like I think that you never want to like get out of your like concentration or your focus, because refocusing to the finals could be something hard. So that's something that you don't want to relax even with a result guaranteed. And talking about some of the initial consideration for these lobbies, we see that we have in this game Beast, Demon, Mechs, Murlocs, and Pirates. I think we haven't seen Pirates in the whole day, right?
No, so far the first 2 games have not had pirates in them. So yeah, this will be the first time that we're seeing pirates.
So good. I think Pirates, it's kind of like they are kind of like a good target for Bran with the constant cycling and the buffing, and we've seen like the pirate with cleave that could go pretty hard and just clear board by themselves. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Bitsu, this attempt to get an early brand and start duplicating the Battlegrounds right away. Remember, like the passive hero power is you need to play 5 Battlegrounds minions to get a copy of Brand Bronzebeard, and we have like chock full of Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
There are 2 left, and she has 1 in hand with the Oosling, and there's a couple of another ones. So like now it's Brand's territory. Now it's time to go
on 6 gold.
Okay, I was talking about like, hey, Bitsu could relax and just cruise this last lobby.
No, foot on the gas.
She might win it as for what we've seen right now.
Foot on the gas.
Getting her brand active, like, turn 4? What's this?
That's right. She says 18 points. Nah. She wants to dominate this lobby and maybe scare everybody as she takes a complete domination, potentially going into the top 8. She's holding nothing back.
Yeah, and this is something to be feared, right? Like for the rest of the lobby, they're all fighting for something, and they're all fighting kind of like between each other, like against each other, like the Neflida fighting against Tekono. It has such a big importance for them, because like if you knock if one knocks out the other one, it's like not only winning but getting rid of the competition. So that's a pretty important thing to think about when this lobby starts. And we're seeing this brand paying off already. Those extra stats are dominating this fight. Bitsu delivering to Persephone. Luckily for Persephone, that brand was not on board. It has down, so it'll likely not survive most of the time. But still, now what's the path to take? Where do you want to go with this? Do you want to start taking those stats and start ramping up, like leveling and buying? You could even like get a pirate on your hand to do it. But why getting the pirate that you need to sell and not like the Southie Busker that you can get like the 2 gold and keep the minion next turn? Is kind of like kind of like a better pirate in how I see it.
Yeah, and I think also it's kind of speaking to what we just saw there too, where she was also going for trying to leave as many stats on the other side, like going for a mix of the gold generation and leaving stats on the shop for
The pig eater. Yep.
Yeah.
This is an amazing setup already. Like brand Tavern 3 scaling stats. I think she's a contender for the board. I'm wondering what's the other player we have on the spectator to check on them, because it's gonna be interesting to come back after some action happens. We have
Yeah.
Lilithy, who is desperately needing for a good final lobby. Something she knows how to do it. She did that yesterday. She pulled off an amazing comeback, winning that last lobby, getting second in the last lobby, and getting the amount of points that she needed, barely to make it to the second round and to this day. And now, I think she has a ton of stats, and this could mean that she'll be able to transition to whatever she wants pretty easily and knocking out any competition. It's good at this time, like delivering damage for her. It's amazing to make sure that all the other players get eliminated before her.
Yeah, and I think to be able to have double Hungry Snapjaw with some other beasts and some death rattles seems like a very good start here. Also now with the Rat King hero power that's rotating, 2 mechs in the shop.
Okay. Yeah, it has changed a bit. Like now you discover a mech. You're not depending on your rolls, which was something that I hated, honestly, because my
yes,
my normal rolls don't give me what I want when I need something specific. So that's super hideous, and that's something that I like when they redesign heroes this way, in which you're less dependent on your play experience is less dependent than to what you're rolling, because that way you're kind of like, okay, not facing unhappy scenarios that often, or like super high rollies. Like when you get like the high roll, that's fine. You get, but you remember more the bad experience than the good experiences. So having a more consistent hero power, I think it's better for this kind of heroes. I'm wondering if Lilithy is like thinking about freezing that mech, or it's just.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying with like the hero power. I wondered if she was going to hero power and potentially buy those mechs, because both of the mechs are magnetic that are in the shop, which I think is very important. But she opted for going up a tavern tier, which I think since she did level, she probably wasn't going to end up buying either of the mechs. She just kind of went for the hero power, discovered something, and said, okay, this is my time to just level up here. I'm gonna get this mech, and I'm just gonna try to find something on Tavern Tier 4 next turn.
Yes, I like that, especially with the hero power, letting her discover stuff she needs, and a beast could be something that she needs with the hungry Snapjaw on the board. Could be a good thing to have. The crab mound also, like, helping that on the last turn. The Surad was the last minion to die, unfortunately, so no buffs were granted. And after like winning that last fight, that's what I want to ask. Like, aren't you tempted to go and like scale? Okay, now you have a mama bear there. You have the mechanized gift horse, just to like make those hungry that pair just go nuts on health. I like that. That approach.
Yeah, I like this too. And I think with maybe the thinking here might be that going now up against Bran, who we saw get the Bran minion very early, just kind of going for some potential stats here, summoning some multiple things. There, as you mentioned, already is like some beast things going on. There's a lot of kind of layers to the benefits for going in on this, and not necessarily as much benefit immediately for going in on something like the mama bear. So I really like this. Plus, she can pivot as well, right? If there is some sort of mech, or if she discovers some more like death rattle focused things, she can lean a bit more into that gift horse and kind of sell off some of those beasts as well.
That's something that I love about like the dual minion type for many minions, which are kind of like support. They serve as support for different archetypes. That's something that I love, because you're not trapped into just playing one one composition, or like going to one direction. You can lean towards something and then decide depending on what you get. But that's something that I think it's also, once again, really useful. And talking about useful thing and good utilization, that brand, there's a Peggy there. There's also the Pirate with Cleave. So we're seeing Bitsu just doing what she wanted to do from the start.
Yeah, that buffed up Blade Collector, especially with having a full board and getting to attack first, was so good for Bitsu there. Which
no
does
taunts
mean,
also.
Yeah. So it does mean that Lilithy kind of didn't get maybe as much as she would have liked there, and did take a good chunk of damage. Oh, a second gift horse now. This shop,
Pirates?
Bob just really wants her to have the
Okay. There's a
How about a
triple
triple?
there. Yep. I think it's time for things to go.
Sell off that Naga at this point. Yeah.
But how much do you need to sell? I think you want to float the gold and just freeze the board.
She also could, I guess, maybe sell off the Hummingbird and buy the Tavern spell and freeze for that triple if she wanted to as well. I don't know if she necessarily needs the +1 attack right now on these beasts. And if she does want to clear up a little bit of board space for those death rattles to go off, she could do that. But
yeah, it's She's more thinking about the having more layers than having the triple and the discovery, because more layers from that horse means better scaling for the hungry Snapjaw also. So I can understand that, and like more summons means like more effects from Mama Bear as well. So I kind of get it. Oh, the snipe. Still, I think this is like overwhelming advantage for Lilithy with those big hungry Snapjaws.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point too, that this has been something that's been, I feel like, a little bit more noticeable in this newest season. Is there's a lot of times where actually just having 2 of a minion is exponentially better than actually having the triple. And I think this is definitely a case where we're seeing that, right? 2 of these Snapjaws, 2 of these gift horses. And I mean, at this point, like, what being on tier 5, what would she be looking for with that tier 6 Discover if she were to have tripled? It is
with this
the payoff
board with beasts, it's I think about like Grey Wolf, but
right. But then tripling the thing that generates more bodies is that, it's kind of almost counterproductive. But it's going to offer her that triple again. Does she want to take it this time, or is she still going to opt for keeping it as a double? No, she's going to go for it this time.
Let's see, what's the discovery? What's the tier 6 minion here that she gets? No beast synergies. This might be a problem. You can take the economy. There's a Hawks Rider there. It's Reborn and Magnet. They can magnetize to mix and demons. No mechs and demons on the board.
Well, there is
the mechanic gift horse could be it's a demon. That's it's a mech. So it can start buffing there. The issue with that is like once that horse is so big that it cannot be killed.
Yes.
Like you're not utilizing the Mama Bear's effect at all, because it's like not dying before the Mama Bear.
I like this choice here to just go ahead and actually give some stats and the taunt to one of those initial death rattles that's just going to summon one thing, try to have those kind of targeted down, summon some things, and pop some things out. Also, knowing that she's facing into someone who has pirates who potentially could have that cleave. It's a very good placement.
The cleave was there, but it was just 1 damage off. Like 2 minions survive at 1 health. That's pretty big for Lilith at this time.
And on the other side, for Marindar, we're seeing some it's mostly pirates, but the kind of death rattle and tokeny style composition as well. We did see that Ferrex actually get to put a divine shield on one of the larger bodies, but it still wasn't quite enough just because the stats just weren't quite there compared to what Lilith had.
And we get the first knocked out of this lobby. It's Monse with, if we add this points to what she had from the previous round, this means she's eliminated from the final top 8. She's not going to be making it, but still a great run for her. She tried on the day 1. She came back on day 2 to make it to this championship Sunday. Unfortunately, not her run at this semifinal, but there's still a lot of things to discover because we have 4 spots for 7 players, and even Lilith at the last spot can just grab a lucky run and win the lobby and make it to the final top 8. So don't go anywhere. There's a lot of action, and still we have the other semifinal that will be broadcasting before the final top 8. So there's more battlegrounds for everyone. How can you improve this composition? I'm checking like Firex with the summons and like adding some divine shields, like tripling the Mama Bear maybe, or just adding 2 Mama Bears, discovering a mech. Not sure if that's what you want. It's kind of tricky. I'm not sure like what's the end game for this beast composition. Maybe the end game is just surviving until you get a better thing to buy. But once again, you like on Lilith position, surviving is just not enough. So it could be a problem if things just stop scaling.
Yeah,
especially against like composition like this one's with a ton of stats.
Yeah, definitely very big stats.
And the banana slammer getting knocked out, and like the Mama Bear, this is not looking good. Luckily for her, the damage cap is still on because the blow will be hard. Okay, Bran is down, so that's a bit less, but still, there's Elise there.
Yeah, there's Bolt and Elise too. Yeah, it's quite a bit of stats.
The best. Yeah, not looking the best for Lilith. Having only 5 points of health. We see Merendar going down at the 7th place, and this is something that might put their participation in jeopardize, because she's going up to 15.5 points, which is what we've seen, like kind of like in the edge of like making or not making into the top 4.
And at this point, we talked about the triples or pairs earlier. At this point, I think Lilith really needs to triple something. She needs some extra board space here. I think especially tripling the Mama Bear would be really crucial right now. Maybe not as much the Snapjaws, but she might take it at this point if she were offered it here. But able to just sell off that barracks. There's the triple Mama Bear. She's going to freeze for it. But having a few of these Death Rattle beasts taunted up, ready to go, and she is facing into the player at the bottom of the lobby.
Yeah, she got a huge blow last round. Like she was at 16 health and went down to 1. So This is a turning point for Lilithy, because if she's able to resist, triple that Mama Bear, maybe the resummons go her way and start like pulling the numbers that she needs. On the other side, like having demons on the lobby, kind of like puts you into perspective of what do big stats mean, because demons go on the hundreds. So if you're not able to pull that kind of stats, it might be difficult. See, right now there's a 96 106 demon on the board, and that could just be maybe too much for Lilithy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, added stats are fantastic, though, for these summons on Lilithy's side, but by the time she works through killing off that taunt, she's not going to have a lot of stats left on the board.
And the issue is that there's a cultist there, which would
Yeah.
bring those stats once again.
Yes,
Not just
yes, it
chewing
will.
into that 100 once. You need to do it twice,
Yeah.
which is kind of a problem. Like, Malwares have been surviving astonishingly all the way, but the issue is now this is
Yeah.
just how do you chew from that again? Is
Yeah.
those demons set up like rise the bar in terms of like what stats are needed to make a good composition. And with this, Lilithy says goodbye, and we switch to the other player right now.
There are 8 players.
Yeah, and we actually saw 2 players get knocked out at the same time there, Lilithy and the player that was on Tailothin, which is who is playing on Tailothin.
Let me take a look to my notes. 1 second. I'm also re-entering the game while we see this brand this brand composition with 2 pirates, 2 cleaves, or 3 cleaves actually, with a mech, kind of like a menagerie. Merendar was the other player knocked out. That was knocked out in the round
Okay.
before. Lilithy was knocked out with Persephone, both sharing points there. It's 5 and 4 points, so it's 5 point. No, sorry, 4 and 3 points, so it's 3.5 for each. And now it's the clutch time. Now it's Bitsu. It's kind of like super relaxed, but Norki, Neflida, and Tekono, all of them are kind of like trying to like add up and make sure they're all making it to the next round. It could be the case, since they were like kind of like the ones on the upper side of the standings before starting this match. But still, like you don't want to like Battlegrounds turns are complicated enough to do them while like adding stuff on the side and like
Yes.
making numbers of like and speculating. Maybe it's just better just to focus on your game and getting some extra points that way, and not just speculating on like, okay, I'm good now. I'm not playing. I have missed on the math a couple of times, so better be wary about that.
That's right. It's Hearthstone. We don't need math. Who needs math? This is Battlegrounds, anyways. We don't worry about the math. We just let things happen. We see the big things hitting into other big things, and we are happy. But interestingly, here we do see a little bit of a different comp facing into Tekono's big, large demon and the pirates here. But I still don't think this is going to be enough from Bitsu to clear all of this off, because as you mentioned, even chewing through that first taunt, there still is that cultist waiting in stealth that would just resummon it, and that's going to be it there for Bitsu. We see her go out in 4th, but she was at a very already pretty secure 18 points, so a 4th seems pretty good, right? So 4th is still pretty solid, but this does mean that Norki on Snake Eyes has skated by, or excuse me, not Norki. We're spectating Norki on Yasiraj, who's been at the top of the lobby, but that does
There's
mean
Tekono on Snake Eyes surviving at 1 health.
Yeah, for 3 fights in a row now. Right? So
and not only surviving, but knocking out her competition.
Yeah.
Which is even better than just surviving, because she needs to get some points there. We're seeing some minions being changed for
some
Morlocks.
Murlocs.
Not sure.
Okay.
Best you get some discoveries there with the Prima Film Lookout.
Ugh. These don't seem like the greatest options here.
To be honest, I can agree with you. Not sure what's like kind of like the end game here. We're seeing a lot of stats.
She really wanted, I think, some more battle cries or something, but she didn't even find battle cries. And we see her just sell off the brand now.
And I love that. I love the recognizing that this could be not the last fight, but the last time she was able to squeeze and like get value out of that brand. So I like the fact that she was able to recognize that it was not needed anymore.
I agree. I like going for just these venomous, trying to go for as much value as possible. A couple of large minions, a couple of venomous, the lighter fighter, and look at the difference now in the results on this other side. Definitely a kind of complete flip from what we've seen the last few fights on Tekono's side. So, Norki staying at the top of the lobby, gonna take out Tekono, and now it is that final showdown with just our top 2 players in this final game of the first lobby.
And there's Titus there. Do you want to lean forward into the lighter fighter and the Conqueror's Apprentice? Is it time? Now your opponent is running demons for what you can see, so I'm not sure like if you want to ditch the venomous part of your composition or the stats part of your composition, but maybe that the gunpowder career is not like the best minion to have right now. And
I think
you know, like it's also the Titus tribute to like have an extra round of death rattles. I kind of like what I'm seeing right here. How much? Like I'm not sure if I remember Neflida's board actually. How? From what I'm seeing, they tied the a couple of fights ago. So it might be
I think
pretty
it's
close.
been a couple of fights since we've seen what Neflida's had.
So this is an interesting final showdown. Right now we're seeing the stats being updated for most of the players. We're still missing Norki, who will at least get 8 points, and Neflida, who would also at least get 8 points. So they are both over 19. So I think the top 4 is kind of like already defined with Bitsu, Tekono, and Neflida and Norki, but still we need to wait for the final final counts and the final positions. And at least these 2 players are fighting, knowing that it's probably already an extra fight they're getting. It's not needing. And oh, look at that lighter getting rid of the resummon at first without giving them any value. That's interesting, but still not sure if it's enough with a Hawk Rider activating all the death rattles. And
that Hawk Strider was pretty amazing.
Yeah, there's a Venomous there that needs to go against the other Morlock, but I'm not sure if like there's enough stats to make it.
No, this is looking very favored for Neflida.
That being said, she still has some life to work with.
Yeah, Norki had a lot. She really only probably lost maybe 1 or 2 other fights throughout the rest of the lobby, throughout the rest of this game up until that point. So, a lot of health to work with there. Was that the first time that Neflida actually went to Tavern Tier 6 on Boon?
I think she just leveled up. And one thing that is important right now is that now Norki has like perfect information about her opponent's board, So that's kind of like the best way you can adapt. Like once you know everything, okay, now it's time to buy the key pieces that might make a difference. They're checking on the board. There was a huge health total thanks to the demon that shares its health with the other minions. So maybe more venomous would be good at this time. Something about that. Not sure if she'll be able to choose stats, just gain stats again with stats. I'm not sure if the fight would be fair. There's another venomous minion
Finally,
with a wayward green scale.
I wonder if she just she didn't go for it. I was really wondering if she wanted to just go for the second lighter. But I still don't know if the lighter fighters are going to be enough to compete with all of the stats. It really kind of depends. But man, that Hawkstrider on the other side is doing work for Neflita.
Yes, and you see that on the numbers she's pulling. Like those shots are massive. That sniping the Baron is it's also a bad sign for Norki, because no extra light fighter, no extra rebounds or no extra shots from them. And this is, I think this should be enough for a lethal blow, right? It's 2022. Yep, it's over. It's more than us. It's an overkill.
Yeah. So that does mean that Neflita is going to take down this third game. Norki going to take second. So we'll kind of take a look here at the scores and kind of see where they're at. But as well, the final scoring for this is not even all that we have today, right? This is only the first lobby. We still have the second lobby that we'll be playing in just a few moments now, and we'll get to see which of those players will join the top 4 from this lobby. And here are these scores. As you mentioned, it does look like it is Bitsu, Neflita, Norki, and Tekono that are going to make it into the top 4 for this first lobby and slide into that top 8, meaning that they are in that prize pool top 8 spot now. And they're going to get a little bit of some rest, a little bit of a break after those games while we get to spectate the lobby number 2 and again see which of the 4 players from lobby number 2 will be joining those 4 in that top 8. And then after that, we'll have to spectate the top 8 itself. So tons more Hearthstone Battlegrounds action still to come. So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to get that second lobby set up, ready to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with lobby number 2.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw the conclusion of that first lobby after 3 games. We have our first 4 finalists for the top 8, and we are getting ready to start up that lobby number 2 and see which other 4 players can join the first 4 after these next 3 games. Now, Rain, we talked about throughout the last couple of days during the qualifiers, some of these different heroes. We talked about some of the different minion types and how we've kind of had this interesting, we didn't see undead at all the first day. We saw them a bit yesterday. We've seen them in action today. What kind of trends do you think we're going to see over these next few games?
Well, I expect to see some more elementals that we haven't seen yet. Not even like as a tribe on board. We got to see some pirate action with on that last lobby. But one thing that I'm looking forward to see is the players. We haven't seen some of the players, and some others I want to see. I want to check them again because in this lobby we have the defending champion. We have Lou Not Found, the reigning champion for the past edition, and she's on the semifinals as well. So she's still on the run to get like the double crown. It would be something amazing for her. We have Rusinia also from our LATAM side, and Send Me Your Arms, who has quite a history, not only on Battlegrounds but in the community. So I love to see how well she does. She qualified on the first day, so we didn't get to see her yesterday. Now it's time to start with reigning champion, who have Lou Not Found on screen right now.
That's right. And we also get to see our minion types here. We see dragons, mechs, murlocs, nagas, and undead. We really haven't gotten to see a lot of nagas yet these first few games. So this could be interesting here. But we've seen some mechs and we've seen some undead. Also haven't really seen dragons either. So kind of curious to see how the dragons and nagas will actually play out a bit in this lobby.
Want to take also a second while we set up this second semifinal to thank Sebel, one Lobby Legends player, I think winner even, who raided us with a big party. So welcome everyone who's coming from their stream. Now it's time to kind of do a short recap of who is who in this second lobby, because we have new players and also new heroes. So starting from top to bottom, we have Witchy Murloc playing as Maiev Shadow Song. Then we have Eternally playing as Zephyrus. We have Bird Girl as Enchanted Edwin. Cool portrait there. Death Princess Akthun. Send Me Your Arms as Shadowwalk. Lou Not Found as Thaethalan Blood Watcher, one of the new heroes that we're featuring right now on screen. Rusinia as Dr. Holiday, and Alexa Flora as Snake Eyes. All the 3 new heroes featured in this lobby, and 2 of them have proven to be pretty solid, right? Snake Eyes and Thaethalan. I think they're like 2 of like the heroes who make the most out of the new spell meta, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they are definitely performing very, very well. I think especially taking advantage for Snake Eyes of getting a lot of that like early economy, being able to hero power on turn 1, potentially by multiple minions or by a minion and or a spell, being able to start kind of getting some of that mid-game leveling and getting to buy minions, and then late game getting to be able to just go for that unmasked identity spell and just change out the hero power and not even worry about it, especially after one of those high rolls, right? Just if you roll a 5 or a 6, because then it's going to be 5 or 6 turns before you can use that hero power again. So at that point, just toss it out, replace it with a new hero power, get some more value. We really saw players taking advantage of that a lot. I believe it was yesterday on the day number 2, and really getting to utilize the replacement hero power and build up their board really well, and it really paid off in the long run.
Discovering a Zephyrus hero power or something like that paid a lot. And right now we're seeing that Maiev, it's putting a nice board for an early turn. Maiev is kind of like one of the things she does. because she's able to like kind of like take a different curve to buy some more minions in the early stages and then start leveling up later. Now it's time for Lunar Found to discover a double. And are we going for a triple already? Okay, this is a
Well,
miss.
she didn't get it. She didn't get it. Just going to go for some more potential economy here. Going for this revenge.
With the setup she has, it's not that difficult to reach that avenge for requirement. The issue is that the harmless bonehead, they don't attack, so actually they need to be attacked into. If not, that corpse refiner will just attack third or fourth again after the second copy of the mummy. But that could be an issue with nothing taunted at this early stages. Like whatever value you can get out of it, it's good enough. As we have established that economy minions are like pretty decent in this meta game right now, scaling into the next games. And look at that, the synergy with the micro mummy. Harmless bonehead, not that harmless anymore.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. And we'll finish out this fight here, and then we'll transition over to another player to get to see what's kind of going on. But at least we've been able to see what minion types are in this lobby. Yeah, unfortunately, even though there has been some cool synergies building up for Lunar Found, she has taken a couple of hits over the last few fights. But now we're going to switch over onto Eternally as Zephyrus and see here this board that she has going. A little bit of Nagas here going on. And going for that Strike Oil. I like Strike Oil personally. I think it's just a really cool spell. Being able to, again, kind of take advantage of buying that. You buy it once, but depending on how early you get it, it pays potentially multiple times.
It's ramping. We're just ramping as in Battlegrounds. We're disguising ourselves as a druid and we're playing a wild growth. We're investing some gold now to get some recoup of our investments in the future. We have that Zephyrus hero power that's like it gives us 3 wishes. I kind of like taking the first wish as something, whatever it's decent enough, and then using the second and third wishes for like my actual direction. But using the first wish as something that could kind of help you stabilize and buy you some time. Usually, it's a good way of being able to reach that third wish, because if not, sometimes you get too greedy and you never find that perfect piece. Like sometimes the same happens with Rena, right? You don't get the perfect thing to hero power.
Yeah.
These fights are not looking the best. Let's see where this heats.
Well,
okay, it's just low tier minions. Shadowwalk doing 6 damage. She's still twice over the damage cap if she can start stabilizing. Right now, she's gonna be able to buy some higher timer minions.
Another Strike Oil as well if she really wants to go for it. Which picking up the Gladiator. Maybe she does. She's got Gladiator is so interesting with the kind of synergies of spells and the Naga synergy, right? So you can kind of get a lot of things played all in one turn, a lot of spells to start really building up that attack. The downside for Gladiator can sometimes be the health. Even though it does have Divine Shield, it can be really easy. And in a lobby where there's mechs, that can start to fall off too against things like the lighter fighters, where that's just the Divine Shield and then just 1 health is really not going to cut it.
Yeah, it's super vulnerable to that. I think that the same way, like if you are able to put up a Naga composition in which you get some buffs, because Nagas are like less than just individual pieces, more like a composition that works whenever you assemble like scaling units. So I wouldn't worry about the health right now. Like for the late game, that should be solved some way. But still, like We've seen Eternally investing a lot on gold, like as you mentioned, she bought the second snake oil, and she's already on 10 gold, and she's gonna keep on ramping to 11 and 12, but and have a lot of time. Like it's only turn 6. If you expect this game to go, to turn 15 and you be alive, that's like 10 turns in which you're getting 2 extra gold. Is you put you paid like 6 gold to get 20 extra gold, so it's a pretty good investment. You need to stay alive until to see that, but I think that at this pace with the wishes and all that stuff, it would be not that hard to stabilize for her.
Yeah. And talking about the extra gold too, we did see the Lou Not Found board on the other side that we had kind of been looking at from the beginning with that corpse refiner and all of those death rattles. She did kind of get some of those to die off and some of those avenge effects before the corpse refiner died there. So she'll get some extra value from that. But yeah, it's always so interesting with Zephyrus. I think especially in the kind of more recent metas with Zephyrus, after they changed the hero power slightly with the cost. But Zephyrus, like, at least from very, very early on in Battlegrounds, Zephyrus has been one of my personal favorites, even if he's not always been the best. So I always love to see when players actually take Zephyrus here, but it is always a really interesting kind of give and take of when they use this. Same with Reno as well, that you were mentioning too, right? Because if you wait too long to use these hero powers, you're just probably going to be falling behind. But if you try to go in too early so that you don't fall behind, then maybe something comes up later and you're like, oh, well, now I have no hero power left to use, and this feels really bad. But you really do want to be careful of when you use it and what minions you're using it for, because if you're not
you
using
only
it
have
for
3 wishes, right? It's you need to use them wisely.
Exactly.
Whoa, there's some divine shields.
There's Snake Eyes there for Alexa Flora. Again, another one of those new heroes. We've been talking about it, and Snake Eyes has just been really dominating and been performing extremely, extremely well. We've mentioned already a lot of those uses, being able to get some extra value early on, and then later in the game be able to replace the hero power. That was a huge hit. 14 damage, basically just right at the damage cap already, and putting Eternally all the way down to 12, which means that she's under that damage cap of 15, so she could potentially get knocked out in another big hit.
And she doesn't even have a double to make a wish on, so this is kind of like you need to invest like 6 gold to get the double and the triple. Like now she's going for something bigger. There's a second gladiator.
Double gladiator.
But is that what you want to triple? I'm not sure. It's
No.
like that's the only thing you can do at least. But
yeah. Oh, it's almost heartbreaking seeing this, because we just talked about that. It's like you can use it for stuff, but the gladiator is really not going to be giving her value. I mean, I guess she has one Naga that's giving her a spellcraft spell every turn, but
yep, and also like the scrap scraper giving a magnetic mech at the end of each turn. But the issue with this like super greedy compositions is like you need to survive long enough to see the payoff. We're talking about like getting a payoff out of her investment, like after going to like maybe turn like 15 or 16, and this is something not easy to do. Like, okay, now she has a better gladiator with like at least 10 health and some good attack. Is this enough to hold?
There's a decent amount of stats on the other side. Not incredibly like powerful big stats for Death Princess there as Cthulhu, but Also, Eternally doesn't have a ton of stats either. So depending on how these hits go, I think especially if the it is so close. No, it's not gonna get
no, it's not gonna get, like, it didn't eliminate any damage on that last hit. Oh wait, it's
She's
one
still one. But I was really thinking if Eternally could have had hits, you know, unfortunately she doesn't get to control it, but if she had been able to at least kill off the Deflecto bot, then, you know, that would have saved her a little bit of damage. But none of the other things ended up getting killed off.
Staying alive at 1 health or at 4 health, it's actually kind of like the same, because there's no one below like Tyrant tier 4. So if you lose, like you lose at 5, lose at 1, you die. So I think that the objective was just staying alive, and she got that. Some not the best discoveries there. She got a dragon, a Sunstone Drake, which gets 1 attack for each card you play this turn, and not sure if she has like the setup to be an APM comp right now, and not sure if she has the setup to improve this a lot.
Yeah, I do like at least the shift a little bit that she tried to go for last turn, with actually playing out the fungus and just taking stats. Just going for the stats, then taking the Tavern spell to buff up that Gladiator, like you said, putting it, you know, with the Divine Shield that it already had, and then putting it at 10 health instead of just like 1 or 2 that it had, plus the stats that you gain from actually playing the Tavern spell. Like, she's starting to build up some stats, but it's like, if she doesn't build them up fast enough now, it doesn't matter, right? Because she is so low in that health. So yeah, she's been able to start building up a little bit of stats, but unfortunately, I think she started finding these stats a bit too late.
And you see, there's not much of a direction here, rather than just I'm trying to survive. It could pay off at least. Like, it's the first game of the lobby, so if you like survive and, you know, save yourself, like give yourself 1 or 2 extra points, it might be like the difference between qualifying or not for the next round.
Yeah.
But at this point, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work. Or is this? Oh yeah, this is on her side. Because if we make the math, there is 1 minion left. Yep. 2 here. This is a tie. This is enough for surviving.
Which, actually, for both players, I think is pretty good, because they're both so low in health. And now we actually see Send Me Your Arms down on Shutterwalk, going all the way to the bottom of the lobby. Does that mean she also now has 1 health as well? They're facing into each other?
Yep, and there's a discovery here.
The barricade. Yeah. The barricade's really interesting.
You can magnetize some stuff. I'm not sure what's on the shop if there is anything on the shop to magnetize right now, or
no.
Oh, there's the spell. You can give you can give like 5
give it
five
+4,
stats to
+4.
barricades.
Okay. So Eternally is going to really try to capitalize on playing some spells here. Going in on potentially Wind Fury and Venomous, plus gaining some additional stats. All right.
Divine Shield and Venomous. Venomous doesn't work with Divine Shield, because once you make damage, you lose the Divine Shield, but you also lose the Venomous effect. So it's not like Poisonous and Divine Shield, that combination that like made Morlocks dominate the meta for so long.
And she didn't get the Wind Fury either, so you know, unfortunately, I think she would have probably had rathered the Wind Fury, just to be able to hit into something else, especially depending on what's actually sitting on the other side of the board here for Send Me Your Arms as Shutterwalk.
She got it. She got the Wind Fury at the end.
At the very
trying to do this is pretty good, because the Matador, okay, it's absorbed the damage, but it also absorbed the Venomous effect.
Yeah.
Still, I think the breakpoints are not that that bad for Eternally.
I don't know. So close.
It's another tie. It's another like. Oh no, it's not a tie. It's winning for Eternally. It's
Yeah,
sending
that
her
was
on to
so close.
leaving the body, but at 4 health, so it could
Oh.
have gone either way.
And two
on top
players knocked out.
Yep. On top of sending her arms, Death Princess has meet death at this lobby with Cthulhu. We are down to 6 players now. We're seeing a double there with Scrap Scraper and the possibility to make a last wish for Eternally.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's like the best last wish, but something that at least will give you some stats and some like scalability. You just need to get something on the board.
Yep. I mean, it could be the difference between living another couple of rounds and maybe sliding into that top 4 for an extra couple of points in this first game that you've talked about. We've seen it time and time again in these lobbies from Friday, yesterday, and today, where 1 or 2 points absolutely makes a difference. And that 2-point difference between 5th and 4th could be that 2 points that she needs to ultimately actually get her into the top 4 after 3 games. So if she's able to just find enough stats to keep staying alive here, yeah, the wishes are gone, but she stays alive long enough to get a couple extra points. Which,
her wishes was just staying alive for a couple of turns, and they've been granted. The only question I have right now is if it's worth it to sell that adaptable barricade for the Sandstone Drake. I'm not sure, considering that like you can magnetize stuff into it, make it grow, and like the Sandstone Drake would not be like really big at this time. You probably want to have the defensive power there. Some scaling here, some venomous. Let's see if it dodges the matadors and hits. Okay, that's a decent hit.
Yeah. All right. The matador killing off the larger taunts.
Second matador also delivering some damage. Is this?
Yeah,
yep.
There it is.
This is the time to say goodbye for Eternally, but at least she got a couple of extra points there by saying the nice finisher. Getting 6th place in this lobby allows her to think about like getting a couple of top 4s and make it into the next round. Right now we're seeing the defending champion Lunod found finding a triple and trying to discover what, an Eternal Summoner there. This is yet another undead comp.
Another Eternal Summoner
undeads.
or the Kel'Thuzad, yeah. Ooh.
I think that at this time, if you haven't been like buffing your undeads, like the ones that just summoned, it might be a bit too late just to lean into Eternal Knights. But what do I have to say to the reigning champion? If she considers it's time to do it, I don't mind. And actually, like now after seeing the stats, those undeads are panned, like they have like 20 extra attack around. So even though like the health on those Eternal Knights won't be that high, the attack will be. So it's good enough, if you ask me.
You know, and I think this brings up what we've kind of seen in some of the other games where we were talking about the fact of, hey, not very many Eternal Knights have been killed. Those stats aren't as good as the other Eternal Knights, or they're really not adding up. But I think it plays more into the points that you've made a couple of times of it's not necessarily as much about the stats, but how many like levels of things you're bringing back onto the board, how many levels of resummons you have. And I think that is going to go farther than the actual stats and how many times they've gotten an Eternal Knight killed off.
Yeah, you have the Mummifier to just give undeads reborn. You have the Eternal Summoner to just summon a bunch, like have a reborn and summon a bunch of Eternal Knights. That's kind of like the layers that can chew this Divine Shields and just make sure that this comp is not doesn't work as well as intended, right? You see like Divine Shields are just going off and off and off, and there are so many layers of just 1 health minions, but with 20 or 30 attack that it's they might be good enough to finish this composition, and better might be. I'm a bit worried about like that Baron, that Titus just going down too early might be a problem. Ooh. Especially with that Reborn being taken off.
Yeah,
and there's some extra summons from the micro. I think this could be time to say goodbye for Lunar Found. Exact lethal.
Yes, it is.
Oh no.
And you know what? This works out okay in terms of our perspective here. We're going to switch right on over to Alexa Flora as Snake Eyes, who we just saw eliminate Not Found. But we saw 2 players actually knocked out there at the same time. So who else got knocked out along with Not Found?
And Not Found was knocked out as the new hero. And right now we're gonna see the board of Witchy Murloc, who was the 4th player, losing her spot as Maiev. And let's see, like she got as high as Tavern Tier 5, but she was not able to stabilize. This composition from Alexa Flora seemed decent, not amazing, maybe in terms of like how many like how tight of a composition this is, but it was good to just knock out one of the better setups. Because if we were seeing Lunar Found, she had the Titus, she had the Undead, she had the Resummons, she had the also Reborn, and she was able to knock that down. So maybe Alexa Flora is the new contender for winning the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, still has full health and armor. Definitely, been able to stay at the top of the lobby, and the other 2 players are getting pretty low on health here, as well as the fact that Alexa Flora now is, as you mentioned, facing into the Ghost. So ideally for Alexa, those players knock one of the other 2 out, and then she's already in top 2.
Yep, that is true. That's true. Right now, like she might be speculating, like if she has some information from the compositions of the other players, like which way she needs to adapt to have some better chances. We see this was the Witchy's Murloc's board, which was not bad at all. Like she has some pretty good stats on dragons, and even some cool effects like the Warp Wing with that Divine Shield and immunity. Still not good enough to just compete with Alexa Flora's board, but it was not a bad board at all. Like sometimes with those Warp Wings, you get a bit lucky and they carry you like over and over and over. At this time, the amount of minions were not enough. Alexa Flora wins, keeps her like kind of like perfect health, and checks if there's another elimination. Yes, there is. As you mentioned it, there's a free top 4 for her. Bird Girl was eliminated as Edwin in the last fight, and now we have the final showdown between Rusinia and Alexa Flora.
Yeah, and could pick up a second Matador. The other one has some good health and stats there, but she could potentially get to find a triple. It's a little interesting though, deciding if she actually wants to just re-roll one more time, and if she finds the triple she can buy it, or if she's going to opt for continuing to re-roll, buying a spell, because there's really not a lot of gold she has left to work with here. So if she does go for the re-rolls, which we do see her doing here, she's either going to have to sell something off to buy something else, or she just continues the re-rolls and hopes that the re-rolls are going to pay off in the next, next round. Unless she can sell a couple things off here, she can just not magnetize this replicating menace.
Yeah, one thing that I was thinking about, that replicating menace was sitting in hand for quite a while, with the hope of like getting buffed by the Cowork copter. but all the buffs went to the Matador. Like 20 extra stats went into the Matador. And that's kind of like, okay, like, you had one job, like, and it was PD. Those
You had
stats
one
are
job,
not gonna
copter.
be, it's just like, did you have to miss all that many times? But it seems some stuff happens. Sometimes happens, and look at this. Okay, the hit was super clutch. Hitting first for Lucinia was really good, because if not that that creep could have died to the Worgen. So that was a pretty big problem if that happened. Right now, things look decent, at least for her. Not sure if but that Venomous at the end, that with Reborn, that I hope it'll get, because
yeah,
you know, there's so many minions summoning. I think that would be the difference. There is
Alexa just needs one of these little 1/1s. There we go. I was gonna say one of the 1/1s needs to hit
absorb
into that barricade and kill it off, so that these last two big minions will get killed off by the Venomous at least. But yeah, we see here pretty good result there for Alexa Flora, going to knock out Rusinia, and that means that Alexa Flora taking first place in this first game. But again, we're seeing it time and time again. Snake Eyes performing very, very well. And it didn't even get to the point in that game where she replaced the hero power.
Yeah.
No need for that. We even saw her roll past one of those unmasked identities. Like, no need for that. It was the final fight. Don't worry about replacing the hero power. Just go for those minions, the stats, and finding that Venomous at the end there to just close it out.
Yep, and this closes the first game of the second semifinals. We'll be having the second and third game for this semifinal, and then the top 8 final of everything today. So stay tuned. We're gonna go for a quick break for some messages from our sponsors, Nissan, Logitech, and the US Air Force. And stay tuned, because we have a lot more Battlegrounds coming after this short break.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to jump into game number 2 of lobby number 2, as we did just see Alexa Flora take first place in that first game, solidifying herself so far at the top of the point standings for the second lobby with that 10 points. But as we have seen time and time again, it is still potentially anybody's game to get into the top half of this lobby after all 3 games have concluded. So for the few people who did get knocked out quite early, Send Me Your Arms and a few of those other players, Lou Not Found, which was very unfortunate to see the previous champ get knocked out so early. They still have a chance. Death Princess there as well. Eternally, who we did get to spectate some. They're not out of it just yet. They still have this game and game number 3 to try to get back in it, to try to get some more points for themselves. As we jump into game number 2, we do get to see in this game there will be mechs, Naga, pirates, Quillbore, and undead.
Have you seen my elementals? Have you seen them somewhere? They are hiding and just they're waiting for the finals. Is that what they're doing?
It could be. Could be.
It's something that we saw happening day 1 and day 2 with undeads, just being a bit shy and now like shining on championship days. Maybe elementals are just resting, recharging their power to make a comeback. And this is the second lobby. This is where the fates of the players will start dividing between the ones who are able to just play it safe and make it to the finals with a little effort on game 3, and those who will need to high roll a bit on the last game to make it. Doing a short recap of who is who in this lobby. We have on top of everyone Lou Not Found as Rena Jackson. We have Vertigo as Galakron. We have Rusinia as Illidan. Send Me Your Arms as Sod. Then we have a Witch Murloc. We're right now spectating as Zenlathan Blood Watcher. We have Eternally as Rokara. We have Alexa Flora as Snake Eyes. And Death Princess as Dr. Holiday. And also we have a bunch of people cheering and rooting for the players in chat. So let's hear you guys. Who is your favorite player right now? I'm seeing some part of like the Spanish crowd rooting for Lou Not Found. Some part of the Death Princess in chat, like as just laughing about the math we were doing on stream, where it might not be the great ones, but we just try. And now let's see how this board for Witch Murloc evolves. Just the pretty like normal first turn for her, right? The normal curve, nothing to wonder in the first few turns, I think.
Yeah, not too much going on these first couple of turns here. The Gobbler is kind of interesting, actually, with this reborn undead already on the board. Could be something that which she wants to go for, or now that she took that spell, she could just level up again.
Or double buy. That's also
or double
option,
buy.
right?
Yeah, she could do that too. There's a lot of different choices here with this 6 gold. It does look like she's going to opt for the buying a couple of minions here, which I don't think is a terrible option after she did just kind of lose a couple of fights. But we'll see her again in a little bit. Hopefully, I think we'll switch over actually to the other side of this fight over on Send Me Your Arms perspective, and we'll still get to see that result there. But here we go. We see again some more little death rattles going on here with this N'Zothfish.
N'Zothfish, a double also already on board for maxing up the chances of getting a triple down the line. That's Surf and Surf, getting some crabs, and that's something that synergizes really well with Sod in the early game. You get some extra bodies every turn. It's pretty important for them, because okay, you get the spells, but the spells go into the minions, and the minions just carry the spells into Sod, so you have that rebound. Right now on turn 6, you have you could get an extra goal right now and bank it to a next turn. Don't think anything on this board is appealing.
Not really, and unfortunately, no like more death rattles or not even a taunt either, to just try to put a taunt up on the board to allow for those, as you were saying, the death rattles, right? To keep those bodies coming with the N'Zoth effect
And
here.
what
But
about buying the double patient scouts? They are not the best, but there are some economy minions.
maybe
I was thinking, okay, I think she's taking the
She's
different
going
direction
for
of
the-
like maximizing stats, which
Yeah.
I respect. Like this
Yeah.
is not the best board, but you know it could wait, it could evolve, and
Yeah.
the better board, the better stats we have right now, the better time we'll have when we level up on the couple of next turns.
Yeah. And again, speaking to the death rattle triggers here that you were talking about, the placement, very, very nice, keeping those little 1/1s with the death rattles up front, and then putting those kind of better bodies that she just bought in the middle, so that kind of makes sure that the N'Zoth fish gets those death rattles first, and then she actually ends up having a lot of stats at the end and does a decent chunk of damage for this early in the game.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about like there's like which death rattles are there, because we don't have beasts, so there like, we have the undead death rattles, which could be a potential way to capitalize. We have mechs death rattles as well. I think those are the main minion types that Send Me Your Arms can hope to get, right?
Yeah.
But well,
Whoa.
look at that. She was pretty clever on how to do that, because there were no beasts on the lobby, so she will be getting like a double type. I think she kind of like
Ooh.
she did the smart play. I wasn't even considering that. Super interesting.
Okay. Oh yeah, and I like this pick here of this Elise as well. Kind of just saying, okay, well, maybe those tier 4 minions weren't the greatest. You could take the Anoia module for a taunt, but like, is that really what you want to do? Especially not with any magnetize or anything like that on the other side for the shop. But just kind of leaning into this. Okay, well, I think I'm actually okay on stats on the board. I've got multiple of these death rattles now, and even if I lose the next fight, I can kind of just set up some rolls, and I can triple and try to find something better, in the next turn.
Yeah, and if you start thinking about like her past few fights, she won with like without losing even the fish. So she had some stats. Like she was like winning by kind of like a lot. So she could like sit back and relax and start thinking about, okay, what can I do to improve my chances in the long run, not just right now in the short run, because I'm doing pretty well. And as we see, still winning. Besides that pick and level up, I like her strategy so far. Let's see what are her next steps, because the shop, it's not the great one. It's not the like.
Yeah.
You could just level up and just have a banana. Oh, this is.
No, she's going for more of that long-term effect. I'm really curious to see here if she just wants to either lean a little bit more into additional death rattles, or if she wants to continue rolling with that Elise that we were talking about, right? Where
that's right.
Is she just going to try to go for rolls and try to capitalize on the Elise and finding a golden monkey? But it looks like she's kind of is going for more bodies on the board again, leaning into the death rattles a little bit, kind of doing some rolls, but now with only 2 rolls needed, next turn she should be able to level up, right, for 6. She can roll twice for 8, and she can sell something and buy the golden monkey. So she's setting herself up here for getting that value, and I think that's pretty is a pretty good setup in terms of, as you said too, she's been able to do some good wins with her board. So on board, she's probably feeling pretty confident, and she can set herself up for a kind of multi-turn play like that with the Elise.
I definitely like the idea, especially considering that she's ahead on board for what she knows, and at least if she's not ahead on board, she's ahead on health. So she can take some hits without having too much trouble. Right now, we see that there are some considerations. This might be the first fight she loses.
Yeah.
But still, it's just not getting a huge hit. It's just like, what, 9? 11? Okay, 11 might be a bit too much. Still twice above the damage cap, so I think she wouldn't be sad about this.
But on the other side, she was facing into Lou Not Found as Reno, who is at the bottom of the lobby. So on the other side for Lou Not Found, that was a very good win to kind of keep her, you know, in even though she's at the bottom, but just keep her in there, keep her kind of stabilized and not losing a fight while she's already at the bottom of the lobby as well.
I have one question. How do the Landlubber and Elise interact? Because right now with the extra spell, I think Send Me Arms is getting like a full tavern. Does the monkey replace a minion? Does she loses the monkey? How that works? I'm not completely sure.
I think she would lose the monkey.
Oh no, that would be terrible.
That would be terrible.
She needs to sell the Landlubber, right? Or probably Chad will let us know how this works, or we'll discover it next fight. I think there should be like an override, like the monkey should override a minion or something like that, because if not, we're gonna see probably a pretty like not happy reaction from Send Me Your Arms, who characterized for not holding on what she feels and thinks about the game. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah, and look at the stats on the other side. Witchy Murloc, who we did get to spectate a little bit already, got some good stats. Good stats there with some undead and a little bit of mech stuff going on.
The Great Glover got some decent value. I think this should not be enough to win for Witchy Murloc.
Oh, it's a tie, because at the very end, that Gobbler did trade into the smaller minion. There was a chance that Send Me Your Arms actually won the fight with one minion, but it was a tie, which, again, I'm sure both players fine with a tie.
And now is the moment of the truth. Do you sell it? Yeah, I think you sell it, you roll, you buy, you level. You get to do everything. Still at 30, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, we're seeing the golden monkey appearing.
All right. Whew.
There's a keeper who just got an extra life there. What's the discover?
Yeah.
Barricade for the tempo. No death rattles to synergize with her.
Okay.
Well, now we're talking about death rattles.
Yeah.
We're getting double lighter. This is something.
I was about to comment about how right now her board doesn't really have a good direction, but then she rolled that shop with double lighters, and that is a direction.
Indeed, and the capacity of like taunting some minions to make sure that the fish stays alive for a couple more turns.
Yeah, or just playing the barricade as a taunt too.
Okay, that's true. Even better.
Yes. Yeah, and there you go. Taunting up the lighters, the lighter fighters themselves as well. There is actually a cleave effect on the other side, which this could kill off the fish, but the lighter fighters did get to attack first, so.
Yeah, the issue is like the death rattle of the pirate, which had the the 6-4 inside was not activated, and this is a huge loss because those minions are big in terms of Tavern. So it's a 15 damage loss. It was not as close, but not as bad to just lose by 15. There were only like a couple health points remaining.
Wow. And also, okay, so at the same time here, we see a couple of the other heroes go down pretty drastically in health as well. And the couple of heroes up at the top of the lobby, Snake Eyes going up to Tavern Tier 6, Tailothan going up to Tavern Tier 5. So definitely seeming like the players at the top are pretty far ahead.
Reborn Death Rattles. This is magnetic. The discoveries had not been gentle with Send Me Your Arms. She's not been able to get the best out of them. Right now, wondering like what's the direction at this time, because she has a bunch of the rattle, but nothing that kind of like serves her well.
One thing that does serve her well, though, is being at 16 health and being 1 point above that damage cap, so that even if she does take a full 15 again, she will still stay alive. So that is a very important thing for her here. But yeah, she's gonna really need to find something else in this next like shop or two.
Getting at least some stats on the board that giving like +2/+2 to her whole board could be a thing, but
wow.
Yeah, this board is not that intimidating, right? Because there is some lighter action that will happen, and we'll just make sure that takedown, like, everything is below like 10 health right now. So those lighters, they're just pulling up the weight of this this fight, and not
all the death rattles went off before the N'Zoth fish got killed too. So wow. All the minions on board. That is damage, quite a turnaround. Right? Yeah.
If only the fish had survived, it would have been much better for her opponent. Right now we are seeing Burgle being eliminated. We have Rusinia at 2 health on the bottom of the pack. Lunar Found at 6, Eternally at 8, Death Princess at 12, and then Send Me Your Arms in the 3rd place at 16 over the damage cap. Those 4 players are in danger of just being pushed out of this lobby.
And that has to be really good for Send Me Your Arms here. Hovering at that 16 above the damage cap, well, there's now multiple players less than that as well. But I'm kind of curious to see if we can switch over to Witchy Murloc's perspective again and check out how it's going over there for her, because she is also the one that's been hovering at the top of the lobby.
And now we understand why.
Yeah, she has been able to piece together this pretty nice looking undead board with a golden and a Kel'Thuzad already.
This is a decent. She's only missing like tripling for like board space and maybe an Eternal Summoner over there, but all in all, this seems like a decent composition with scaling capabilities, resummoning the Numbrakan for extra attack there. The bench on the champions for also some extra attacks. It's a good setup. It's still not the like a end game composition. She needs needs the resummon capability that undeads have. But once you scale up the attack, like just gaining the resummons is like pretty easy. You just triple into them or getting from the shop. So I think this is that's okay. Unlucky to lose those 2 right away.
Yeah, the setup from Eternally with the pirates, very good setup there. And this is a hefty amount of damage here. Going to be that maximum 15 of the damage cap. And now this also puts Witchy Murloc under that damage cap, as we now see the player who is playing as Dr. Holiday get knocked out in 7th.
Death Princess. Another not best lobby for her, so that will put her chances in a pretty difficult position. For Witchy Murloc, we're seeing a Tatus Riven there. I think it's I was thinking it should be a must buy given the direction she's taken, but she's proving me wrong. Okay, there's another Kel'Thuzad there. Okay, you were talking about the damage cap. Were you talking about that?
Oh yeah, who needs to worry about a damage cap? You just you just add some armor.
We're always over the damage cap.
You know, I was waiting for that spell to re-roll the Tavern, and if both of those tier 6 minions re-rolled into, well, if the Tavern tier 5 minions both had rolled into Eternal Summoners, I was gonna lose my mind. But it didn't happen. But we do see a Kel'Thuzad, which is pretty good here. Oh, there's the triple.
And that's the direction she needed. Like now, she has
she's going for it. Yeah.
She has the minions to sell and triple.
Yep.
Because before that, she was not sure where to make the space. Probably selling right now one of the Eternal Summoners to make space. Tripling and hoping. The Eternal Knights. Yep. Yeah. And hoping for the Eternal Summoner. Oh
no. She just keeps missing on it.
Well, but at least this time, with a double Kel'Thuzad, we see that she's gonna be having a more than decent board. I'm curious about what Rusinia could have, because she could kind of mess up the composition with that start of combat effect, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, look at this scaling at the end of turn, even before the fight.
Oh, and wow, the Rusinia double cleave on Illidan here. This, she's hovering at 2 health, but that is an impressive setup and completely clears up that undead board for Witchy Murloc, which does mean that Rusinia is going to win the fight, not knock Witchy Murloc out, but does mean that Rusinia herself is in it a bit longer. And we do see another player knocked out. That looks like Send Me Your Arms on N'Zoth, going out in that 6th place.
Yes, and Rusinia is on a winning streak, 2 in a row already. Now Witchy Murloc will be facing Lunod Found with Reno. And I'm curious about what's on Lunod Found's board, because Reno has that capability of just scaling on the mid game after using the hero power if she finds something decent. Okay, look at that. We get a Nuvracan at this time, maybe an undead that could just be part of the composition. But Witchy Murloc chooses the Nerubian Death Warmer.
She wanted to triple that Kel'Thuzad, I think is what she was going for. She wanted to try to get a 3rd one. She even went up to Tavern tier 6 before playing the spell, just to try to set herself up for it. But her discovers have just been kind of sad. They have just not really been working for her as well as she would have liked.
And she's facing Lunod Found, who has 7 undeads also on board. So I'm thinking that the issue here is that she might not have enough layers of undeads, because the health is not there, definitely, but at the same time it's there are not enough resummons for what I can understand. Okay, you have the effect from Kel'Thuzad to add some to the board, but not that much. I like this setup in which you kind of favor more minions rather than more stats. This is what you need if you wanna try to knock out another board of undeads. Let's see what's on the other side.
Also undeads.
Yeah, and those harmless bonehead, they are not harmless at all. Because they had 30 attack, they had Reborn, they're like bringing a bunch of Death Rattles with them. So I think this would be the end of Witch Murloc, at least for this lobby. She got some decent points with this, and she might be able to squeeze up like another level. Like if anyone dies at this time, Field might get some extra points as well. But this board from Lunar Found seems to be kind of like more like an ending game comp than anything else.
Yeah, that was very impressive. And yeah, a couple other players knocked out now.
Rusinia as well on
Illidan.
On Illidan was knocked out.
Yeah.
So we're switching back to who won that last fight, to Lunar Found.
Wow. And yeah, these as you said, these harmless boneheads, definitely not harmless at all. They I think they spent some time, maybe it was on Friday when we didn't see undeads.
Yep.
They spent some time watching TikTok and seeing some of those videos where you see the little song of "Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious," and they said, "Okay, I'm learning," and they are trying not to act suspicious, but they are very suspicious here with these massive amounts of attack. And
one thing that I like about this composition is that when we were talking about undead compositions, we were talking about Kel'Thuzad, we were talking about Eternal Summoners, and this composition, it's based on like Tavern and tier 3 minions, or like it's all like the only like big one is the Champion of the Primus, which is a tier 5 minion, but still it's not like the best minion if you guys start thinking about, okay, what's an ending composition. But still, like, she was able to pick that early enough to start scaling, and now the attack, the amount of attack each undead has is massive, and those resummons are massive as well. So I like the alternative approach without that expensive. Like, kind of like this is like the budget list for undeads.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive here, and now we see kind of the effects of those cleave effects from the fight here into the corpse, where it's actually not very effective. Because this is exactly what Lunot Found wants to happen on the board, right? She wants those things to just get killed off and summon more things. So it works in her favor rather than against her. And we just saw another player get knocked out in third as Lunot Found sneaks into top 2 with 3 health remaining.
Eternally, as Rokara was knocked out last round by a huge blow. It was a 25 damage blow from Alexa Flora. So I'm just wondering, wow, what's gonna happen now? Because it's a battle in which I would think that Lunar Found has a decent board, but on the other side there are some undead compositions that could cause some problems to her. 5 refreshes? No. Discover Darkmoor Prize. Higher tier, Evolving Tavern with a couple of 5s could be
Divine Shield, or make something golden. Oh, it's not a Titus.
Oh, never Titus.
2 in 5 chance, and she didn't hit it. Oh,
and still missing. Come on.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yep. There's another undead that you might think about buying before rolling the tavern. Come on. Never Eternal Summoner. It's like this.
She doesn't need it.
To be honest,
you gotta believe.
To be honest, I kind of believe in this composition right now. After all we've seen,
it's working for her. Yeah,
it's working a lot, and like she's acting as there's a tomorrow there, because she froze the spell for the Death Rattles to trigger twice. But I think now we understand why Alexa Flores at 35 life, 34 life.
Yep.
I'm not sure what happened there, but something big did happen.
I mean, I see a tripled Nala. I see tripled getting tavern spells. There's huge stats on a cleave. There's a lot going on there.
Yep.
But all the attack stats on Lunat Found's board kind of chewed through some of that, at least. Like, it wasn't enough, definitely, but it got through a lot of it.
If she had one more layer, I think, like one more layer of undeads would have made the trick.
Yeah.
The issue is that like she didn't have enough reborns or enough summons. Still, excellent result for Lunat Found at this point with the second place. Alexa Flora just winning the lobby once again, trying to set an easy transition. Right now she can relax, like after winning 2 lobbies. We haven't seen anyone below 17 like being left out of the top 4, so probably she's pretty happy with this 2 first lobbies and trying to think about keep concentrated for the finals. But before the finals, we still have one more game in the semifinals.
Yes. And it's pretty interesting that we've seen both in Lobby 1 and Lobby 2 now, after 2 games, that there were a player who did well in both of those 2 games. So it's kind of interesting to see that. And we're going to see now kind of the middle of the pack and how this third game goes for them to fight for those other 3. We're just going to assume at this point, I think, that Alexa Flora, after those 2 games and those performances, has gotten top 4. So we'll see who else can join her and get into the top 4 points for this lobby to make it into our final 8 right after this quick break.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to get into game number 3 of our second lobby to see who will be completing our top 8 and playing in those final 3 games that we have today. Rain, are you ready to see who will be joining our first 4 finalists?
Definitely ready. This is the last game before the final top 8, and we still have 3 free tickets to get into that. One has been already assigned with after that incredible lobby 1 and lobby 2 winning both. She's got the right to go into the finals, but still we get to know who will be joining Alexa Flora. And if you see, we have like 6 contenders for 4 spots, with Burgle at 8, just only a couple of points away of that top 4. So this could go either way.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Send Me Your Arms and Death Princess, Very seemingly unlikely that they will manage to get enough points to make it, even if they end up getting like first in this lobby. Rusinia and Lunat Found, I think, with 13, even if they get last, they're going to be pretty far ahead there. So, going to be a really tight race for some of these players here. But we do see Rusinia on this Denathrius and opting for going for some tempo, but having some, was that friendly minions attack or friendly minions die?
Attack
Okay.
14 times. Yeah, that's not that much. That's not that hard. The reward is like your minions have +4 attack, and while we don't have mechs at this lobby, which would provide the divine shield and the extra value to the attacks, we have undeads, we have nagas, we have quillboars, we have compositions that could gain some momentum from those attacks. Going over the minion types we have. At this time, we have dragons, murlocs, nagas, quillboars, and undeads. We will not be seeing beast demons, mech pirates, and elementals once again. They're still hiding.
Yeah, but I think with the dragons and the nagas, those could be some pretty good options for potentially getting some divine shields to work with the added +4 attack of that Denathrius quest reward. So those could be some options that Rusinia wants to take here potentially.
Yep, and after this fight, we're gonna go over the rundown of who is who. But I wanna go over once again a concept we mentioned a couple of games ago. The fact that getting a quest that can progress independently of what you do is kind of like always the best thing you can do, because you don't need to spend extra resources on completing. It's just it's gonna happen, and it's gonna give you an upside no matter what you do during your turns. And right now we're gonna see that Lunat Found is playing as Greybow, one hero that we haven't seen on the whole weekend. Eternally as Captain Crag, Witchy Murloc as Tathalan Blood Watcher, Rusinia as Sidonatheus. We have Burl Girl as Alakir. Then still going down, Alexa Flora, the winner of this lobby, the definitely champion. It's playing as Cyrella, Death Princess as Ethereum Gorfrin, and then we have Send Me Your Arms as Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes, one of those heroes that proved to be one of the best out of the capacity of generating extra gold and resources in the early games that allow you to jump one turn ahead of the lobby, and that on turns 1 through 5, it's really important, because that means you could be having one extra minion in the early games is just almost guaranteed winning all the fights. Maybe not against Alakir, but still it's an amazing thing to have. And allows you not only to sometimes level up and do something else and having more tempo, but to make sure that you're keeping up with the tempo there. Seeing a weaker board from Rusinia double buy right now, and probably preparing to selling some of her stuff on the board, because this guard is this battler is not battling a lot more after 5 turns. It's kind of it shows that it has lost its momentum.
It's one of those really interesting minions where it's great at the beginning, but the longer you hold on to it, the worse and worse it gets, and then it just becomes a minion that you sell off. It's run its course. It's had its use. Get rid of it.
Yes, it's interesting when you get to triple it, because you kind of give it a second life there. But if not, it's just as he said, it has a shorter life than the rest of the minions you can get from the first tiers. I like this curve for Rusinia. I like that she's having some extra layers to make sure that she gets more attacks. Something that we saw on the previous fight is that Alakir went first and killed off her board immediately, and that meant that she could not progress her quest. Right now, we're seeing that she got some progression there. She's already at 4. only 10 more to go. That will be like a bit easier once she fills up her board, which is like the idea with this quest and this hero.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
some
Ooh.
minions that could provide more than one attack there.
Also, okay, the Sand Spewer and the is it the handler?
Yeah, the whelp. Yeah, the whelp helper. Yeah.
That is
true.
yeah, and that's what she's going for here. That is awesome of a pickup, I think, for a couple of reasons. First, it works towards trying to build up that board that you were talking about, right? And also, this now kind of starts up that she has a little bit of Nagas potentially that she can get, but this starts up the dragons and kind of divine shields for when her quest is complete, where she's going to get some good value with the +4 attack.
And also, she's kind of like being patient with her patient scouts. Right now, it's a discovery of a tier 3 minion and will keep upgrading. And right now, she has some better minions to sell before that, because it's a 2/2 that, okay, it's not a lot, but it's still something. And she could easily like wait a couple more turns, being at 35, until discovering a tier 5 minion. Don't want to think about a tier 6. That might be like a bit greedier, but if her life total allows it with a scaling Bronze Spear, I think it's a possibility. Oh, look at this synergies between Undeads and Greybow. We've seen that before with the Beasts and the Rat Pack and all those resummons. Right now, the idea behind the capability of resummoning some extra corpses from those undeads and give them extra stats feels pretty good. Still, Rusinia taking the win.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see all of those, the extra bodies, but it wasn't quite enough because of these added like spellcraft effects. Ooh, and I like this from Rusinia here. Instead of going for like double minions, she just went for, she did still end up with the double minions, but she went for leveling first, bought one, and then said, okay, now I can sell off this Surf and Surf and go for more of this kind of dragon value. And she's going to continue getting this value from the Sand Spewer. And how close is she now with this quest, with completing this? Because she has to be getting pretty
she's
close.
Just four attacks away. So this should be finished in this next round. And I like the setup with the 2 pairs already on board to just try to fish that extra minion that she needs to triple. And probably after delaying a bit her curve in the past few turns, it might be possible for her to level up and spend 7 gold next turn, sell a minion and buy a minion that she suffered on the shop, and still keep that patient scout for 1 more turn and go for the dream and get a tier 6 minion, which could be Caligos.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, we've got to see if that happens, because I want to see if she can find a Caligos. But you know what's not too terrible on the other side there for Send Me Your Arms is that Razor Gore with some dragons. Razor Gore has come back into the Battlegrounds with this patch from earlier this week, and it's tier 4. But even with the Razor Gore, the stats on Rusinia's side, a little bit too much there. But Send Me Your Arms still above that damage cap, even after losing that fight. Ooh, an Amber Guardian.
Yep, that could be something, especially with the extra attack. I can see this. I can see Rusinia. Like it's a shame right now. Like selling the Lava Lurker, it doesn't feel right after like getting the quest completed, especially because the Lava Lurker is keeping the enchantment, so it's summoning like 3 crabs. So it's kind of like you're tossing up a massive amount of stats. So I like the idea of like getting rid of one of the doubles that she had, and keeping the patient scout to discover a tier 6 minion next turn. And who knows? what could
Yeah,
come
I
from
like it
that.
as well. I think especially the choice too, where she's kind of also setting herself up with the leveling as well,
Hmm.
right? Just like going up a tavern tier, just being a little bit patient because she could have gone for as much dragons on the board as she wanted as well. Like you said, maybe just selling off the patient scout early and not waiting for it for the tavern 6, maybe selling off the lava lurker. But I like this kind of just a little bit more patient approach, saying it's okay, I can buy like this Amber Guardian and that's it, and just tavern up, set myself up for that tavern tier 6 minion next turn from the scout. Maybe find something like Razor Gore now that I'm at tavern tier 4. Just a good setup overall.
Yes, I agree on that. Now we're seeing a decent setup as well from Eternally going towards some death rattles and resummons for undeads. Still, the amount of layers and the attack is not enough to chew the stats that Rusinia has put in place, and this will be a win. And I think that the fact that that lava lurker survived is a good thing for Eternally, because it's only attacking for 2, while if it had died, it had many tokens inside to make some extra damage. We're seeing everyone besides Send Me Your Arms and Eternally over the damage cap, which is a turn 8, something to be aware about. Like most of the combats haven't been dealing a lot of damage, it seems, and now it should be time to cash that as scout, right?
Yeah. Okay. The Warp Wing is a dragon.
And
this is cool.
It will benefit a lot from that extra attack, right?
Yes.
And maybe from a Divine Shield. I think we're on to something right now. The only question at this moment is, you keep buying dragons, you keep buying stuff, do you start leveling? What's the idea here? I think it's still one more turn. Okay, we have another bronze Sun Spirit.
Sure. It's just okay. Yeah.
Getting the Nether Drake with the double Wealth Smuggler, I think it's it's something interesting.
Yeah.
Having the possibility of giving town to one of the minions is also important, I understand, to keep that Warp Wind safe, to maybe hit twice. That would have been that would be nice. The fact that the town is so up front, I'm not sure, but at this time of the game, I think there are not that many cleave effects, so you can feel secure by leaving it over there, just maximizing the damage output you can throw it.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty interesting kind of concept of just moving towards these. Finding the Warp Wing was also very interesting. Like, I don't think it was the minion she wanted. Of course, we talked about Caligos. That probably would have been like the absolute best tier 6. But Warp Wing, definitely not a terrible option. And she just continues to stack all of these stats here and just dominate these fights, meaning she is going to push that full 15. But we've seen a lot of this dragon board. I would like to switch over and check out some other board states here in this game. We're going to switch over to Death Princess, who we just see also taking 15 max damage there. As Terran Gorefiend, but she also has some dragons. It's not a full dragon board though. It's kind of a dragons and undead.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to transition from one to the other. That double, like the triple Emerald Proto-Wealth and one extra there, it kind of like incentivizes you to keep it that way. But I'm not sure how long can you resist with a tier 1 minion. That's kind of one of the things. You can use the hero power from to get a lot of synergy with the undeads, right? You get a lot of death rattles, a little bonus with resummons. I think that's a good idea of like the rapid reanimation to work with. I think it's better to go that way than to go with the dragons, to be honest, because that's much more you can gain. And at this point, Death Princess needs to win a lobby, not only to just get a top 4. So I like how she's playing it to the end game and not just to survive.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think just this is another reason why some of these different hero choices can be really cool in some of these lobbies, right? Where it's like you kind of have to look at the hero and the hero power and look at what minion types are in and what seems to work well or not work well with that hero that you're potentially choosing, along with the like recognizing what spells could be really good with these synergies or how these players want to pivot. And we do see that Death Princess with that does win the fight, putting Send Me Your Arms down to 3 health. But wow, Send Me Your Arms just sticking through, not losing out yet. She's fighting.
No. Keeping there. We have a discovery right now. Not the best one. If your minion that attack is immune. Okay, not just going to the brand epic egg to get one more. If she gets an extra an extra discover from give 4 friendly town minions +4/+4 walking forward. Not that fast enough. Discover a tavern spell.
Yeah, the Syllabaz. It's really cool with the she also has the dragon that's going to give her 2 at the end of the turn. So like a spellcraft to get a tavern spell, getting 2 tavern spells at the end of the turn, like these could be really cool if she can get some good tavern spells. But it's also a matter of, again, how is she getting those tavern spells to work with her hero and her comp that she has? Because I'm not sure what tavern spells would be the best for her right now. I guess like maybe taunt and +8/+8 stats. Even a temporary like 5/5 stat would be okay.
Yes, I'm wondering the same, because at this time she has the stats but not the scaling. The scaling that the Death Princess has is like a bit slow, because the only Eternal Knights are growing by themselves, but they're growing just at +2/+2 a turn. The Nubra can, is given +1 attack a turn as well. If you add one more with the Reborn, it's a bit more, but I'm not sure if this is enough for the long term. I'm hoping that she finds some better drivers, some better utility minions to scale off from. And let's see what's this fight about. Hitting first, just kind of removing the tier. The breakpoints seem pretty good for her. It's still, those are huge minions.
That's a huge Murloc.
That's a huge Murloc. I was not expecting that.
Okay, 14 damage, but Death Princess was above that cap. And unfortunately, it looks like we do see our first player knocked out there. Send Me Your Arms on Snake Eyes. Unfortunately, taking that 8th place, and does mean that this is the end of the road for her in terms of those points.
Yep, and at this point, Death Princess has something to choose. I think it's either Titus Tribute, but because you have another Anumbra Cannon on board, so I think it's kind of like an interesting approach. You can have trying to go all in this turn, since you don't have much. You don't have much to save, right? It's one of your last turns, and you have to just give everything to try to stabilize and survive, and then maybe discover a tier 6 minion down the road. Let's see what's in the box. Nothing.
Yeah,
those are, to be honest.
Those are not super helpful for what she's looking for at this point.
Is it time to get rid of the Ignition Specialist?
Maybe.
It's a 2/2.
I mean, she picked up the payer. She has the second one in hand, but Might just have to sell something at least. She's not finding a triple. Can make something golden. Does make the brand golden. That's interesting.
Okay, that's something to think about and freeze. You can even get it this turn if you keep on selling. But the issue is, like, do you want to play it? I think you just only want to buy it. What's the order? Yeah, play less. Yeah.
Yes. Sell that off. Buy the brand. Play the other thing. Use the hero power. Oh no.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's the APM we're talking about.
That's right. That's what we're looking for. Is this all going to be enough, though? The death rattles do go off twice here, correct?
They go twice, but the issue is that the same happens on the other side of the board because there's Titus Riven there, and there's a bit more stats, scaling, and layers that will send Theron Gorfring to the other realm.
Yeah, that quite a bit of resummoning and layers there for sure, dealing the maximum amount of damage possible. And unfortunately, Death Princess, as well as one other player, going out here. And just like you said, for Send Me Your Arms, that does mean Death Princess. That is the end of the tournament as well for her.
It was the other player, if I'm not mistaken. It's Lexa Flora, which you kind of like don't worry about because like she had like 20 points, so whatever she added to that score would be enough to get it. And right now we're entering that phase where Death Princess and Send Me Your Arms are both out, but Burgle and like the whole pack, all the survivors are in position to make it to the next round. We have Rusinia and Lunar Found at 13. We have Witchimurloc and Eternally at 10 and Burgle at 8. So there's a lot to decide right now. Rusinia is and Lunar Found are the two that need the least to make it to the second round, but still they still need to not die first, for example, and because they could be surpassed by Burgle or by Eternally and Witchimurloc. So they're all playing to a tight ending. This is gonna be a finish in which we will be needing to wait to the final scores to see who makes it to the final top 8 and who will be playing for the $2,500 that this Supergirl Gaming Pro is awarding to the winners.
Yeah. These death rattles have been great. The discovers, not so much.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of really sad, really just lackluster discovers in all of these games so far today. And this Nala, I guess, can start doing some work with the Ignition Specialist that was just put out as well, picking up a couple of those tavern spells. But also the Nala, like, you want that in a more menagerie.
It's an old dragon
right?
composition. It's not that,
Yeah. So it's like, I guess, trying to take the best of the bad options with those Discover in the previous turn. But again, we're seeing Bird Girl on the other side there with just the huge Murloc. And depending on how these hits line up, this is looking actually pretty good.
Yeah.
For
the wing, the warp wing was the decisive hit there.
Yeah, it was.
Getting rid of the biggest minion there, and still everyone's surviving so far. We've seen some changes of positioning. We've seen Rusinia at the top of the pack right now, Birgirl at 12, below the damage cap, as well as Lunar Found, Witchimurloc, and Eternally. And this is something that Rusinia should be happy about. Being 2 hits away from being eliminated kind of like grants her at least one position above the rest. Like, it's kind of like a top 4 guaranteed, and that's something that will let her at 19 points, which is a super secure total. So I think that she was happy about not losing that last fight. Now seeing this Razor Gore, are you happy about this? Is it like, isn't it too late?
It does feel a little too late. I think personally, I like the there it is again, just to like taunt her a little bit. I like the sandstone in her hand a little bit better, especially because she kind of has now this, the ignition specialist. She's going to be playing more of these, like, more cards in a turn. So
the dragons, yep.
Yeah, like there's a lot going on. Ooh.
Oh, I like the lucky roll.
Yeah, could be interesting.
Oh.
Okay. This does mean, though, that she replaced that reward from her quest, so her minions no longer have the added 4 attack. But I think at this point in the game, maybe that's okay. She's looking for a little bit of a different value rather than just 4 extra attack.
Yeah, I agree. That's true. I kind of like missed on that because I was thinking, okay, you already completed a quest, you got the reward, but the reward is actually your hero power. And let's see, stuff eating and refreshing. What's there? Anything valuable? Not at all. Some other jaws of jobs around.
Who needs to have +4 attack when you can just have the Yogg wheel let all of your minions eat even more stats than a +4 attack?
And we see Lunar Fallon again playing Undeads.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier though with the Grey Bow, it's a pretty powerful effect, and it looks like she's now found an Eternal Summoner as well.
Yeah, the Eternal Lights are not that big yet, and I'm worried about. Okay, she's at 16, so she is never gonna die. But this was a tighter fight than I expected, right?
Yeah.
The only 13 health for that Warp Wing. Maybe some difference in the in how the minion sit could have ended on a tie. And talking about ties, no one there's no much ties, but no one is losing. We are seeing players going down, and this is once again good for Rusinia because she's the only one above the damage cap. Everyone else can die, and it's the last fight for everyone almost. And okay, that hero power has not been paying, I think.
Yeah. I think who might be benefiting this round is potentially whoever is facing into a ghost. Because the ghost died what 4 turns ago. Yeah.
So the stats are not something that you want to worry about.
Yep. So I think whoever is facing into the ghost right now probably has the most benefit of hoping that 2 people get knocked out at the same time right now, and put them into that top 3, which is not even the first. If that happens, it's not the first time we've even seen it today, let alone in this tournament overall. But it's not even the first time we would have seen it today. So it's definitely a possibility that can happen.
This Nala, it seems Rusinia to have a predilection of keeping her despite only buffing 2 minions because it was the target for many of those buffs. Let's see how this pays off. I think that Rusinia could make some room if she gets to triple that Amber Guardian and play something else into the board. She's kind of board locked at this time. Ignition Specialist is also a minion that she could toss whenever she feels like she needs to improve the board a bit more. But at this time, there's a reality. Even if she loses, which I think that could happen in this fight, she's never gonna be knocked out. So she can keep milking that ignition specialist for more and more spells.
Yeah.
And those Eternal Lights now. They're kind of big. They have 50 attack, 18 health. They're body trading sometimes.
Okay, I think this is a good time now to switch over into Witchy Murloc's perspective that we just saw take that fight. And we also did see somebody get knocked out there.
Eternally got knocked out.
Okay, so Eternally in that 5th place there. As Sky Captain Crag, but only 1 person knocked out, which I believe should mean that there are players facing players. There's nobody facing into a ghost this turn, so we could see a double knockout here.
It is possible because on all besides Rusinia have below the damage cap. So, oh well, there's no more
Yeah,
damage cap.
there's
They
no
were
more
on the
damage
top
cap
4.
now.
So
Yeah.
everyone could lose it, especially like seeing how Witchy Murloc is doing. Like she could easily knock out Lunat Found at this point.
Yeah, I'm also very curious to see. We've already kind of seen it from the other side a little bit as Lunat Found on Greybow with also some undead stuff, and now we're seeing Witchy Murloc, and they're going to be facing into each other. I'm really curious to see which of the undead boards kind of has that lasting
Prevails.
power. Yeah.
Who's the real Lich King, right?
That's right.
Lich Queen actually at this tournament, but I think it's gonna be decided that way. I kind of like feel that all this reborn action on this board helps Witch Murloc a lot, because there's not only the effect from Tito's Riven there, but the Handle Forsaken has reborn, the Eternal Knight has reborn, the Eternal Summoner like has double Death Rattle and reborn. It's there are a lot of minions to overcome. There's gonna be a lot of waves of undeads. This is kind of like I think this might be Jaina's and Tyrion's worst nightmare, right? Like endless counts of undeads coming and coming and coming.
Something I also just thought about for one of these players is, unless it's a tie, but if one of these players gets knocked out, for the other player, because of all of these death rattles, because of these animations, the reborns, that means that when they get into the next shop, that's less time they're going to have for their next turn.
That is true. I while casting, I don't consider that much. I suffer that when I start playing, because I don't want to say I'm a boomer, but there's a reason why I don't play FPSs, right? There's a reason why I play a card game, and whenever I need to just like rush and like do an APM comp, that starts being hard. As you said, there's 90 seconds here, which might seem a lot, but when you have to do a lot of actions, it's not that much. Lunat Found was knocked out, and then we saw Rusinia surviving an 18 hit from Witchy Murloc, and Rusinia will now be fighting the Ghost, because we're seeing Witchy Murloc facing Birdgirl. So this is the moment Rusinia has been waiting. That damage cap being so healthy so long, it's paying off by letting her getting some extra position, some extra points out there.
Yeah, definitely has. And
look at that. We have a let me thank Harry Potter for the raid. Muchas gracias. We're seeing Lunat Found, who I think is guaranteed to play in the final. So for that Spanish crew, just bear on with us, because we're only in the semifinals. So we're gonna see 3 more lobbies in the top 8 to see who gets the $2,500 that this tournament is given to the top 8. So stay with us, and thank you very much, Harry Potter, for that support. We've seen Ivadino, we've seen a lot of the Spanish players supporting their female representatives here. So I'm glad that we're a bunch here, and we're ready to just wrap up the semifinals and jump into the finals and see who's gonna win the tournament.
Absolutely, yes. And speaking of that, we do have, as you mentioned, Witchy Murloc and Birdgirl are 2 of these 3, along with Rusinia. So these 3 are also very, very close in the point standings before they close out this game, with 13 for Rusinia, 10 points for Witchy Murloc, and 8 for Birdgirl. So they are all really just trying to fight to secure these last couple of points to inch up above the other players, especially being a couple points different.
How big those coral Murgles have been growing on Birdgirl's hand. They're being she's losing after this waves of Eternal Knights, but still they put up a really good fight there. and we're seeing probably the final showdown. Oh, Rusinia lost against the Ghost.
Oh,
this
no!
was the final fight.
Whoa! All right. Well, yep. We just saw that happen there. So, okay. So
Quite a
Rusinia
surprise
takes
there. We're
second.
expecting some more action.
That's right. We were. So we're gonna glance over here at these point standings. We'll get it up on the screen here for you in just a second as soon as we have that. But it does look like our wonderful tournament organizer Zeltica got these scores in here for us, so we can take a look at these. Our top 4 for the second lobby: Alexa, Flora, Rusinia, Witchy Murloc, and Lou Not Found, getting their placement in the top 4. So they will be joining Bitsu, Neflita, Norki, and Tekono, who were the top 4 from the first lobby, to round out our top 8. And those top 8 will still be playing 3 more games to now determine their placements in that final top 8. But at least they got to the top 8. That does mean that they have secured themselves into that cash prizing in that $2,500 prize pool. So that's exciting for them that they have secured those spots there. They've made the money. Now it's just a matter of seeing where they land in that and who will actually become the winner overall and get that first place prizing and become the champion.
Yeah, we have the defending champion, and I think Rusinia was the runner-up from last tournament, or if it was not, Murcielago Tames. But I know she was on the final top 8, so we have some repeats here. We have we could be crowning the first 2 times champion from this Battlegrounds tournament. So don't go anywhere. We have a bit of a break right while we set up the next lobby, but we're gonna be seeing all the 3 games for the finals right after this commercial break.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are getting ready to get into our top 8 final 3 games. Let's hear it in the chat for the players you're rooting for. Spam the emotes, get the hype track rolling, whatever it is you need to do to pump yourselves up, because it is coming down to the wire. So again, here are our top 8 finalists in our Battlegrounds tournament. Bitsu, Neflita, Norki, Tekono, Rusinia, Lunat Found, Alexa Flora, and Witchy Murloc. These top 8 have secured their placement in the prizing. Now it's just a matter of figuring out where in the prizing they are going to land and who will be crowned the champion after these next 3 games. Rain, are you ready for these 3 games?
This is the moment I've been waiting for the whole weekend. This final lobby with 8 players battling for those $2,500. This is the place where everyone gets the prize just for getting to the top 8. So that's a relief, like for those who don't make it to the podium or don't make it to the top places. Their effort has been already has some retribution. I cannot go with anyone else besides Rusinia and Lunat Found, the actual champion. I like to see them on this final rounds, and we're starting right on the lobby. Bitsu on screen, one of the better performers of the whole tournament, with winning like 2 games in a row and just cruising the third one. Do you think the players from the first lobby have an advantage over the second lobby because they have some time to rest, or that could just play against them because they kind of like lose a bit of focus entering this final, Dawn?
Yeah, there definitely could be either way. I think it depends on what the kind of players are like. If they are used to playing for longer periods of time, then the players from the second lobby probably aren't really affected by that. But if they're not used to playing as long of games or as many, games in a row, like back to back like this, they're probably suffering a little bit without getting that time to rest. But it also is nice to have those kind of warm up games right before getting into these, so they're kind of already in the mindset. They're already like in the groove. They probably have to be feeling good about getting in that top 4.
Yeah.
Like now they're just kind of bringing that momentum with them. So the players from the first lobby probably have to regain some of that momentum there. But for this first game, we are going to see mechs, murlocs, naga, quillbore, and undead. Still no elementals. No elementals, Rain.
No elementals. They're high. I'm not sure. Should we look below the ground? Should we look in the sky? Where should we find an elemental? I'm not sure. Just go to the mountains, maybe.
I think we just need to stop looking for them.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, right? That's kind of how it works. Like trying to talking about looking for stuff. We're looking who Norki playing as Sneed. One of the first time I think we see Sneed on the tournament. Neflita as Cirella with a cool portrait. Rusinia as Thessalan Blood Watcher. Tekono as Bolgin. Lunat Found as Queen Ashara. Going for that for those Nagas. Then we have Alexa Flora as Snake Eyes, Bitsu as Silas Dark Moon, we're seeing her right now, and Witchy Murloc as Dr. Holiday.
Yeah, and so again, another game where we're seeing all 3 of the new heroes being selected. The 3 new heroes, as we've mentioned a couple of times, are getting offered in all of the lobbies for the first at least week. It's a week or 2. So definitely going to be offered, but that doesn't mean that the players have to pick them. But again, we are seeing them select these heroes every time. So it's kind of interesting to see some of these other heroes, as you mentioned, though. Some of them we haven't gotten to see. I think this might be the first time we're seeing Silas. I'm really curious to see how the prizes kind of work with some of these. But I think we're going to have to wait a little bit to see some of these prizes, because we're going to switch over to Norky and see what's kind of going on her board here, checking out as that other hero that we really haven't seen much. I think we did. Did we see Sneed last game, or we saw the Sneed hero power last game? I think is what it was.
That was like, yeah.
But it was kind of just like at the end of the game, just like a little hero power that got replaced, not Sneed itself from the start of the lobby. But look at these reborn. 3 of the 4 minions on the board have reborn. There's a lot of refilling here. And what do you think this is going to look like for Norky kind of shifting into this mid game now?
I think that like the curve like she's taking, like it's popularly called like the reform curve, and like in which you're able to squeeze a hero power each turn while floating the less amount of gold. It's kind of like a good curve for this time. You're not falling behind on stats because you're like adding stats via your hero power. You're not falling behind on the leveling curve because you're catching up on turns 5 and 6. And I think this board could be a pretty good one for Norky to wait until she finds better stuff to do, or better stuff to invest her gold in. Right now, she keeps on winning. She keeps on like putting stats on the board, and like you see, like even if there were some other minions in front, like she got like 3 tier 1 minions to start battling, to keep on battling there. So it's a decent board right now. I expect her to like keep on leveling right now and just keep on hero powering, as it's usual in this kind of curve. Sometimes you can take a detour if you get a spell that is good enough, but if not, I think we're kind of good with this leveling curve. Depending on how much you feel pressure, you can like Tabernap and the next turn as well, and just keep going up.
Yeah, it's always kind of interesting with some of these heroes that have that 1 gold hero power. Right? It's like, how are they wanting to actually go about the leveling process? I think we saw this a little bit in some of the other games, but we haven't really gotten to hit on it too much with that gold, like the single gold hero power. I feel like we've seen a lot of passive hero powers. We've seen a lot of kind of more of those clunky ones. I know we really talked a lot about like the Reno hero power and like the Zephyrus hero powers. The only other one that I think we've really kind of hit on that's 1 gold is that Dr. Holiday that we've seen in a lot of the games. But it's generating a more, I guess, consistent or more seemingly useful, I feel like, anyways, a hero power for that 1 gold than probably Sneed's is.
Yeah, it might have a more direct impact on the board. Sneed's, see, okay, it's good for this early part of the game, but then once you start leveling up, this hero power kind of like falls behind. You can, you can still like make some value if you're going for a resummon comp with many bench effects and whatnot, but it's not one of the top hero powers to see. And regardless of that, even after losing the last fight, Norky is committed to leveling up and finding those good tier 4 or tier 5 minions. She has a double on board from that recent Rising Raider, and that could easily turn into, I don't know, maybe an undead comp once again. I've seen those undeads working so well today that I kind of like expect like whenever you can go that way. And we see the animation there from Lunar Found completing her quest, the Naga Conquest, pretty early in turn 6. It's a pretty early quest completion, and now she's gonna be discovering 1 Naga for 1 gold each turn, and it's a decent hero power that will just allow you to complete your comp, complete your triples, and I think that's at 26 health. That's a healthy that's a healthy spot to finish your quest. If we go like complete recapping the lobby, most of the heroes besides Tekono are on down tier 4 as well, so we have kind of like even playing even Battlefield at this moment.
Yeah, it's really interesting to kind of see the taverning, even though maybe there was a little bit of difference in how some of the players were leveling or not leveling. They're kind of all at a similar pace, but we did see Norky level up, tavern up this, I guess, the turn that we just got to watch, and then use that hero power, which, even though she did lose the previous fight, as you mentioned, I think was still the choice that I liked a lot. She ends up tying this fight too, which is just fantastic. But knowing that she's kind of at the higher end of the lobby, she was facing into Witchy Murloc, who is Dr. Holiday, who was at the bottom of the lobby. She has Reborns. She's going to have the hero power effect. Like, it seemed like a good time to still just tavern up and use that hero power. And it was probably still going to be a close-ish fight, knowing that she was facing the person at the bottom of the lobby. So I did like her choice there to do that regardless. But now on the other side, we're seeing, as you mentioned, Lou Not Found, who did just complete that conquest. Now she's at the bottom.
Yep, and I like what you said about like understanding the context in which you were like allowed to keep on doing what you were doing. And right now it's kind of like the same. You see, Lou Not Found lost the last fight once again. It's like in a losing streak, so you might want to keep greeting. I don't want to say like leveling up, but that buying a lease combined with the treasure that gets you like free refreshes. It's a powerful choice, to be honest. And right now, okay, she's choosing for some tempo options, because all at the end of the day, you still need to put up some stats. You don't want to like be 15 like twice in a row. But I think I think that Norky, it's in a pretty healthy spot despite her like not amazing board, because she can like easily transition into something that scales pretty quickly with the discovery from the Elise, and maybe probably even a triple from the 2 tier 1 minions she has on board.
Yeah, I also think it's pretty interesting. This is another thing, again, with like the heroes and kind of knowing where you're at. And we are seeing these 2 heroes at the top, I think, that are kind of making these interesting lines where they also know that even if they lose the fight, look how much armor they have. I mean, Sneed has 13 armor right now. Even if Norky here as Sneed takes the max damage, which would be 15, she's still going to be at 28.
Yeah.
So
that's a lot.
And that's what's happening here. But like, yeah, she's still sitting pretty good after taking the max amount of damage because of that armor. So now, even after losing all of that, she's still in the top 4 of the lobby so far. So now, hopefully, she can start getting that kind of pivot, that transition into this more later game board states that you were talking about, and hopefully can find something. Yeah, triples would certainly be great at this point, but is she going to find the triples is the thing. We've seen some players who unfortunately got pairs and pairs and pairs and couldn't triple, and we saw them get triples or get to do things like this monkey, and then the discovers were very, very sad. So here it is.
And let's see, what's that? Okay, we have
all right,
something to pair with that.
Oh, is she? Oh, I like this. I like this a lot.
Oh,
I like that less.
Yeah. I was following you while you said, but we have a reroll.
Just gonna retry it again.
It still works. It still works.
I like that more. A little more.
Yeah, it's better than what we had. To be honest, it's better than what we had this. But still,
that was a complete like roller coaster of emotions there. But okay, I like this though. Kind of going in on these quill bores now. Trying to buff up these blood gems. Everything's going to get a blood gem. We'll check out this fight. And then after this fight, I kind of want to switch back and see what else is going on. But I want to watch this fight now that there's quite a bit more stats. Because after losing 15 damage that last turn, she might be in a better position this fight.
Yes, this Morlock board doesn't seem that intimidating, to be honest. It's still the breakpoints could go into Rusinia's favor for what we're seeing, but at least it's not like oh, I was not counting on like 3 frogs coming out of that. But it's still like Rusinia, like Norki has some other summons from behind that Elise, so this could work to minimize the damage she'll get. Let's see, that has some extra.
Okay, that's gonna be a tie.
It's a tie. At the end of the day, not that bad.
Yeah, they're both at 28 health, so that's fine. But we'll switch perspectives here and check out what else is going on in our game. Oh, she's facing into Dr. Holiday again too.
Oh, we could be seeing an elimination right now, right? Well, that's gonna be that's at least that's pretty that's like pretty not the most likely scenario, because like at this time Norki is not just ramping and just killing people, it's just more on the surviving side of things. Is she getting anything out of this? Like, okay, there's a Quelber, but what's the direction she could take from this?
More blood gems.
Okay, the Necrolytes are not that bad. Like, but you need to like add something extra to it. And the problem is, like, if we keep rolling, we're not improving. We're spending just gold and searching stuff. And
okay, the Naga, I suppose. No. Yeah, that is one big issue, is just continuing to re-roll here like that. Yeah, she's just gonna go for a little magnetize at this point. Get another blood gem.
She'll get some activations from that event. She'll get some economy for next turn, but still, I'm not sure if this direction. Well, you know, like you play with the hand you're dealt at this time, and if you can survive a couple of turns, okay, that would be amazing. If you can eliminate a couple of players, that would be even better. But I'm seeing Witchy Murloc with a decent death rattle board at this time, with decent undead board, at least with a lot of tons of reborns.
Yeah, lots of stats to start too.
Like at this time, it seems like Witchy Murloc is like desiring that the Norki was even a bit bigger to take advantage of all the death rattles that she could proc and improve her her composition. And this time, this seems to be not that big of a blow, but still, fortunately for Norki, still above the damage cap.
Yes. Really good fight there for Witchy Murloc, though, making sure that she stays in it. All right, we got some things fixed on our back end there. Let's see what this golden is, and then we're gonna switch. Oh, this is fine too. Oh, ooh. Oh, I like the prizes on the spells too. It's so interesting, especially on Strike Oil, which, you know, I've talked about. I like this one. I like Strike Oil.
Yes, there's kind of like the double thing that with the tickets you want to buy and sell to recoup some part of your gold to keep on buying the tickets. That's something you cannot do with the spells, but at the same time, this spell, it's kind of doing something similar, right? It's kind of like trying to get to an extra, like to give you a payoff once you sell it. You see the payoff the next turn, but still, it's like you're progressing your tickets. She's having like a Bream counter with what 54 stats, which it's a great Murloc to have with a Baskill on board.
It is, especially the golden golden base skill. But I want to ask you though, we really haven't seen Murlocs or like a full Murloc comp do super well. So what do you think here for Bitsu? Like, is this kind of just going to be a let me just keep building on what I have here, or is she going to have to transition out of some of this stuff and find something else?
I think that this is not enough. As just to like it's good as a way to scale the Breen counter, but more like she needs to add at least a couple of like other minions, like more tanks. It's not enough to have only one tank on board. You just need to have like multiple ways of dealing with what's in front, because as you see the stats from Nagas and from probably even the mechs or the resummoning undeads, that would start getting into you and just overwhelming your only one minion.
Okay, well,
getting some discoveries, getting some extra prizes.
Yeah.
We're on Tavern 6 at 19 above the damage cap. That's also still something that it's important for Bitsu. But not finding any... Okay.
How about a triple with a prize on it?
Okay, the double whammy. Are we transitioning to like undeads? I'm seeing eternal summoners like all day long. I'm not sure what's happening, but I think this is what she wants. Oh, Death Rattle's getting some coins.
I really like her pickup of the cleave here, because what she can do is she can, well, okay, so she found a little bit of magnetize right off of the
Mega
Jiraxis, but she also picked up the
Foe Reaper.
Well, she picked up was it Murky, who adds +10/+10. So she's going to be able to get a lot of stats, and having this brand on the board, yeah, look, she's just like going to town with these battle cries.
This is what Murlocs do. They just throw stuff in the air, like fix things, roll, get more things, get more rolling.
Another buddy?
Discovering a buddy. Okay, new hero power. I mean, new buddies. Time to start like finishing your turn because you're at 19. But this is
buff the
Marky there.
Yeah. Look at how much she improved her stats, even just with those couple of minions.
Yeah.
You were mentioning kind of not just having like one tank, but now she has a bigger body. She has some other like economy type stuff she can start to sell, and picking up 2 Tads. That's going to be even more things. She picked up the cleave effect here that she got to buff. So I think she's found a little bit to at least keep her board going for now, while she tries to find a little bit more that she can keep, building into.
And the importance of that cleave, right, against undeads.
Yeah.
Like just taking 3 for 1 trades, even like with the it wasn't allowed to hit twice, but at the same time, and this is even lethal. I was not checking on the health totals there. This is a lethal blow for Alexa Flora and for Witchy Murloc too. Both have been eliminated from this first game. Remember, the finals, we're playing 3 games, and the players who get the most points out of those 3 games will get the first, second, third place, and so on. You can see the player standings with auto-updating thanks to our lovely tournament admin, Celtica, on the left of the screen. More battle cries, more Murlocs.
Oh, spells!
Spells, and prizes.
If she really wants to, she could even take the feast again to just re-roll all those spells. Okay. Yep. Going for it. She could do it again.
Gaining some more armor.
She could go for the telescope, I suppose, if she wanted to as well. Like, maybe at this point she just wants to take the...
I think she's thinking about what's like...
like
she's
next turn.
she has run out of gold, so she's thinking,
Yeah.
okay, what's the best the best board I can set up, right? That's kind of like the idea thing right now. That young Morkai triggering the Battlegrounds from the adjacent Moonlocks, just focusing on that murky. I think it's pretty it's gonna become pretty pretty big with combined with Bran and with everything.
Yes.
And also like the Coral Murgurgle like gains the stats of the minions in your hand, like with a Bream counter, with a double Bream counter at like 120 something stats. This is a decent composition. I like that she got rid of the 3-2, the lookout that would like contaminate her Basgills and her Murky. So this seems like a good
okay.
That hit.
That, yeah. Oh, and that too is actually pretty good to just give another Murloc the Venomous.
Yep, still winning though.
She does win. That was a little closer than it was looking like it could have been.
So Norki and Rusinia both eliminated right now, while this lobby is starting to warp, right? We were like just cruising, no one was eliminated, and right now we have only the top 4. There's no more damage cap, so even Bitsu over at 24 could be eliminated this next fight. She's facing the Kono, who's been surviving actually. It's not doing pretty well, but she got to this point, so at least she's banking on 6 points for the total. Oh, Relentless.
Murgul.
Yeah, the issue is like, what's your free spot? Are you just tossing Brand right now? Is this the late game for you? Can you squeeze in one more round of value? That's kind of like what I'm thinking about. It's I think it's you still have one more time. If you scout and you see your opponent playing mechs, you might be a bit scared because, like, you know, refreshings and like divine shields and extra layers. But I think it if you don't risk it now, it's gonna be hard to do it in the future. And look at that, some good a good shell collector. And the chef's choice for some discovery. Oh, and the triple bring counter. The issue with that is like you cannot play it.
Right? Yeah. That's what I was about to say. Like, is that one you actually want to triple though? Because it doesn't really add that much more to the stats. So it feels like you're kind of just spending the 3 gold for not really any benefit.
I'm just still like I like this turn, this risk that Bitsu is taking, because she's taken this risk knowing that her composition will be worse this next fight, because she has like more minions in hand that it would be profitable for that Murky to get stats. You see, like right now that Murky, it didn't win the the Coral went and got some big stats, but you know, like the Basquill could fail. Still okay, nailing it. I think she like this was all calculated. I think after all, it was not just speculation. Yeah, she always knew that this was gonna be a profitable business.
Okay.
Chopping down one of the 2 deflector bots. No more refreshes, and this could.
Yeah, this is
probably lethal once again.
Bitsu.
Eliminating 3 players in a row, and even holding some power on her hand. So
yep, she has it lined up, locked in. She is ready to rumble. That is what she's like. I am winning this lobby. I am going for that first place in the final top 8. And she's all business.
I like this strategy of buying brand because it allows you to sell your brown to cycle the minions you have in your hand, while once you face the ghost, put your brown on the board once again and like start cashing in those battle cries once more. I think that's the idea, at least. She didn't found anything better to improve her board at this stage. I'm curious about how big Lunat Found is at this stage, because she's been like a full Naga board for some turns, and we've seen her like some 4 turns ago. It was not that big, but she had like 4 Divine Shields and some scaling already built up, so this is gonna be a good fight.
Yeah. I'm so curious if she just wants to sell something here and play something out of her hand, or if she feels like she's strong enough to... Yeah, she's going for it. It's like, does she actually feel safe enough to just keep her board as is after all of those rolls? And, it feels so bad to have to roll like that many times and just do nothing with your board.
I 100% agree. The idea behind that is it's not the best. I like pumping up that Foe Reaper to 60 something attack. Being able to chop down stats from almost everything. Not much better, like improving that 6/6 on the board, but at least she was able to improve her board a bit. Let's see where... that minion surviving at 1 health. That was...
Oh my gosh. Yeah. This is... and the Divine Shield hitting it to the Venomous. Yeah, this is not looking good for Bitsu, but it is looking very good for Lunat Found, who also is kind of in danger of getting knocked out at that 10 health, but she instead is going to be putting on the pressure and dealing damage to Bitsu, putting Bitsu down to 12, and because we are at the 3 players as well, there's no more damage cap, so they can take any amount of damage. And there's that triple.
There's finally the triple to combine stats and gain some more stats. Another Murky. And a Chorgal, which is even better because it's winning like 100 stats on board. Let's see what other Murlocs can she find at this time. Like last turn, Neflita had time to recoup and try to regroup after fighting the ghost. So this is gonna be an interesting fight, in which Bitsu has improved her board by quite a lot with that second Coral on board, adding some like 100 stats to it, and still like banking on like 2 brands in hand and Basgil to like in case like the second Basgil. I think it's not as good as the first one because like once you summon one minion, you cannot summon the same minion again. It's not like you can summon like 3 times that 130 bream counter, but still you could find some other stuff to add to your hand and try to get something extra on that death rattle. If not, like worst case scenario, you still have that relentless Murgle at the end of the pack, gaining Reborn and just trying to chop out stats. Let me check what's Neflita is playing mixed minions. I'm wondering what strategy could she be taking at this time.
Some sort of death rattles potentially. Or some sort of like menagerie style comp could be potential.
Some scam comp.
Okay.
Really well positioned to avoid the cleave at this time. That first hit was great to avoid the Venomous. And how many minions? I think this should be going to Bitsu, right? With the cleave.
So many. I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It was enough. Just like so many reborns, it still wasn't enough. And she had Neflita had the really good hit, right, of killing the ghoul on the other side, the Murghoul on Bitsu's side. But yeah, just that Cleave put in a little bit of work there. Oh, setting his stats to 2020. Does it go on the Murgle?
I think it should. Trying to get it a bit of like more resistance. I'm thinking like, how can you adapt? How can Bitsu adapt to the board she saw some turns ago from Do Not Found, because she lost some turns ago.
Yeah.
So how can you like turn things around? Is this like is the second coral she added enough maybe to?
I mean, I
to do
think
that?
she was. I think she was hoping for a triple with the buying the prize and trying to get the another discover for a tier 6 minion.
Right now she could still. What's the last minion she wants to buy? What does she want to put on the board at this time? Oh, the transmutated Blair Witch.
Bramble Witch.
Bramble
Okay.
Witch. That's not as good as Leroy, but could just get rid of a lot of stats on one hit. I like the positioning of that Foe Reaper, not at the front, because we've seen that Lunar Found had some Divine Shield taunts on the side. So you want that to hit in the middle of the pack, and for that you need to hit it like in the second or third position. So I like this idea. Maybe this is enough for Bitsu to turn things around from what we saw in the last fight between her and Lunar Found.
Yeah, I am really curious to see the other side of this board. Oh my gosh, so many stats.
Oh, it's huge. And the effect that was like the effect of the fungus kind of like overrides, since it's an aura.
Yeah.
It overrides the effect of the Blair Witch, and that for Reaper never got the chance to hit. I think this will be I don't want to say easy game for Bitsu, but it seems that it's gonna be game for her. Sorry, for Lunar Found. Is this enough though?
No.
One more chance. And
oh yeah, the like insta take of the Mechadiraxis. We've seen that quite a few times. It's a really cool. I think especially while she also has a mech on board already that she wants to be buffing. There's going to be some, picking up of a magnetize. Okay. She also can. She's got a lot of things. I'm curious to see if she opts for actually trying to get extra value with one of these brands or not.
At this time, I don't think she has the time to sell anything else from her board, and Jaws of Fate.
Wheel.
Yeah, we don't know what to do. I just spin the wheel.
Okay,
you're eating everything from the tavern and refreshing it.
Yeah. Exactly. We kind of both feel the same way. Like, all right. That's a thing that happens. Yeah. Just gonna go for trying to discover. There's another Murgle. That's pretty good.
That's not that bad at all. Let's see how this combat goes. But the board has improved a bit. Not sure if her chances, because it's amazing how much how much Lunar Found scales.
Yeah.
See, that fungus is over 100. It has like a couple of like over 150 minions. The corrupted Myrmidon going to the 300s. Like it's just simply not possible. I am not sure. Like even with the second venomous Murloc,
yeah,
she needed so much more.
Yeah. I do commend Bitsu there, though, on some of that recognition of just, like, she tried out that Bramble Witch and saw the taunted fungus, and then immediately got rid of it on the next fight, said, nope, that's not going to work. I don't want to do that. So at least that recognition of, yeah, sell that off, go for whatever else I can. Going for that third Dark Moon Fair prize to go for discovering another Tavern Tier 6 and just trying and seeing if that was going to be enough. Just great recognition for what she was trying to look for there at the end, even though it didn't pay off for her. But, you know, well done on the other side. Those are some very good points for that game.
And that's still like the first game in the finals. For those who didn't had a great performance in this game, there's still a lot of time to catch up. And in this finals, it's not about getting the top 4. While the top 4 is the first the first step in prizes, but there's some difference between being 4th, 5th, and 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. Something that was not on the line on the qualifying stages. So. It's not an all or nothing kind of like a bet in this time. So if you have time to recover and you have time to get some points, you can be aspiring for a 3rd place or a 4th place and get some more some better prizes in this final. That we still have 2 games to go, Dawn.
Yes, we do. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We will be right back for game number 2 of our top 8 finals.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are about to jump into the second game of our top 8 finals after that very kind of decisive closeout in that first game where unfortunately Bitsu just couldn't quite find those last pieces to secure herself the first place, but managed to get that second place. So still getting herself 8 points for Bitsu, but you know, as you mentioned right before we went into that break, there are still 2 games, and it's still a good opportunity for some of these players to get some points and maybe get into top 4, or as you said, maybe even a little bit better, because 5th through 8th is going to get $100. And from there, it's going to be $250, $350, $500, and then $1,000 for that first place. So here are our current point standings after that first game, with Lou Not Found taking that win, Bitsu in second. But again, Alexa, Flora, Witchy, Murloc, those players at the bottom, they still have 2 more opportunities to earn some points. So we'll see how it goes for this second game here as we jump in on the Tech Ono spectate here. Okay, we see some definitely interesting heroes right out of the gate here, Rain. And I'm also curious what minion types we have in this lobby as well.
So in this lobby, we'll be seeing some some mech action. We'll be seeing once again Quill Wars, Elementals for the first time ever this Sunday, Nagas and Undead. I think I mentioned them all. Mechs, Elementals, Naga, Quill Wars, and Undead. They'll be present this turn, this time, once and for all. We're having Elementals with without demons, because sometimes demons outscale elementals or use elementals as as a proxy or as a like transition. Right now demons are out, so elementals could be the highest scaling tribe that we have in this at this time. So is it time for elementals? Is it time for Brookhound's friends to work? Let's check who's being who at this time. Neflida is playing as Galakron. Tekono as Kael. That's one hero that we haven't seen so far. Witchy Murloc as Reno Jackson. Norki as Rokara. Then we have Rusinia as Snake Eyes, one of the better heroes of this this expansion or this new Battlegrounds season. And Lexa Flora as Thaethalan Blood Watcher. Bitsu as Silas once again. And Lunar found as Onyxia. Onyxia, a hero that I think we haven't seen either in this tournament this season.
I don't think so either. So this is going to be a little interesting to kind of see this. And as well, there's only 2 of the new heroes, right? There's nobody selected Doc Holliday for this game as well. So yeah, nobody using a 1 gold hero power to discover tavern spells. Instead, you get some kind of other value, right? Tailithin, 3 tavern spells, and the 3rd tavern spell is free. The Kael'thas, 3rd minion gonna get a buff. Silas, 3rd ticket's gonna get some effect. So lots of different approaches to, I think, what players are going to be opting for in terms of what they're buying or when they're buying and playing things.
And I like this board to buy 2 mechs, give them extra stats, and just put a board that it's big and decent for this turn. How do you like buying? The Anoia model, the Anoiatron, and the Lulabot to magnetize it and just keep that passive scaling. Next turn you get to buy 2 more minions, but this stats with Divine Shield at this stage of the game, I think they are good enough to survive and keep that healthy, that 45 health just intact for a few more rounds.
Yeah. Well, speaking of some extra stats on Rokara there, getting some extra stats on Anoia on that side as well. So, okay, we're seeing some pretty powerful things already in terms of the tempo and the board here. There's some also interesting things on this shop here. If Tekono wants to, she could go for the economy side with the Shell Collector, maybe taking the spell. She could go for added stats, right, by that Oozling and get the +1/+1 spells. She could go for, if she wanted to buy 2 minions, she could have gone for the Harmless Bonehead and the Corpse Refiner for some extra things that way. Like there felt like a lot of options for so early of a shop.
Yeah, the issue with the synergy between the Corpse Refiner and the Harmless Bonehead is that you have a big taunt protecting a 0, like a minion that would not attack, and you want that to die, right? So that's gonna be hard to happen unless you're kind of like losing. And if you're kind of losing, your Corpse Refiner will attack and probably die. So it's I know I'm not thinking it's like that's gonna be the best way to work. Even though, like, despite that, she at this point Tekono had like the option to even like buy the spell for 2 gold the next turn and Tavern App, which was not that crazy if you think so. Yeah. It's not that needed, but and especially if you see your opponent you scout your opponent having a bunch of minions, you probably want to like take it easy and get a win like she's getting right now, like on the back of that skeleton. But I cannot blame her to go either direction over there.
Yeah, Yeah, it was just kind of like an interesting shop to see the potential synergies. And now there is another harmless bonehead plus the refiner. But the interesting thing about buying that bonehead this time is if she plays it first, it will get that Kael'thas added stat buff. So it will be able to attack, unlike the first one that she got. So this is another thing where I was saying it's kind of interesting on the potential timing of when people are buying certain things or playing certain things, if they want to go that route.
And she decided to level up, not to fall behind, but at the same time, she has a lot of economy on her side. She could still do that play you're mentioning, just by selling the coin she has in hand, selling and buying, like exchanging 3 health for 1 gold with a hasty excavation.
I kind of like this though. This Eternal Night. We've seen a lot of the value, and if Tekono can continue to find some of this stuff, then she might be in for something really good here in the next coming shops. But I guess it depends on how much of this undead she can continue finding over the next 2 or 3 shops.
Yeah, I think that she's also like passively scaling with the Luna bot inside the Anoyatron.
Yeah.
So it's something that you wait, how can at this time Lucinia have so many cards in her hand? What happened there? I'm seeing like a bunch of cards.
She had to have high rolled
or whatever. What's happening there?
Snake Eyes, she had to have rolled a 5 or a 6 and gotten a lot of stuff there. She had to have.
That was amazing. It caught my eye instantly. There were like a bunch of cards in her hand, and that's super interesting to see. Like how that's why Snake Eyes is so good at this time. You can you can just adapt your plan to in so many different ways. And talking about adapting the plans, we're seeing some people like Lunar Found going to Tavern 4 at this at turn 6 already, which is staying a bit ahead of the rest of the pack. And that could be interesting. On Tekono's side, she's finally buying that harmless bonehead after being offered for 100 times, and now when she has a pair, we'll probably not see another harmless bonehead anymore.
Oh, probably not. But she went for that corpse refiner. She got the second boneless. It's the harmless bonehead. It's
and also
okay,
the
like
replicating menace to add some.
Yeah,
some
she
other
got a
bots.
lot of stats right there, and I think it's gonna pay off because of that refiner, the corpse refiner that she was able to get there. That she just has a lot now with a lot of different death rattles, as you mentioned, with the replicating and both of those harmless boneheads. So she kind of has a lot going for her now, this board.
Let's see how Silas is doing at this
there's
moment.
Those elementals.
Oh, and there's a pretty big living asteroid at that we're seeing. Just getting killed before the fact of like milking. This time, I think this was not as bad. Like it was only like a couple of hits away. I would have expected to be more like of a harder loss from Tekono. She's still at 38. She's still cruising, and she can still like keep up with the leveling up, and then just choose her path from there.
Well, speaking of choosing the path, I think we're going to see what path Witchy Murloc is on and switch over to her side of the board here, where she also does have a little bit of death rattle stuff going on. But as Reno, I think we did just see her level up to Tavern Tier 4 while we were on the other perspective. But look at this, going for more economy, can sell those off if she wants to. Even more undeads here. She can keep the undeads going. She can go for the avenge if she wants with that corpse refiner. If she wants the economy side of things, she kind of can the world is her oyster right now. She can just kind of take it any direction that she wants to. It certainly feels like.
Interesting, the economy path that she took, like popping up that that minion into 2 other minions, getting the extra gold, and also getting the 2 tokens to sell. Now getting an Ubracan. We're getting into something for Witching Monarch. The question with Reno, as always, is when do you use your hero power? Because is it too soon to do it into an Ubracan? Maybe.
Okay. Hear me out, Rain. Hear me out. Okay.
Yeah.
What if she can find a way to discover into a tier 6, and she finds Eternal Summoner and then makes the Eternal Summoner golden with the hero power?
That would be a game winning.
That's what I want to see.
Even getting a Titus on Tavern 5 and making that golden.
That's
could
true.
Be game winning
Yes.
at this point with Death Rattle setup that she has. So I think that the field is still open for her, especially considering that she's like on 32. She's still way above the damage cap, not as her last opponent, Rusinia, went down to 14. We also have Neflida at 11, the 2 players who are at risk at this time.
Okay.
Titus tried tribute there just to have it already in hand. It's tempting. She decides not to. She decides to roll. Not much in dead action. Honestly, you don't want to the Grey Boggers at this time. Ritual's Growth?
Yes. Please. I want to see it. No. I wanted to see it. I you know what? I'm rooting for the greed here. This is
at this time I completely agree.
You know, I'm rooting for the greed. I think she's playing it a little safer. It's respectable. I don't hate the playing it a little bit safer and kind of just being a little bit more patient, especially since she is still at full health. She's got, a couple of armor, but she is facing into Rakara, who still also looks like she has full health. So it's definitely understandable to take more of the kind of just lean into these, the death rattles and the reborns, lean into these effects and not like just jump to the greedy plays.
Yes, I like that. It's not as greedy as what you were intended, but buying that trolley, like it's kind of like a greedy play after all, because that's like trying to milk your composition and get some extra value out of it. And I don't mind at this point. Like as you said, she's pretty healthy, so she can count off that paying off. Now she's getting a Steel Minion for the tavern, not that bad, and probably she's gonna like she needs to be really unlucky with that minion at 12 health to die before the rest of her composition. So I'm kind of all in for her play at this moment.
Yeah, actually with how many death rattles and how many reborns she has, I don't even think that the picking up the trolley is even like that greedy of a play. I think it was a really like responsible, just kind of like level-headed play of saying, yeah, I think I actually can get this, and being able to... She got
4 spells. It's a lot of value.
That was good value. Unfortunately, she didn't get something super cool like Ritual of Growth that I wanted to see.
Minion is not bad, to be honest.
That's true. That one's really good.
She didn't discover the greatest Death Rattle minions, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Some harmless, boneless. That's better than the Micromummy, at least.
Yeah. Oh, and she's just gonna level. See if she can start rolling to potentially find like that Titus Rivendare. She is facing into now. She just faced into Rakara, who's in 3rd. Now she's facing into Talathan, who's at the top of the lobby. So hopefully these can be a little bit of close fights for her, or another win like she had, so that she doesn't take a huge chunk of damage.
Now, like, she can even go, okay, she's not selling the Eternal Knight. I was thinking she could sell the Eternal Knight and buy the second Trembling Trolley. But yeah, after like hearing what you said, okay, that's greedy. Like, you're fighting the top score on the board. You better like prepare a bit better. Okay, it's okay that you leave one on board, but you don't want to like overextend on like just getting payoffs and then getting massacred. And talking about some stats here. Like, these elementals are big.
Yeah, they are. And there's also, even if you start working through some of these, that Ferrix giving something a Divine Shield. Yeah, Golden Ferrix. Giving Divine Shield to 2 potentially other large minions is just, I think, this is just way too much for Witchy Murloc's board.
Yep, it's gonna get a big hit. The 15 are coming.
Yeah.
She got 2 on masks and the identity to use the Reno hero power and discover something useful. And I think I didn't account, but Neflida died last turn as well.
Yes.
She got a she got a spell after a pretty good first lobby. She was expelled at the first position.
The Eternal Summer.
Okay, now we're playing. That's what
there it is. There it is. I'm so happy we got to see that. That was what we wanted to see. And now she can go in and trade in this hero power. That was
nice.
That was
it's
so good.
Pretty good with the idea of keep on tripling the highest of the minions.
Yeah, these
Time to spin the wheel.
Does she wanna
I like where you're going.
Yeah.
With this.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. If she gets to eat all of these stats, this just incredibly changes her board. Nope, she's gonna get a couple of prizes here. +6/+6 and battle cries trigger an extra time. Not great.
We were on the other side. We're on the damn throttles, not on the battle cries.
That's right. Oh, yeah. That was a sad wheel of Yogg-Saron. Look, we're getting into the point of the broadcast, Rain, where we are just like, we're rooting for the chaos.
Yes, exactly.
We're just like, we're ready. The players are not. They are playing very like level-headed. They're like, okay, I'm just gonna like take this slow. You and I are like, wheel. Let's see this. Go for the green.
Yeah. We want fireworks at this stage.
That's right. But you know
stuff to happen. I understand that they kind of just want to take
money on the line, all right? But look at all of these trigger effects going off here. It's a lot of added stats. Yeah, onto a Wind Fury too.
With Divine Shield, I think this is still not enough. I'm not sure if this could even be lethal, right? Like the reborns are already there. Yeah. Like it depends on what survives, but I think there's like too many minions to. Like, too many Eternal Knights on the board to...
Yeah. Oh, Summoner. Okay.
Wait.
Hit into 1, and it's gone. So that's going to be 3 Eternal Knights plus the...
5.
Yep. That's it.
There's 1 extra Eternal Knight. This time to say goodbye for Tech Ono. And now another shop. Another... Another rolling phase. Yeah. She's
gonna just
Sagas?
Is she gonna find a new hero? Oh, she's finding a new hero power.
Galakron's Greed? Oh no, she's going for the extra gold. The issue with that is like I don't like doing this when I'm just above the damage cap.
Yeah.
She's selling? What's the play? I'm not sure.
She could just find a new hero power again.
It's always possible.
Never mind, my rolls didn't work out. Redo that. New hero power.
No one deads.
Yeah. Those chops were really not great. That's not what she was looking for.
On the other hand, Forex is not that bad after all,
Yeah.
because she could
Oh my gosh.
call the elementals for some extra damage, maybe.
Okay.
Like she could clear out I don't like divine shields with that.
Yeah. Certainly a possibility. Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of these spells in our hand are just kind of not really doing anything.
Yeah, the bouncer maybe could be helpful, like eventually
Yeah.
when you want to like really direct stuff to. But
Yeah.
you already have like 3 taunts, so.
Eventually.
Oh, those
Wow.
those wildfire elementals.
Yes.
Those are gonna do some damage.
Yes, they are. This is going to be much, much closer, or even a potential loss, I think, for Witchy Murloc now. It's a lot of stats on the other side.
I'm even afraid this could be lethal, to be honest. The 2 wildfire elementals are surviving at this point.
Yeah, there are still a lot of reborns here that are about to happen, though, right? So I think it's going to be pretty close.
Okay,
yeah. One
like,
minion.
Yeah, like dodging that tank once, like every time, like it was a pretty big in terms of what could Witch Morlock do. While we see Rusinia being eliminated after the last fight playing Snake Eyes, she's banking 6.5 points at this second lobby. She'll need to play hard for on the last lobby of the day of the weekend of the tournament to get a higher placement. Lunar Found still adding points. She won the first lobby. She is a reigning champion, so watch out for her because she could renew her supremacy in this Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament.
Yes.
Let's see, where are those cool undeads that we have been seeing this past few lobbies? Like, are they? Let me check if they're like there's a lot of people playing. Like, the one thing is curious, it's only Witch Morlock playing undead, so it's not that she's competing for those against a lot of people. Like, it's just only okay. That was a snipe. And
no.
She's still,
she's fighting against Bob. That's what's really happening here.
Yeah,
Bob
that is true.
Bob is not giving her the things that she's looking for.
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah, she's just finally going in on some of these tavern spells just to try to give as much stuff to her board as possible here to try to keep her in, try to secure a top 4 placement in this game number 2. And we're going to find out what Norky has now. Look at all those mechs.
Mm-hmm. And the lighters.
Wow.
Doing stuff. Ooh, that's... don't want to see it hurts,
okay.
But... The issue with this, this lighters is that they're gonna start shooting to the low health minions that Witch Morlock has. But at the same time, I feel that there are enough there, right? Like the same thing that we saw on the previous fight. It was
I think so.
There were many layers to chew from, so
yeah. Wow.
And yep, that 5 health minion surviving means that Witch Morlock eliminates yet another player, and we're in the final top 4 of this second game on the final round. We have Lunar Found at 4 health, Witch Morlock at 6 health, Bitsu at 11 health, and Alexa Flora at 33 health. Well, I think we have a favorite for this one.
Yeah, I mean, that last game though, Rusinia was kind of just cruising through at max health, and in just a couple of fights got knocked down to very, very low. So we could see something similar happen as well for Alexa Flora at the top there, but so far at least seeming like health-wise a favorite to win. Especially seeing that Witchy Murloc is facing into
Yeah,
who did
it's,
you
it's
say
facing
is
into Alexa Flora. Yeah, right. Yeah, which
Yeah.
Murloc against Lunar Found, which would
Yes.
eliminate each other probably, and
Yeah.
where's the Divine Shield going? To the 32 attack minion?
Let's show our guests a good time.
Yeah. Okay.
She's facing mixed minions, so it's unclear
Yeah.
how to read that. But this is this is a fight that, like, after winning the last round, like guaranteeing like an extra point for Witchy Murloc, it has to feel pretty good. And like going into this last fight in which she could like be eliminated with the third and fourth. Oh, look at that, the double Titus there.
And look at how large that lighter fighter is. That thing is gigantic.
Yes, stats are going like crazy with the Kel'Thuzad. That's a part of like the undead we haven't seen yet. That combo, that Kel'Thuzad combined with a 5/5 that gives extra stats to the other minions. That is just amazing. With double Titus Riven there,
And
it was just a machine of like plugging into stats and more stats and more stats.
And just like that, Witchy Murloc eliminated in 4th place for our second game by Lou Not Found. So it is down to 3 for the second game here as we switch over into Alexa Flora's point of view up at the top of the lobby, facing into the Ghost. That is 2 like good fights in a row for her to keep securing that good placement in this lobby here. And look at these
she also has
elementals.
time to adapt, right, to whatever like she needs to go against. For example, maybe a Worgen right now could be something interesting for her to try to snag those Titus. I can think about like if she has the information there.
Upper hand too.
That's right. Eliminating stats from.
Yeah. We saw this, I believe it was yesterday as well, where we saw the players kind of as it got to these final few, they took some of those kind of targeting, kind of, you know, filler cards like that. The Bramble Witch, this upper hand, and we saw them kind of hold it, especially against the Ghost. Don't play that upper hand yet, you know, unless you're really feel like you're going to be hurting, but unless you feel like the Ghost can do 33 damage to you in this spot as Alexa Flora, you're probably not going to play that upper hand yet. You're going to hold it until you get to that final 2 fights, and then you play it at that point. But also, that is another Divine Shield spell that costs 0 because of that Tailfin hero power. It's amazing. That is the kind of value you're looking to get off of that hero power.
And also, it's put into, like you say, okay, Alexa Flora is putting into the Taunted Elemental that could be targeted by a Bramble Witch, but that's an aura. It's not eliminated by a Bramble Witch because it's a continuous buff for how many Elementals you have played this game, wherever it is. So it's an interesting pick, and it could pay off really well, being unable to like resisting that aura. That effect from the witch. And right now, the stats and especially the Divine Shields seem to be doing the work. Like, despite the rest of their elementals being bigger than the wildfires, like she doesn't want to trade that the same thing we were mentioning. Like, doesn't want to trade 2 for 1 because the effect of like having 2 different wildfire elementals, especially against some undead wards, it's too pricey. We see Bitsu going out, and we have a final showdown between Lunar Found at 5 health, getting the like I'm sniping. I'm seeing that she got Charge Fallen hero power, giving Divine Shield to minions. So that could be a game changer as well. She doesn't have the spell, but she has the hero power to do the same.
Wow. And
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, that's kind of an unfortunate spot to be in here is where, as Tailithan, you have this active hero power of making that next tavern spell free, and then you're just like looking at a shop full of these spells. I don't want any of these, but gonna secure another triple here. Find something else. Or maybe not it, but just keep leaning
that's at
into
least
these,
economy.
Yeah, I mean, leaning into the tavern spells too here.
Yep.
Okay, and a buddy.
Do we have the time? The flourishing elemental, that seems pretty good. Okay, is it time? We have the rope. I'm starting to get nervous.
I believe she's got it. Just, oh no, target, playthings. Bye. Do something. Oh no. She didn't get to discover another tavern spell there, but that upper hand go off and hit into the lighter fighter.
I'm not sure, but like I see stats, and I see a lot of stats on Alexa Flores' side.
Yes, there is, and divine shields too. Wow, yeah. That's just. Okay, well, just like that, we see the last fight ends very, very quickly. Alexa Flora pretty much dominating that second game.
Whole lobby.
Yeah, but still loot not found, taking second there with a pretty good performance in the first game as well. So she is looking like she's in a good spot points wise after those first two games. This is going to be so close. We only have one more game, Rain, but as this is wrapping up and winding down, as you mentioned earlier, this is no longer a fight for just like getting into top 4 to move on to another round. There is no more rounds. This is a fight to get into top 4 and 4, 3, 2, 1, right? Individual spots for those different pricings. So, wow. All right, everybody, this is it. This is what we've all been waiting for the last 3 days. So grab your last drink, grab your last snack, whatever you need to do, but do it quick because we will be right back for our final game of our tournament.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everyone. This is what we've been waiting for. I hope you are all ready for our final game of our championship Sunday here. Rain, I am getting so pumped for this last game. How about you?
It's amazing. I was checking the leaderboard after that last fight. It's amazing how well positioned Luna Fawn is to get that double crown. I'm rooting for her. I'm completely glad that we got. I think she's feeling all that support from the chat, from the rage we had earlier. So there's only one fight. There's only one lobby. There's only one game separating us from crowning the next Supergirl Gamer Pro Battlegrounds champion, and this is it. We're starting on Bitsu's point of view, which is Luna's Fawn's main contender, because if we see the player standings on the left, Lunar Fawn is first by a mile, like with 18 points. Like if we it's 3 above Bitsu and like 6.5 away from Alexa Flora. So Lunar Fawn is at the prime position to get that double crown, to get that first place once again here at the Supergirl Gamer Pro Battlegrounds tournament.
Yeah, and you know what I see right off the bat, Rain? There's elementals in this last game. Let's go, elementals. What else do we have alongside those elementals in our last game?
This is gonna be an interesting one. We have elementals. We have demons that we didn't have for a while. We have dragons. We have Morlocks and Quillboars. We have that synergy between elementals, dragons, and demons that we saw a lot on the first day, in which you get to pump your elementals and then you get to transition into demons or pivot into demons and get to eat them with a Felbat or with a Ursul to get massive amount of stats. But at the same time, we have Morlocks with a potential of venomous effects. So you also need to account for that. It's gonna be an interesting lobby, and it's gonna be the last one after a whole weekend of Battlegrounds. I hope you had enjoyed it. I hope you have picked your favorites, and also I hope you have started following the players, because most of them are content creators. So better check them out. Check them on Twitter and Twitch, because they might be streaming during the week. So don't want to miss that. And talking about not missing, it seems that the Alexa Flora is missing on the discoveries. It's not setting up any minions, but getting some spells, as you mentioned, like using that 1-cost hero power at first. And what do you feel about doing a rundown of who is who in this lobby, Don?
That's right. Yeah, give us who we got here.
We have Bitsu as Rock Master Boom. We are checking her point of view at this moment with a 45 health. It's an amazing amount of health, and I like the high rolly capacity of that. Norki as Magic Guardian Elise. We have Tekono as Yasharash. Lunar Fawn as Silas Darkmoon, a hero that we saw picked consistently this third day. We have Rusinia as Thathalan, Blood Watcher. We have Witchy Murloc as Snake Eyes, Alexa Flora as Dr. Holiday, and Neflida as Murloc Holmes. Do you have any favorite heroes for this final round? I see a lot of armor over there, so probably some interesting and longer fights.
There is so much armor across all of these heroes, honestly. I kind of want to root for Murloc Holmes, because just Murloc Holmes is such a fun, interesting character, and it's a hero that we haven't gotten to really see. So just out of like the interest and kind of storyline of something different, I do want to root for Murloc Holmes. But Snake Eyes has performed pretty well overall. We've seen some of these things like Bitsu right now that we're spectating with Voon. We've seen Voon perform pretty well. The last few games, Silas Darkmoon has been in, and we've seen those prizes really help people get pretty far in the lobby. So, this is going to be an interesting little showdown here. But those added coins from Murloc Holmes is kind of the one I'm going to be keeping an eye on, I think.
Yep, that's an interesting one. We're seeing now Bitsu skipping that turn for leveling, but getting some extra value. Getting a role, I was expecting her to just to chill out there, but she's going for some extra value. And what do you think she's freezing for? Is she freezing for the economy? Is she freezing for the spell to increase, like the snake oil, to increase the maximum gold? that's a pretty good one to catch so
Yeah.
early on in the game, right?
I'm curious to see if she's gonna buy the landlubber and that strike oil, just to get the strike oil, and then the next turn she'll have 2 tavern spells. It still also plays into her like not using all of her gold, but I would say at least the strike oil for me is the kind of one that I'm looking at there. If she's already kind of going for this like not necessarily spending all her golds. Yeah, she can sell off this little water droplet if she wants to get the blood gems. Seems really solid.
Yeah, she still has 1 turn for that upbeat harmony to kick off. So she can try to grab a tier 3 minion or a tavern 3 minion to duplicate. Right now, this hero seems seems amazing for setting up for triples, but not that good for getting the triples because it's a bit harder on that side. But still, you have like 2 doubles right now that synergize with each other.
Sure.
And you're floating some gold, but you're turning that into stats and into wins, because those divine shields are like piercing into the enemy compositions as if they were like not there. So I like this setup. I'm not sure if this means B2 is gonna be going for Quillbores at the long run. But this buys her some good time to decide where does she want to go for.
Oh yeah, and like you said, especially going up to Tavern Tier 3 as well on that turn as the strike oil too. So there's definitely going to be a lot of flexibility moving forward for her here. That Amber Guardian giving the taunt minion the divine shield is actually so good there. Does lead to this tie between Bitsu and Lu Not Found. They are, as you said, the kind of probably most direct competitors here. Okay.
We're talking about triples.
Yeah.
But how do we want to do this? We want to catch the triple right now?
Oh, she is.
Oh. You can discover the minion and keep it in hand in order to duplicate it. At the end of the turn, not sure like which is the best. You can go for the lookout if you want some value. You can. That's not that bad. You can always
the elemental
re-roll.
with all of the, holding that in hand and getting another copy of that with all these blood gems could have been something as well. There's like so many different options she could have gone for there. Interesting to just freeze here. She still has 4 gold. Okay, she's gonna buy Murloc. Oh, she's actually gonna go ahead and use this now and not hold anything in hand.
Oh, she's...
No. Oh! No, okay. She's actually just going for the Quillbore instead of having any,
This is amazing.
any Murloc
This
stuff.
Moonbacon Jacer, like, it's kind of like a piece that she was missing. And now lines up perfectly because you have, like, 2 blood gem generators. You have, like, 2 payoffs for the blood gems with the added stats and also the added health. So I think this is an interesting setup for Bitsu. Still losing to this board after like taking a turn that was like much on the setup side rather than the developing side of things. But not that much of a hit. Only 1 dragon surviving there. That's good news.
It was a good hit at the end there. Just taking a little bit. She's still got some armor to work with. Still pretty high up in the lobby there. And she's gonna triple. Okay, we're gonna see what's gonna happen with this triple now. How is she doing this? This is amazing. Wow.
Another Quillbore. We get whenever you play a blood gem, whenever a blood gem is placed in this, play a blood gem of a different friendly minion. So it's kind of like getting 2 for 1 in blood gems, and the blood gems are giving 1/5 to the minions. Thanks for the golden moon bacon jacer.
You mentioned it earlier about didn't know if she was going to stick with Quillbores. I think she's going to stick with Quillbores.
I think
now,
that
this is,
by now we have answered that question, right?
yes, this is very, very good. But let's switch on over to a different perspective. Now that we kind of see this incredible Quillboard board going on over here, and we're gonna check in on Rusinia with some demons. You brought up the
Finally.
demons in here. Yeah, here they are. Somebody's
The
playing
rewinders
demons.
there. The floating watcher, the Ursul. That's a great
There's-
setup for demons.
That
She
triple frozen on the
yeah,
board.
triple frozen on the board. Also, even the other demon to add some extra stats, the Mind Mark frozen there. The question I have in my mind is like, is she going for a Tavern 6 or Tavern 5 minion? Because she could easily like Tavern up, sell a dragon, and just buy the triple to try to discover the Felbat right away.
How lucky does she feel? That's how I'm gonna answer that.
Okay.
Because
My
if she
answer
feels
to
real
that
lucky,
question is always like, you need to be a true believer. Like if you're doubting if it will work, it will never work. You need to just be focused. Yeah, exactly. You need to do it just right away. Not think about what are the odds if this happens. No. Like if you trust the process, you just go for it and just go all in. Like when you set up for lethals, right? Okay, yeah, she's going for it. I love this. Come on, Felbot.
Come on, discover. We need a good discover here that we need to see, because we have not seen good discovers. Ugh.
Oh, this is a complete whiff.
No,
She
all
took
of the
too long.
discovers today have been so bad.
Too
That's
long.
right.
She took too long.
That's right. Bob knew.
Bob knew, yeah.
The
Bob
tavern
realized, yeah, she's not trusting it. She's not believing in it. It's like, you know, Harry Potter. Like, how do you get through platform 9 3/4? Like, if you think there's a wall, there's gonna be a wall. So you have to like have your mind clear of any doubts and just run through. This is the same process.
Well, I mean, picking up the Nala, she does. There technically is a little bit of like menagerie
you
stuff
have a
going
dragon,
on.
you have a demon, you have a demon pirate. So
Yeah,
there are like three
some
type
stuff.
of minions. So it's not that bad.
I mean, and honestly, that Wrathweaver is not. It has not gotten value. Like,
yep. But that's only because like her setup, like she got to getting an Ursul like super early, like turn 7, getting an Ursul or turn 6. That's amazing. So I think that's part of like why we're seeing that that Wrathweaver is so slow, because
demons on the other side.
Oh, and you were talking about Immortal Homes. It seems to be doing its job at this time. It seems like a tie. Okay, a win after those fights. But
okay.
Oh, and that breakpoint. 15 life. We have Witch Murloc at 9. We have Tekono at 11. We have Alexa Flora at 14. Nefrida at 15. And then we have Norki Save at 22. Rosinia at 24. Lunar Fountain at 30. And Bitsu at 36.
And 2 of those heroes that are at or below the damage cap just went up to the tier 5 as well. They are just going for it. They are holding nothing back.
Some dragons there. Not sure. Like maybe, like to get those like the dragons that the previous opponent had. That's I think it's kind of like the idea.
Sure.
Let's see what's the role. Okay. No,
I mean, this could help her find something better, though. If she wants to go... Okay.
Ritual. Talking about stuff that's better.
Oh, I'm so sad by all... I was so excited.
The Dreadlord, it's not that bad. Like, it's helping the Floating Watcher. It's helping the Wrathweaver. I think it's even better than Nala at this point. But better than Lee's for sure.
Yeah, I'm still sad. I wanted that tier 6 minion to be something good. I was just hoping. At this point, I don't even care whose perspective we're watching. I just want to see good stuff. Yep. I want to see good things. I want to see the cool tier 6 minions appear. This is the final of the final. We want to see the cool stuff.
Yeah, but we see there kind of like transition towards menagerie, right? With that bristleback knight from Rusinia, a bunch of coins, and the issue with that is like you need to cast a tyrant spell, not just a spell. But still, this is what? Wait, what? How big is that stuff? How it's like 115 something?
Look, that fort. Okay, look, we're seeing the wrong tier 6 minions. Like we're seeing the wrong side of the board for the tier 6 minions that we want to be seeing. Witchy Murloc dealing that max damage there, and we see someone knocked out.
Tekono knocked out as Yasharash in the last position in that final lobby, ending her participation in this tournament. We congratulate her for being in the final table, in the final lobby, for joining us for so long. And now it's time to see how the other positions end up being, because Tekono, it's a 9. Could be getting $100 or a bit more depending on where she finishes. And talking about finishes, we've seen Vicky Feldrake, but not that many stats on the board at the moment. And triple. Is this a time for a good discovery?
Rain! This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we want to see.
Come on, Bob.
Not only the triple, but now she can play that Felbat. Okay. The Murghul, maybe? Take advantage potentially of the Nala effects, but also could just get rid of Nala at this point. Oh, these tavern spells are maybe not the greatest. I guess the T set does something.
I think. Okay, yeah, she's fighting against Bitsu, which is who is the top player in the lobby, so she cannot like level up or do anything else. She's needing just to go for the best she can. Even I wouldn't blame her if she just kind of uses the coin to roll to see if she gets a 1 cost spell to play that and use Nala a bit more. Let's see how this goes. Okay, and seeing like too many cards on Beat Susan. Not sure what's just going, but at least on terms of stats, the fight seems to be on Rusinia's side.
It's close. I mean, there's still a 59 health on the other side for Bitsu, but Wind Fury and Divine Shield is pretty strong.
The Bristleback staying alive with that 5 damage. That's pretty big, putting Bitsu below the damage cap. We have another elimination. We're having the Fleeta losing against Alexa Flora the last turn. Murloc Holmes is not discovering anything else this game. And are we gonna be discovering? Oh, once again, Rusinia is fighting the top player in the lobby. She's probably not really happy about this.
Yeah, probably not. She could go for discovering another hero power if she really wants to, but I'm not sure if that's necessary. I think she can find better tavern spells.
Death Rattle's not the time at this point.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
Yeah, alright. Buff that Wind Fury Divine Shields. Looks good. Okay.
Now we're talking upper hand. I like that. We can roll and see if we get something decent.
Chef's choice.
Getting another demon. I can see that happening.
It's not like the greatest thing to get for free with the hero power.
Yeah,
I suppose.
that is true.
You'd want something else.
8/8 and taunt.
Sure.
Protecting the venomous.
Okay.
Giving some extra stats. I'd put that Bristleback on the front if that's gonna have taunt, but still.
Alright. More stats.
More stats.
Yeah.
Max stats.
Alright.
Surviving is the game.
That was not a terrible turn, honestly.
No, not at all. And where does that
double Caligos?
Oh no! Look at that! Oh, how is just that upper hand going to the lowest health minion.
Yeah. Okay. This still looks pretty good though. All right, a lot of these other
especially after
minions
that
dying
last
off.
trade.
Okay.
I
That's yeah,
Oh.
that's not gonna be enough. That is
She
enough
needed
for lethal
to
though
knock
on the
down
other side.
that last dragon. It's
Yeah.
gonna be 1 extra damage. It's gonna be over for Rusinia at this point. We still have a bunch of players, and we see Bitsu now facing Rusinia, or at least the ghost of Rusinia. Wasn't
Yeah.
that weak, right? We've seen Rusinia delivering some
Yeah.
some good damage amounts, so I wouldn't be overconfident if I were Bitsu.
That Chef's Choice just keeps popping up here for players. It's not really, again, giving them like the greatest things. Just selling it off.
Let's check this discovery.
Okay. Warp Wing for a dragon? Suppose
Oh,
she
you
could.
you could move the
Sell that
gems
ignition.
from one to another with a necklace.
Yeah. And if she wants only one dragon on the board, she can sell off that ignition specialist, play the Warp Wing out as the dragon. I guess she could take that jug if she wants to just get some more stat buffs here on the depends on if she's actually going to trade out the ignition specialist as well.
I kind of like the idea of like buffing the Warp Wing, to be honest. But I understand like she wanted like duplicating that Warp Wing and being a bit more but being on the greedy side. Understanding that she needs to go for the win if she wants to overcome Lunar Found. She's like 3 points behind. So it's important for her to do that. Let's see how this plays against what used to be Rusinia's board.
And this elemental having so many stats is really, really good, especially with that that placement on the other side, getting to knock out that Murghul.
Now it's time to reassess by B2 while we have two players eliminated. We have Alexa Flora eliminated, and we have Witchy Murloc eliminated. And this is a tight one because we have Lunar Found at 3 health. We have Bitsu at 3 health, and we have Norki at 17 health. This is gonna be an interesting finish. Do you have, chat? Do you have your favorites? This is the time. I'm seeing Ivadino, I'm seeing Harry Potter, I'm seeing the whole Spanish army in the chat rooting for Lu Not Found. Me myself, I will not lie, I'm rooting for her as well. Let's see how this goes in this couple of final turns. This is kind of like the final showdown because it's between Bitsu and Lu Not Found. Whoever loses this turn is gonna be knocked out.
Oh, the Emergent Flame or the Muck. Okay.
Almost got me there.
This is going to be definitely a close one here to see how
I'm
she
not
can
sure
maneuver
what
this
board
fight.
does Lu Not Found have at this time, but she's been delivering some damage. She's getting a triple right now. She's at Tavern tier 6, so I expect something solid. 5 dragons. We've seen some stats there. It's time to know the truth. It's time to know if this elemental with almost 200 health is enough to deliver the needed damage.
A Golden Bran.
Golden Matador.
the
Where's
golden
this upper hand
the Golden
going?
Matador.
Oh, the Divine Shield sitting in the perfect position.
Yeah. Okay.
Still, well, that was also an unlucky hit. I'm sensing this is gonna be Lu Not Found's fight. because
Yeah.
everything is pointing that way despite this flaming elemental activating its effect. I think the stats on that dragon are way too much, and this is gonna be not only the battle but also the championship for Lou Not Found, since she is getting more points than her immediate competitor in the standings. Is Lou Not Found the perfect Battlegrounds player? Is she the ultimate Battlegrounds player?
Oh my gosh. She is here to defend her title, and she is not taking any name. Like, she's taking all the names. She's not taking anything for her chance. She's just going for it.
Like, she got first on the first game. She got second in the second game, and now she's top 2. That's kind of like unstoppable. And we see Norky with a decent board. This would be able to compete against Lou Not Found. And Norky is competing for some cash prizes as well, because as we mentioned, it's not only the champion who gets some prizes. If you get to the top 4, it's more than in top 8. It's like top 3 is more than top 4. So every point counts right now. And Norky with that golden Caligos is trying to ramp up her stats to the moon, with also an interesting transmutive Bramble Witch, which could minimize the stats on the other side of the board by quite a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see the ordering of effects here, especially if one or both players ended up getting, a upper hand. Okay, the golden Amber Guardian there. Matador does not kill off the Bramble Witch.
But the Bramble Witch will activate against the Matador, so it's not a bad hit. There's still a bunch of stats on the other side, and this value trades count for a lot. There's the Divine Shield surviving. I think this is gonna be fight for Lou Not Found once again. And is this enough damage? Is 6-6? It's always 14. It's 3 off.
Yeah, one more fight.
There's still another fight. We're in turn, 15 already? Whoa. This is a lot. Lou Not Found is on a winning streak right now, and Norky is thinking, how can she improve her current board state? Putting the Blame Witch a bit behind could be a way to do that, understanding that Lou Not Found has a golden Matador at the back.
Yeah, that golden Matador has been doing work the last few fights that we've seen it. Like, it has really done a lot. I guess Norky here, just trying to hope she can, like, discover something that's actually helpful. Both players kind of have a menagerie-style comp, so Norky hoping to actually find something that could be of use. Nothing really yet here.
Some battle cries to keep on buffing stuff, but not.
Yeah.
Well, she like, I think on her head, like, the last minion she's gonna be playing is that relentless Murgle. That's like kind of like the idea.
Or is she gonna go for the Murghul? Oh, she's just maximizing the Murlocs. Yeah, she's maximizing her Murlocs here, going for multiple Murlocs on the board. Ooh.
Yep, getting a copy of her board. Like, it's a copy as it was on the last fight, so it's not just perfect information of what's to come. But still, it's pretty good. Let's see this upper hand eliminating 100 stats. It's a lot. Some Divine Shields hitting not on the best targets, and that that Reborn. That's huge.
Yeah. I did like the placement by Norky there of just putting that the cultist Thara up at the front to hit into that Matador. I feel like that made a huge difference. But yeah, it was a little bit unlucky for her. But there it is. Norky actually ends up taking the game, which does give her another 10 points, putting her at 17.5. But on the other side, that is an incredible finish there for Lou Not Found, for Bitsu. Look at these point standings, and Lou Not Found is our champion for the 2023 Supergirl Gamer Pro Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Congratulations.
She couldn't qualify on the first day. She got back again on the second day. She got to the finals, and now she got the title once again. 2-time champion, back-to-back. Lou Not Found seems to be good at getting a grip on the metagame. The last Battlegrounds season just came live 5 days ago, and this players had to adapt in a really short span to just demonstrate against a really stacked field who were the best players. And I cannot say it in another word. Lou Not Found seems to be like the definite Battlegrounds player. Definitely check her stream. I understand she streams in Spanish, but for sure, like, we can always learn. Like, Hearthstone is a universal language, so you can see minions flying and strategies regardless of the language the stream is on. I'm really happy about her. These are the final standings of this 2023 Battlegrounds season for Supergirl Gamer Pro, with Lou Not Found at the top of the pyramid, and then Bitsu really like following up with Lou Not Found. It was not like she got like 3 top 2 placements in Lou Not Found, and Bitsu was only like 4 points behind. That's a remarkable performance.
Yeah, absolutely. So just looking at our scores here and breaking down that prize pool, this does mean Witchy Murloc, Neflita, Racina, and Tekono will be getting $100. Alexa Flora will be getting $250, Norky getting $350, Bitsu getting $500, and our champion there, Lou Not Found, going to get that $1,000. But we are going to, I believe, try to get an interview here with Lou Not Found. And very generously, Rain, you have offered to translate so that we can actually get this interview in, which is very exciting, especially with back-to-back champions, because usually, you know, these broadcasts are in English. We don't always get to interview some of these players, since we have opened these competitions up to players worldwide. So we are going to, I think, take a quick break, get the interview set up, and then we will be right back with an interview with our champion, Lou Not Found.
y para pasar. Y luego la final ha venido como rodada y la otra vez fue un poco igual. Y pues no sé, muy feliz y he tenido suerte.
She's saying that she's extremely happy and also super nervous that the path was not as easy at the finals look, because the semifinals and the qualies were kind of like she was kind of like stumbling and like barely making through, but this finals were kind of like the finals from the last edition, in where she dominated all the way and got some good results all the way. And I want to ask something about that. What's about you and Supergirl? You're like the 2 times champion. Do you feel comfortable playing here, or is just that you're that good all around outside this tournament as well? Quería preguntarte, parece que Supergirl es como tu casa, 2 veces campeón acá. ¿Te sentís cómoda acá, o es que simplemente sos tan buena en jugando Battlegrounds que no importa la cancha?
Pues no, me siento cómoda aquí porque luego en otros torneos, o sea, no he ganado ninguno, ni siquiera he llegado a semifinal ni final. Así que no sé, estaré destinada a la Supergirl.
She says that she feels really comfortable here, that it's the tournament where she got the most success at. In other tournaments, she wasn't as lucky as she was here, but I want to just put there, it's not just luck, because she played perfectly. And Dawn, do you have another question to follow up here to our champion?
Yeah. I would like to ask about the timing of this tournament compared to the patch, and how did that change how she played only a few days after the new season? Was she just focused on learning as much as she could quickly for this tournament, or did she approach it as just trying to have fun with it and learn along the way, like throughout the tournament?
Una pregunta muy interesante sobre el torneo y cuán cerca estuvo del último parche. ¿Cómo te preparaste para el torneo? Si estuviste estos últimos días súper metida, aprendiendo las diferentes estrategias, tratando de actualizarte, o si simplemente tratas de tomártelo un poquito más relajada, tratando de divertirte e ir aprendiendo sobre el camino, porque el parche fue 5 días atrás y el cambio fue grande.
Sí, pues esta semana sí que jugué un montón, pero el jueves paré y ya no he jugado más. En plan, prefiero cuando hay torneo centrarme en el torneo y jugar relajada, no estar mucho en el ordenador. Y nada, yo contenta, me gusta más este parche, he estado más cómoda y ya está.
She says that she's played a ton of Battlegrounds once the season kicked off and started like learning the meta there and all that stuff. But then on Thursday she stopped playing because she didn't want to feel overwhelmed or like feel like super tired entering the tournament. Whenever she plays the tournament, she mentions that she likes to be like in a calm state of mind, not just overclocked. So that, I think that helped. And whenever another thing that she added is like she loves this current meta. She's really happy and having a lot of fun, which and our personal take is like something that whenever you are having fun with the game, it like your results and your approach to tournaments is way more, it's well healthier, and you perform a lot more. And I want to add another question, or final question from my side, is if she has anything to say to her fans, because we have a ton of fans from the Spanish-speaking community. So, Lu, vino un rey de carry, vino un rey de Ibadino el otro día, tenés tu propia comunidad viendo acá. ¿Algunas palabras para ellos que siempre están ahí en el chat bancándote?
Pues que los quiero un montón, la verdad es que son muy buenos amigos, me apoyan en todo, en cada proyecto, así que yo agradecida.
So she's super proud of her community, that it's incredibly supporting and following her in her different projects. So she is extremely grateful for all the people that follow her and cheered for her. I've seen some pastas on the chat that are really funny, and I think this kind of like gets into the tone of this tournament, which is creating a safe space for women and minorities in gaming to enjoy. And that's also part of not only inside the tournament but also in chat, in the broadcast. So I'm glad we're having this vibe where everyone can enjoy and feel safe and thrive on what they like doing, which is at this time playing Battlegrounds. Don, the floor is yours. I'm just empty of questions at the moment, so if you want to add something more, I can still keep on translating.
I think we'll just kind of close it out and say, again, congratulations. Thank you so much for being willing to do this interview with us, with having Rain be able to translate. And I think this is an amazing opportunity for Hearthstone Battlegrounds, for women in games, and for, this having opened up to multiple countries, to players worldwide, that we are getting to see players from other countries outside of the United States and get to see the talent that you all bring to the game as well.
Quería agradecerte ella por prestarte esta entrevista con estas diferentes alternativas, las traducciones y demás, pero sobre todo ella quería felicitar en este torneo, y que es un gusto que siga extendiéndose la comunidad semi-competitiva o competitiva de Battlegrounds, incluyendo jugadores de diferentes países. Vimos muchos jugadores de Latinoamérica, vemos jugadores de Europa, no es solamente algo centrado en Estados Unidos, entonces eso también es parte del orgullo de seguir extendiendo ese lugar seguro para que más competidoras se sumen a las filas y se animen a probar el juego de una forma distinta. Muy bueno para el juego, muy bueno para ustedes, así que con eso queremos cerrar. De mi parte te felicito. Si tienes alguna última palabra que quieras decir, Lu, este es tu momento, si no pasamos ya a cerrar la transmisión.
No, que muchas gracias a vosotros por castear, lo hacéis súper bonito además, y a Celtica, que siempre está también ahí pendiente, y bueno, que estoy muy feliz.
Her closing words were that she is extremely happy for this event and also grateful for the casting. She had a lot of fun watching the broadcast, and also she wanted to show some appreciation to Celtica, who you might not see her on camera, but if you're playing, you definitely see her on the Discord, or if you're watching, you're gonna see her on chat helping. She's a great part of this project. She's helping everything run smoothly. Also the production, I want to extend my gratitude. It's really easy to cast when you don't have to worry about anything. I want to thank you guys over there. And this has been an amazing tournament, a new edition. I'm really honored to be included here, and I hope you all had a great time. Don, I'm gonna leave you the closing words because you're the best on that. And thank you all for being here.
Yes, absolutely. Again, as you stated, thank you so much to our production team for making everything look amazing and transition between things so that we could just talk about the minions, talk about the heroes, things that are going on the game, in the game. And as you mentioned as well, thank you so much to Celtica for running that tight ship and helping all the players just get through the last 3 days. And thank you to everyone in the audience, as well as the amazing community members who also gave the Twitch channel some raids and brought their communities over to help cheer on and support this tournament and these women in gaming, because that is really what it is all about. So thank you for giving us this space to be able to do these. And thank you so much, Rain, for doing that interview so that we actually could get to interview our winner, because that's amazing to be able to do that. So the last thank you, of course, has to go to our wonderful partners and sponsors for these tournaments, Nissan, Logitech G, and the U.S. Air Force, for being able to provide the tournament prizing and things like that so that we can actually give things to the winners in these top 8. So thank you as always. We do have in Supergirl, not just Hearthstone, but a ton of different games that we have been doing throughout 2023. And coming up next in the middle of January is going to be Overwatch 2. Mm-hmm. And then after that, there is some Fortnite. So even if you aren't completely interested in Battlegrounds, or if you like multiple games, or just like supporting initiatives like this, then definitely please follow the channels, follow the socials, and come back to support those tournaments, those players, those casters as well. Thank you so much for being here over the last 3 days, and we'll see you in the next one.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.